on YouTube. So we're here for another phenomenal day full of coaches, speakers, and this amazing sessions to help you get more connected with yourself, loving yourself first, and being closer to other people by, of course, loving yourself first. That's how you get to that. That's how you get to that. I have yesterday, I did a lot of the heavy lifting by just talking so much. But today, I want to share the spotlight of other people who also want to speak, which is going to be fantastic. It's going to be so helpful. I'm very, very, very excited to introduce my co host for this entire session. Oh my God. This is the voice of the conference. The voice of this conference is a 17-year member of Toastmasters. He's participated in numerous storytelling competitions, including Moth Grand Slam. I don't know if you know what that is, but the Moth Grand Slam is absolutely amazing storytelling podcast and event. For the past 1,700 plus consecutive nights, I don't know how many years that is, 1,700 plus consecutive nights. Well, that's 5.5 years, it says. He's done nightly extemporaneous microcasts on Facebook Live. She's basically saying, in my fancy way, he's just gone live on Facebook many, many times, speaking off the cuff, which is absolutely amazing. 5.5 years every single night. That's pretty amazing. He posts the word of the day with Kory May on TikTok and on Facebook Reels. So if you're not following him, if you don't know about him, go check him out. We'll have that link and stuff for you shortly. He's also a 2-time distinguished Toastmaster, and he embraces continuous learning and knowledge and sharing. His performance is underscored by 12-time speech championship record in Iowa, and his appearance as a 5-time semifinalist in the Toastmasters World Champion of Public Speaking. Kory May began his Same Difference podcast this fall. It's a unique look at race in America through the diverse lens of storytelling. Please welcome the tall man. You can't tell online though, but just trust it. The tall man with the short name, Kory May.
Thank you, Coach Lee. Thank you. If I wasn't that guy, I'd want to meet that guy. I'm just saying.
I believe it. I'm so honored and delighted to have you here speaking with us. So I'm going to leave this all to you.
All right. So if you didn't know who Coach Lee is, I can tell you all about Coach Lee right here. Coach Lee is the brains behind this whole operation that we're doing today. And without Coach Lee, this doesn't happen. Through his organization of Patterns of Possibility, we are finding ways to seek deeper connections and make more meaningful our friendships and connections. This is a big time sort of thing. Let's get moving on into our panel discussion. First, let's bring Coach Lee on. Coach Lee, let's see your face again, and let's hear a few words about what you want to get out of this conference.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate that you brought me back on because I just kind of tried to skirt away. But
you're not running away from me, my friend.
I can't get away from you. All right. So the conference, all of this is about helping us get closer to understanding more about ourselves and loving ourselves so that we can connect with other people. So I've gathered coaches, I've gathered speakers to talk about what it really means to love ourselves first. What I really hope to get out of this is you out there who's watching, who's listening, will just understand that this is not easy to do. People will say, oh, you just got to love yourself first. You just got to let people go. You just have to do what you got to do. And it's not really direction focused. Can't really tell you exactly how to do it. But here you're going to get some actionable steps, some tips to move on and make that connection with yourself so that you can connect with other people.
All right. Thanks. You mentioned this from last night, and I want to carry this over into the second day. The things that we are often told, love yourself first, it sounds easy, but our coaches are going to tell you how to make it into that hard work and how to get through that hard work to get to the other side. And it's that spirit that is infusing this whole conference. Do the hard work, get those wonderful results so that your relationships are better. Let's bring in our first panelist. That's going to be Brett Chinn. Now, Brett is an intuitive career mindset and manifestation coach with over 15 years of experience across recruiting, training, and relationship management. Her coaching methodology builds on the Association of Training and Development coaching model and incorporates a whole person approach, igniting leadership potential through a dynamic 5-step journey that includes self-discovery, a collaborative roadmap fueled by SMART goals and actionable steps, and continuous learning and feedback loops that empowers individuals and teams alike. Brett recognizes each client's individuality, and her approach flexes and adapts, tailoring itself to specific needs and contexts. My goodness. This approach fosters ownership, unlocks potential, and leaves a lasting impact on leadership landscapes. Brett is also an astrologer and loves to incorporate the wisdom of the cosmos into her coaching sessions. Please welcome Brett Chinn.
Hi, Kory. I am so sorry for that quite industrious introduction.
No. It's absolutely fine, because what it does is it allows a depth of introduction. Here's the thing, and I always say this, we're only strangers once, right? And now after an introduction, you're not a stranger to me. You are an acquaintance. And as we work together more, we become closer in terms of our relationship, whether that's professional or personal or whatever. I'm only a stranger once. And This is what that introduction is supposed to do. And I apologize for having faffed that up. Real quickly, give me 3 sentences about what you want.
Can we bring out the rest of the people for the yes.
All right. Our second guest is Cara, a seasoned coach with 25 years of leadership experience, specializing in executive coaching and leadership development. Taking care of business takes a neurospicy approach to leadership development. Using the Cara method, we help leaders overcome imposter syndrome and optionitis. Our clarity coaching builds accountability, trust, and emotional intelligence. We're here to help leaders get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Change is inevitable. Development is an option. Please welcome Cara Wilson.
Fantastic.
And guest.
And Leah.
And guest.
Welcome aboard. Is Teresa in the house yet?
Yes.
All right. I will welcome her now. Teresa Lisum, an experienced educator turned beacon of hope with her certification in unleashing your superpowers, and armed with her intuition, Teresa offers a fresh perspective on personal thriving. Rather than focusing on weaknesses, she empowers us to authentically celebrate our strengths, urging us to embrace our unique talents in our zone of genius. Committed to leaving a healing legacy, Teresa passionately uplifts and inspires women to be confident, powerful, resilient, and aligned with their best selves. Please welcome Teresa Lisum.
All right. Applause. Wonderful. Looks like we have a full house here.
We do. Welcome aboard. Welcome honored guest Liam as well. We're not going to ignore the next generation of healing people.
Yes, healing people, of course. Hello, Deb. The format is unique. It is definitely unique. We're a panel discussion here, and who you're talking to or what you're looking at are coaches here who are coaching at the Love Yourself First conference. All 3 of these wonderful people have are willing to coach for 30 minutes. So if you haven't scheduled your coaching session and you've bought a ticket, you may as well do that right now. We want to get you a little closer to understanding what they do and how they support you in your coaching journey. So I'd be curious to know from either of you here. I asked everyone yesterday what love yourself first means, but I wonder if you could also share just a little tidbit about what love yourself first means to you, and we can continue on from there. That's for anybody. Don't jump in all at once.
Okay, I'll jump right in because I already started all the distractions with a tiny human being. So hi, I'm Cara Jean. What does love yourself mean to me? You know, it is an ever-evolving definition in my world. The more I try and teach it to a tiny human being, the more I learn myself what that actually ends up meaning. What I have come to is it really is developing a level of trust with yourself and being able to take care of your needs. Like your bare, I call them the BAMs, right? The bare ass minimums for what I need so that I can do what I need to do. And if I can take care of that and I can trust me, well, then I can take care of others and I can trust others.
Nice. Teresa.
I love it.
Oh, see? Teresa, it's too late. You'll get to go last. You'll get to go next, I promise.
Sorry, Teresa. I was just going to say I love that expression, Cara, Jean, the BAM. For me, loving myself means acceptance of, and it's a continual evolving acceptance because I'm going to continue to evolve and change. And it's also a healing. Healing is so important as someone that's gone through quite a roller coaster journey within self-love, to put it lightly. It's understanding and accepting myself. I like to do a lot of inner child work, which is a buzzword, but thinking, okay, if a child, speaking of Cara Jeans, like if a child can just be loved and accepted as they are, not because of who they are or have to prove something, can I also offer that unconditional love and acceptance to myself?
Absolutely.
Okay, I guess it's my turn, but I can't really do more than say ditto to the two previous ladies. You covered a lot, and so you make my job easier. But I do feel it is a practice and it is an evolution and it's an ongoing thing. It's not just a one-time, one and done. Oh, I love myself. I think it's a continual daily practice that we need to understand that it's something that we're, again, trying to get to. And I love the whole concept of unconditional love for myself. I can extend that to other people, but I got to remember to extend it to myself as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Kory.
Well, I was going to ask Cara Jean, so what are you learning from your pocket Yoda? All right.
Oh my gosh, right? So many things. I love Pocket Yoda. Yes. So I had already started down a path of discovering what I would call like the minimum necessary things for my own energy. And he's really like honed the conversation for me. So we talk about there's 4 things that you really have to be constantly paying attention to adult through life and still be able to bring the kidding, the enjoyment part that the tiny humans teach us. And it's, you have to take care of your meat suit. That's probably the one we all hear the most, right? Like, especially around self-care, people are like, oh, go get your hair did, get your nails done. Great. A massage is wonderful, but that just takes care of my meat suit. That's just one part of it, right? So then you have to deal with you have to manage your hormone soup. That's the emotions that happen. My understanding is emotions are, and they're right. And then we get to choose how we're going to behave with them. Yes, baby. And then the third one is your mush management. We have our own internal management system in our brain. And if you're not developing your internal management system, it's going to mess up. just like any management system. And then the last is stardust. We're all made of stardust. And if you don't hone your sparkle, literally, if you just choose to do one thing every day that makes you smile just because it makes you smile, the studies epigenetically, just what we are learning about what that impacts globally, that is a trackable reaction across other people's genetic activation. You choosing happiness activates it for you and can in fact activate it in the people around you. That's, I mean, if everybody knew how much they mattered that much, it'd be much easier to love ourselves. So that's what I've learned from my tiny Yoda.
Very nice. Very nice. Brett, in your own practice, what has jumped out at you from your client's experience? When you hear back from them, what do you hear over and over again?
I wish I had talked to you sooner. But no, well, so it depends on what we're working on, right? But I think that the one takeaway, because I work with people who are in career transitions, trying to find a new job, leadership, but the one thing I always will touch on is you are manifesting always, whether you know it or not. And whether you want to say, oh, that's law of attraction or assumption, or you want to be more on the scientific side of things and talk about neuroscience and programming your brain and neural pathways, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are telling yourself, whatever your dominant thoughts are that you choose to believe and buy into, because I don't think you can control your emotions or your thoughts, but I can control what I do with them, right? So the one takeaway that I was like, I now have, I'm using control in quotes, but I have control over what's happening to me and the results of my life, because now I'm thinking deliberately. Now I'm mindful. And now I realize that everything around me, I've been manifesting subconsciously. And so the number one thing I hear from my clients is, now I understand how to manifest consciously. And wow, that has completely changed my perspective. It's opened up points of view and possibilities that they previously just didn't believe were possible, or even, felt like they were behind the driver's seat of their own life.
All right, I'm going to come back to you. What I heard was that we are often trapped by a glass ceiling in our own head. Mm-hmm. And sometimes that society has reinforced that glass ceiling about our worth, our appearance, our ability to achieve. The tools that you are bringing up will help everyone break through that glass ceiling in their head.
I just want to add one thing. I agree with you, but it's also the fact that the number one thing I teach my clients is everything in your life is a reflection of your beliefs. Everything, good or bad.
Right.
And a lot of times people are like, oh crap, like I don't like the things around me. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking. And I said, well, you know what? You control that. But here's the good news. Now you know that you control that. So you can turn that around. So that's the number one takeaway that I think my clients get from me is I have the power to change my reality by changing what's in here and in here.
All right, Teresa, it's your turn. I'm going to let you just simply respond or say whatever you feel like. This is the perfect opportunity because you didn't get that full opening at the beginning.
Thank you. And again, ditto to everything that's already been said. Great gems, great nuggets here of wisdom. But I do want to talk about beliefs. I love that, beliefs. Once I understood that a belief is nothing but a thought we think over and over and over. So if beliefs dictate our lives and what we think and how we feel, then we can change those beliefs just by creating that new pattern and saying things over and over and over to ourselves. So I get a lot of comfort, and it's really helped me to say affirmations and just understand the concept that a belief is nothing but a thought that I think over and over and over. It can't be changed. It's not, it sounds simple, but it's not easy. Is that how the saying goes? It's simple, but it's not easy, but it is doable. And that's where that practice comes in. Repetition, repetition, repetition. And for me, once I had that intellectual understanding of what a belief is, it seemed a whole lot more manageable.
All right. Tough question. And I hope that it doesn't change the tone, texture, and tenor of the room. If we find that these conferences are happening throughout the country, and we find that demographics aren't being met, and that's no reflection on you, how do we change our society? Because these are tools that are supposed to help change individuals as well as society in general. So I'm going to take up the voice of marginalized people and say, how do we reach out to give these tools to Indigenous women, to the immigrant, the orphan, and the widow? How do we get these out there, as well as marginalized Black men like myself? How do we get those tools out there so that we can change our society from the ground up? Don't all answer at once. I mean,
I didn't know if you were looking at anyone particularly.
Yeah.
I was going to throw that one out there.
Yeah. So, and I don't know that this is the right answer. I don't know that there is a right answer to this conversation. But I think you start the conversation. I think the Barbie movie nailed it when they said, start saying it. Like literally, even if you don't have the answer, say things out loud, start the conversation, call it out as you see it, and do it kind, right? Like don't do it with anger and frustration, but say, hey, it sounds like you have some BS and belief systems built up around some part of you being broken. I don't see a broken human being.
Right.
What if you weren't broken? What would that change? And that's just one instance of many thousands of conversations that can happen. But to simply call it out when you hear someone's belief systems when they highlight something negative, and you can just literally shine a light on it, and let's get everybody out of the dark.
I want to, because I feel like these tools would be wonderfully implemented within the LGBTQIA plus community. And being able to love yourself is I think it's a key to every layer of society. How, alongside, what would another step beyond talking or saying the words be? I'm going to throw that one at you, Teresa.
Oh, okay.
Next.
I wish I could have something really profound and wise to share with you, but at this moment in time, I don't. But I understand what you're getting at, and I think it is a really good question. And yes, these tools can serve all these different parts of our society in a really huge way, so that they can really embrace themselves and love themselves. And then that's going to have a ripple effect out into the entire world. So yeah, I don't know what the answer is other than keep having the conversation. As Cara said, just keep bringing it up and shining a light on it. Once you shine a light on something, it kind of diminishes the power of the ignorance or the negativity or whatever. But just keep having these conversations. We just have to keep sharing the world and sharing to the world what we have to give, and hopefully connect with the right people.
Right.
it can help us get that message out more.
Amen.
Right. And that's what we're hoping for here at the Love Yourself First conference, is to just share. That's why we're streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, so people can access, so people can, not Instagram, sorry, TikTok and YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, so people can easily access this kind of information to understand what it is. Because, when I started my healing journey, I was scrolling through TikTok and I saw a lot of people just sharing their experiences and sharing knowledge that I didn't have access to before. So I really believe that doing something like this and making it accessible as much as we can for everybody really helps us reach the people who don't know that there's a possibility to do this. We can stop thinking the same thoughts over and over again and receive a new thought. Brett was going to say something. I saw your hand.
I was, yeah. So, because I do think that there's also something to be said for meeting people where they're at. And I agree with everything that all three of you have said, but I want to add in that piece because I identify, I have a disability. You probably wouldn't know it to look at me, but I do. And I'm very passionate about helping other people with chronic illnesses and disabilities love themselves, understand their worth, and then how to ask for and command their worth, particularly in the workplace. But beyond that, I mean, you also mentioned LGBTQ, you've mentioned other marginalized people. And I think that from where I'm sitting as a cisgender white woman, that's how I present. People may look at me and say, well, she can love herself. She has an education. She's accomplished. She has all of these things. She's not me, though. And that is fair and legitimate. And I want to call that out. But that also places, I don't want to say the word burden, but the onus on me to then say, let me come meet you where you're at. I want to show you that you can have this too. And like, not in a savior sort of way, but like, hey, I want to show you that you can have this too. Maybe the way that you go about it or you understand it is going to be different from my own experience, my own lens. But I think that it's really on us as the people who are already empowered, because we've done this work, to do some outreach to people who don't think that it's a possibility for them.
Deep thought for a moment.
Yeah, sorry, I had to throw that out there.
No,
always
no
is.
sarcasm at all. That's you are all of those answers built on each other like Legos, and now I'm lifted up, and I appreciate that. Next question. I'm going to start with you, Brett. Tell me about that first glimmer of light when you cracked open the door of loving yourself.
Oh God.
Wow.
That's a doozy. I'll tell you two things. One is I started learning astrology when I was 13 or so because I didn't have self-love. I was bullied. I was weird. And I was always like, why am I weird? Why am I so different? I don't get it. Like, what's with me, kind of. And I, went to Barnes and Noble or whatever, Borders at the time, self-help section. And I saw one for young adults, and I saw a book about Scorpio. And I was like, okay, maybe this will give me some insight into myself. And I read it, and it was just like, oh, wow, this is me. And also, these are all of the qualities that I think are weird or different or strange. Like, this is giving me the tools to speak about them in a more positive light and like know myself and appreciate myself. So that began my journey into astrology. And that's why, like, 25 plus years later, I'm so passionate about helping people understand themselves in that way and feel validated and seen. So that's one piece. But when I really think about where like my real self-love journey began, it was healing from an eating disorder, I remember throwing out my scale and how empowering that was, and saying, like, I am no longer chained to a number 20 times a day. I don't need this. So that's one. And then I think the ultimate one that came into play probably around like 2012 or so, when I really got into manifesting, was I am no longer going to tolerate anything less than what I want. I remember who I am. I do not need to tolerate anything less than what I want to manifest. And that's a journey. It's something I still work on every day. And it can be everything from, oh, well, either the person I want to be folds her clothes instead of throws them on the chair in the bedroom. But it can also be, it kicked off for me looking at a romantic partner. I'm not going to settle. I'm going to show I deserve what I want and what I need. So that to me is the ultimate act of self-love.
Absolutely. So I have a question for you all. Just I'm curious about, so you're coaches, and one of the things we want to do here is to highlight what you do as coaches so that other people who are watching, who bought a ticket, who may not have booked their coaching session with you, decide that they should book a coaching session with you. So what I'd like to know is, from each of you, how do you really help people in your coaching sessions, in your coaching business? How do you really help people? What's like one of the things that people usually come for you for, and then boom, they've got the answer because they've worked with you?
Oh, can I go?
Please do.
So I shine a light on people's superpowers. Okay, that's my thing. Is we all have superpowers. We all have unique lineup of innate abilities and characteristics that are unique to us. Every single person on this planet is unique. And when you said that you were seen as weird or different, or you felt weird, like, we're all weird. Why don't we just all accept that? We're all different. We're all unique. And there's a pride in that. We should all be showing ourselves as that, instead of everybody seems to be hiding behind this facade. We're all trying to show people a certain aspect of ourselves because we're afraid to show them our real self. Well, why can't we show them our real selves? So once we know and understand our superpowers, we see and understand who we are innately, and we learn to love and embrace ourselves more because we understand ourselves better, just knowing those superpowers and our zone of genius, and we're able to embrace them and operate from them. And so it's very empowering. For me, showed me that I am worthy, and I am able to be confident in my own self. So of course it helped me knowing my superpowers. So of course I want to help everybody else know their superpowers. And I don't know if I answered the question or not, but I'm going to stop there.
Absolutely. You help people understand that they are unique, and it's not a bad thing. It's a superpower.
It is a superpower.
Superpower. Yes. Fantastic. All right. Cara, I see
I'll
you
go.
smiling so big.
I am. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. So I call myself neurospicy. I think that I know that the clinical term is neurodivergent. I claim spicy. I collect the spice rack. Thank you very much. It's the flavor. And it goes directly to that, our superpowers, right? So I use my superpower of making some of those connections, and I help people with clarity. What I know is that if you want expert advice about what you need to do, like you're stuck somewhere, well, then you need to talk to the person who's been doing it the longest and is the expert in that. That's you. You're the expert. So I hold space for that. I have a series of questions that I ask that force the brain into a yo-yo effect, so that when the hard-hitting questions come, the answers are they just fall out of people's mouths. They're like, wow, you're really good. I go, no, you're a genius who's been doing this the longest. And absolutely you had the answers. So that's what I do. I help with clarity.
Nice. Wonderful. Brett, tell us, how do you help your clients?
I love what the two other women said. I think I help my clients in a variety of ways, which I know I'll get dinged from the marketing police of like, choose your niche. My background's in recruiting. So the number one thing that I help people with, and I've been on executive search, in-house, startups, like you name it, every industry. I help people gain control of the job search, but I don't do it from a, let's just update your resume. Let's just make your LinkedIn look pretty. Here's how you interview. Of course, we're going to talk about that. But that's like, yeah, but that to me is the icing on the cake. The cake is you and getting very, very clear on what it is that you want and feel aligned with, what is going to make you happy, and blowing the lid off of, oh, but that doesn't exist, or I can't have that job. So I help people get clear on what it is that they want, number one. Number two, gain the confidence to command that and speak about themselves in a way that is compelling and basically has people saying, yes, let me open doors for you. And then all the tactical stuff, how to write a resume. Because I'm a believer in teach a man to fish, not give him a fish. So when I work with my clients, I'm not just like, well, here's your resume, it looks great, go forth. It's like, we're going to talk about why this is on your resume. So that if a year or two you want to update, you're not calling me and saying, hey, Brett, can you help me again? No, I'd rather you understand how LinkedIn works, because it's a very different platform than any other social media. Understand what recruiters look for, what hiring managers look for. So long story short, if you're looking for a new job, you're not just applying to thousands of jobs and thinking it's a numbers game. You're getting very strategic, but everything you're doing is coming from a place of knowing and confidence. And then I will just add on, like, I take a whole person approach. So you work with me, we're going to talk about who you are and what's going on outside of work hours too, because that's all going to affect what you're doing from 9 to 5 or 8 to 6 or whatever. And I mentioned I'm an astrologer. So if my clients are open to it, and many are, we bring in astrology. We look at life path, purpose, karma, you name it.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing what it is that you do and how you help your clients, because I think it's going to really help those who haven't booked their sessions to book their sessions. You've heard each of them speak. And what we want to do now, I understand that you brought something to this event that's a bonus for everyone here with the swag bag offers. Everybody's has something contributing. I don't know if you can see it. My hand is leaving, but there is a QR code up here for the swag bag offers. Everybody has brought something amazing to this session. So what we're going to do is clear us all off, and we're going to start with one by one, and having you just really quickly tell us about your swag bag offers that you brought here for us. So I'm going to take it first. Let's go to Cara first. We'll go to Teresa, and then Brett, you'll round us off again. So everybody else, we're just going to go off stage, and we'll give you a minute to talk about your offers. Okay. Where is...
Okay, I'll just start talking while everybody is evacuating. Okay, hi. So I brought a weekly review. What I have discovered with my clients, with my friends, with myself, is that it's really easy to get lost in the slosh in our own head. And if you are not taking the intentional time to reflect, review, realign the of life and handling that messy middle, it can get really overwhelming. So there's 4 parts. We do a clarity thing on how the last week went. We went to then we assess those, I was talking about it earlier, the BAMs for our energy. So how are you? Are you hydrating? Are you sleeping? And then we realign around how to schedule out overwhelm by taking care of ourselves and then working with others, because that is how I have found things to work. I'm not sure that this is the right spot to say it, but it came up in my brain, so I'm going to say it. And there's a phrase, work-life balance, that I really can't not touch. It's like a soapbox that leaps under my feet. Okay. You cannot have work-life balance. You can't balance that. That is like balancing grains of sand against an entire beach. Your life is the whole beach. Work, jobs, that's just some sand, right? But you can align it. And if you really want to be able to do that alignment, to be able to make the choices confidently, to try something, and then if it works, celebrate it. And if it doesn't, make a new choice, because our choices shape us, but they don't define us. Then get a weekly review. There's one right here. Go ahead and sign up. It comes with the workbook as well as a video to go along, so that you don't have to do it by yourself. Because as we've talked about many times already, it's simple. I think most things are real simple, but simple is not easy, but it's better with a buddy. So I'll be your buddy, and let's review your week and make choices so that you can get the impact that the world needs.
I guess I'm up next. So my swag bag contribution is a superpower playbook. And it's all packed full of ways to unleash your confidence, really tap into that confidence. It's empowering affirmations. There's some meditations, small, short meditations in there. There's some inspiring quotes. There's a way to plan out your week so that you have your own arrangement of some of these practices and activities that I've shared with you. So as I said before, I'm real big in repeating and creating a routine and bombarding ourselves and inputting the most positive, useful thoughts for ourselves. So I'm a real advocate of starting your day with a positive routine set of rituals, ending your day with a set of rituals or one in particular, and just filling up our day at different points in the day with different positive ways of thinking, because we're so distracted during the course of the day with negative thinking. Then it's up to us to bring in positive thinking for ourselves. So there's different easy practices in there to kind of kickstart your set of activities, rituals, practices, routines. Really easy to implement. Pick and choose, create your own daily and weekly set of routines with a little workbook page in there. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's impactful. I hope it's an easy win for you right off the bat to get started on your journey. Thank you so much.
Okay, I guess I'm up. Hi, everyone. I couldn't pick an actual physical thing, so your swag is more time with me. I'm offering complimentary 30-minute coaching sessions. You can come in with pretty much any question you have about work, relationships, manifesting, self-love. So 30 minutes with me, that's worth $250. I'm offering it complimentary for anyone who would like to book it. Just email me directly. You should have my email address, but in case you don't, it's Brett, BRETT, at brettchinn.com. 2 T's, 2 N's. Send me an email referencing the Love Your First conference and Love Yourself First conference, and I'll get you on the calendar as soon as possible.
All right. Are we back? I'm back. I'm here. That was fantastic. I want to thank them. We're running a little low on time, so I kind of just kicked them off stage, but they didn't even get to say goodbye, but they said something wonderful to leave you with. I want to just thank you so much. Again, I'm going to give you a round of applause for sharing your knowledge with us, sharing your information about what it means to love yourself first and your expertise. If you are watching this and you have not booked your coaching session, it's complimentary to book a coaching session with one of the 3 people that you've seen here on stage. So go and do that right now. You've already received an email. Just go into your email, click, select, share what's going on in your life, and you'll get 3 free 30-minute complimentary session. And they usually charge much more than free, obviously, because they do this for a living. I want to thank you so much for that. Kory, I want to thank you for being support here and being my co-host today. We've got another speaker that's supposed to be coming up here soon. It looks like we may be delayed just a little bit with her. So it's you and me. It's you and me, buddy.
Let's continue to have some fun.
Let's continue to have some fun. Let's make it happen.
One of the things I really liked about that session was the depth of knowledge of all three and how they had unique approaches that kind of interwove themselves at some point. There was a different voices singing in harmony. I'll say it like that.
Yes, absolutely.
That's all you got for me?
Yes, I am. Yeah, that's a standard answer when you might be a little distracted. Absolutely. I agree. Uh-huh. It sounds just like one of those things. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I heard you. What did I say? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you.
Great.
Great. That's another one.
I heard you. I hear you. I hear you.
I hear you. But yes, absolutely. I mean, they definitely really did complement each other as far as what they teach each other, what they teach others, and how they move through the world. How I think that it relates to us all being able to connect with ourselves. And you had some pretty hard-hitting questions too. I think you really were challenging, and I think they took it without any stride. They were just like, oh yeah, I might not have the answer, but I might have the answer, but here's from my point of view, here's my perspective. And I appreciate that they were willing to show up like that.
I do too. I think all these tools are the sorts of things that everybody should at least have some knowledge of, because that's the only way we're going to heal this broken society.
Absolutely.
It doesn't start from the top down. It goes from the bottom up, and it goes from each of us finding ways to love ourselves, right?
Absolutely.
Because without that, I mean, my mom used to say that you can't love anybody else, but if you don't love yourself, I'm like, yes, ma'am.
That's like what RuPaul says, that if you can't love yourself, now how the hell are you gonna love anybody else?
Exactly.
How the hell is anybody gonna love you? Something like that, RuPaul says. I don't know how he says it, but yeah, I used to watch Drag Race quite a bit.
And so if we don't find a way to deal with these things, then we're going to find ourselves continually missing opportunities, not connecting in good and healthy ways. Yesterday, you referred to a relationship that you had where people asked you, were telling you to get out of it. And like, you don't know me.
Yeah.
You don't know about our love.
You don't know about our love. You don't know about our love. Because I mean, they couldn't understand me, and I just didn't believe that they cared about my best interest. They didn't know how I felt about anything. And I thought, that's what it is. That's how I'm seeing the world, and nobody else could see anything better for me. I had to be on my own. And that's just a mistake. Well, that comes from being conditioned that way to understand more about, like, where you come from. It's like, well, you've always been on your own. You couldn't trust anything outside of you. You had to figure it out yourself. And so that was something that happened for me. I really had to just figure things out by myself. And that's such a big thing about this Love Yourself First conference, is there was so much shame in not knowing what the right answers were. And it seemed like everybody else did. But I'm like, I don't want to feel like I don't know anything. I don't feel like an idiot. I don't feel stupid. So I'm just going to cling on to the answer that I've discovered and forget everybody else out here. Sometimes that happened for me.
My granddaddy used to say a hard head makes a soft behind. Mm-hmm. So that means if you keep hitting your head against the wall enough times, or if you keep doing the wrong thing, you're going to deal with those consequences and repercussions. And I had to do that several times in some relationships that I look back on and think, if I had only loved myself, I wouldn't have been in those spots.
Yeah, I'd be curious about your story. I was going to jump in because we didn't get to hear too much from you. You have a podcast. You also are on Facebook, and you're streaming every single day for 5.5 years. I mean, that takes some time, intention, and effort to do so. And what got you started in this? What got you started doing that kind of stuff?
Well, once upon a time, there was a little boy named Kory. All right. Now, there's an idea that at some point the life that I had was not matching the ability that I had. And I have been searching and questing to be more of who I say I am, right? More who I want to be. I think it was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar who said this: potential has a shelf life. And there was he was talking about basketball players, but I took that to heart and said that it does indeed have a shelf life, because graveyards are filled with people with potential. I need to activate that. And so I started looking around, and sometimes in the wrong places, for finding ways that would help me become a more actualized me. So I started on this 90-day public speaking challenge, where I was challenged to go for 90 days every day on Facebook Live and talk off the top of my head. Well, I, being somewhat anal retentive, thought that I could script all 90 days. Bad idea. Didn't have anything. Mm-hmm. So I started and stopped. And then finally, one day, I came up with a reason to start. And it was to eulogize my former choir teacher in high school. And I eulogized him and talked about how his impact on me was far greater than the years we had together as teacher and pupil in high school. Well, that concluded day one, and then I worked through day 90, and someone asked, what are you going to do next? And I said, let's see if I can do day 100. Well, 100 happened, 500 happened, 750, 1,000. And now, as of last night, I was at 1,736 consecutive nights. And what it's taught me is this: there's a joy, and much like what Teresa said, it was like, you have a ritual. You have a ritual. This is a thing that I do. And the more you do something, the more it becomes you. And you can change yourself by changing the things that you do and doing them with consistency. So at one point I decided, well, I wanted to do a podcast. And so I started a podcast with my good friend whom I've never met. He happens to be a white man who grew up in a predominantly Black neighborhood in St. Louis. I happen to be Black and growing up in Iowa. And so our podcast talks about issues of race from these unique perspectives. We talk about race as though it's a fence, and I share my side, he shares his side. And the idea is that having a civil conversation about issues of race is the only way that we start to be able to look over that fence and perhaps someday tear down that fence of things that divide us.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there is something there. I mean, I'd like to go from a spiritual sense and say that we're all unique, we're all one, we're all unique and all one, right? That's wild. But we have differences that are racial differences, how we behave in the world, our beliefs and our experiences. And we're like, you're not like me and I'm not like you because of such and such. And race is the thing that you talk about. And we discover, well, as soon as we start sitting down and realizing that, sitting down and sharing stories, having conversations about our stuff, then we realize that it's not so different, you and me. We're not so different. We can understand each other. I have a similar experience as you have a similar experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of the funny things that we talked about is cruising. So when you're a teenager, sometimes you would get in your car and you would scoop the loop. I don't know whether people do that in Chicagoland or not, but there was a place where you would just kind of drive in laps and see if you could meet members of the opposite sex. And we do that in Iowa. And we got a whole lot of universal, a whole lot of universal recognition of, oh, I used to do that on the weekends. And these were from white folks who were in predominant, or black folks who were, white people in predominantly white areas. And then when I heard my partner JD talk about it, he was talking about how black people in St. Louis used to do the same thing. And all of a sudden we start to recognize, hey, guess what? These are some universal experiences. And if we can start to find those universal experiences, we have more of those things that are in common, as opposed to the things that divide us. Now, some of those things that divide us are big, and we still need to talk through them. That's the point of the Same Difference podcast.
Hey, fantastic. Yeah, so that's all I got for you. Fantastic. No, seriously. Yeah, we do want to bridge that gap, and there's so many ways and reasons why we could say that you're not like me, and this is not what I do. I'm different. I'm the other. We want to identify ourselves as the other. But as you said, the scoop-de-loops, I don't know anything about those.
You never cruised, got in your car and drove around in a neighborhood?
Not really. Not here in Chicago.
Where are you from? Are you from St. Louis?
No, I'm from Ohio. I'm originally from Ohio. So maybe I've driven my car around a few times. Yeah, I've driven my car around a few times because there's nothing else to do. But yeah, so that thing about separating ourselves is a painful place to be, I think. Once we start understanding that you're somehow like me. I mean, we have these differences. Look, I'm going to be different. I'm not as tall as you. I wear my hair differently. But when we go to the barbershop and we go to the same kind of places, we go to the barbershop and we sit in the chair. I don't know if this has been your experience, probably been, but that's a barber chair that you're always going to have. You can't go to any other barber in that shop. Have you had an experience like that?
Oh, so you're talking about being monogamous with your hairstylist.
Yeah, that thing.
Normally I do all my my own hair myself. Oh,
okay. Better is much better. You're going out of focus. Oh no. But the first time I'm transgendered, I'm female to male, and I've never been taken to a barbershop before. There's no reason. Yeah, there was no male figure or anything like that to take me to a barbershop. And so when I moved to Chicago, I got into a barbershop, I sat down in the chair, and I didn't like the haircut. I didn't like it, but I thought, well, I'm just going to come back in a couple of weeks and I'm going to tell them what I wanted. And then they weren't there the second time. So I was like, all right, fantastic. Somebody else cut my hair and they did a fantastic job. I loved all of it. It was dope. It was fantastic.
Right.
And so 2 weeks later, I went back to the same barber and both of those two people were there. Both of them were there. And I wanted to get my hair cut by the person I liked. And everybody in the barbershop wanted me to get my hair cut by the person who I didn't like. And so I was like, I didn't realize it. I didn't think about anything. I was just like, this is my choice. I can choose who I want. And I was like, I want the guy who cut my hair well. Everybody in the barbershop was just pissed. They were just mad. And I could never go back to that barbershop again. He cut my hair. It was fantastic. But everybody got in my face about it. And I just like, really? I don't understand. Yeah. I'm like, I don't understand what this is, but I don't want to be here. So I never went back to that shop. But
did you find another shop that did you well?
No, that's why I have dreads. Like that cut my hair. Like I tried different places and I was, when the pandemic hit, I started to cut my hair with something that I found on Amazon. It's like trying to cut my hair and stuff. But then after the pandemic,
you hold it in your hand and it's the three heads and it rotates like that.
Oh, not quite like that because it's too short. That's a little too short.
Oh, okay.
Cara says that she has a great guest for your show. The
I will
recovering white
get your.
pirate.
I will reach out to you on LinkedIn, Cara, and we'll get the specifics. Right now on our podcast, we're just telling stories. One of the cool things about this is that how JD and I met. I'm going to take a minute if you don't mind. It was that.
Yeah, I'm going to step off stage.
What was that? Oh, wow. There we go. I'm back. So I had just won a Moth Storytelling Grand Slam in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I posted it on my LinkedIn page. And this guy reaches out to me and says, "Hey, congratulations." And I'm looking at his profile. I have absolutely no idea who he is, and he knows this. So I say, "Hey, thanks," thinking that I had probably met him somewhere in passing. Doesn't happen. I haven't met him. And he thinks I'm somebody else. So we end up talking and finding out that there's another Kory May who lives in eastern Missouri, western Illinois, and does work there. And he thought I was him. Well, we talk and we find out this case of mistaken identity. And in doing so, I find out that JD is doing anti-racism work, and I'm fascinated by it. And we both simultaneously pitched to each other that we should do a podcast. Again, he grows up in a predominantly Black neighborhood in St. Louis. I grow up in a predominantly white community in Iowa. Let's talk. What we promised to do, though, is not script the show. There is no scripting of the show entirely. You as listeners are meeting us at the same time that we're meeting each other. What we may discuss 5 minutes before is what topic we're going to go on, and that's it. So our format starts out with one of us telling a story, the other one asking questions. At the bottom of the hour, the questioner becomes the storyteller, and vice versa. It's worked so far. We're on our 14th episode, and our flow has gotten better. The cool thing is you will be getting to know us in real time at the same time that we're knowing each other, that we are learning about each other. And as a result, these are real, raw, unedited, and unscripted conversations about race. And it's working. I absolutely love it. And I hope to continue to do that as we learn about each other and start to pull in issues of the day. Lee, I'm back in focus. I don't know how that happened.
Okay. Well, I wonder if you could buy some time.
You're
for
muted,
me.
Mike.
I wonder if you could buy
sure.
some time for me. Thank you.
Certainly. All right. Time buying. If you've been with us this morning, I would hope that you have taken advantage of the tremendous gifts from Teresa, Cara, and Brett. And if you haven't, I would urge you to do so. I hope these are the kinds of tools that will allow you to make the changes in your life that you want to see. This is all about loving yourself first. And as Lee and I talked about, it's the fundamental building block of everything that we do forward, right? Brett talked about how we are the people, our lives are the culmination of the choices that we've made. And Cara talked about that as well, that we're the ones who are generally at the scene of the crime. It might be all these other people who are there, but we're usually the ones who are responsible for it. And if we choose to make the necessary changes, then we can reap some particularly good benefits. I like that. Teresa brought up the idea that we all have superpowers, and because we have superpowers, we need to uncover them first. And her tool talks about how we would be able to do that thing. I'm excited about all of this. And that's the reason why I'm here today, being a co-host, so that I can help Coach Lee with the heavy lifting. If you missed last night, I would say get the replay, because there were some great things that we learned last night. And I can't begin to tell you how important those things were, from our conversation with Ariel, April, and Natalie about what it means to love yourself first. Diane brought in the concept of physical wellness and how important that is to our health, safety, and well-being. Remember, that ties in especially to what Cara talked about. Rule number 1, take care of your meat suit. Social wellness at work with Annika Allen, and how we need to foster positive relationships and a supportive professional network. And then emotional wellness with Nicole Miles. That was a great episode, or rather not an episode. That was a great segment that we had the opportunity to see last night. And all of those folks had gifts as well. So check out that swag bag QR code up here in the upper left-hand corner. And as you are able to use it, take advantage of these gifts. Okay. Lee, and
Kory, I appreciate
Lee is available to use that.
I appreciate you so much, Kory, for all of this and taking the time to have a conversation with me. I'll give you a break. Would you like a break? Would you like to step off stage for a minute?
I will do what you need to be done, my good sir.
Okay. Okay, so been trying to get our guest on stage, but it seems like they're having some difficulty with it. I sent you an email. Please see the email and click the link, and you should be able to get in. And then we'll get to hear your information, because it's really, really important, and very excited to talk about it. We talked about it yesterday, so we talked about it yesterday, the wellness piece, and we're hoping that we can hear more about you and the wellness that you want to share with others. So your journey and the physical health, this is what we're all looking forward to. So if you could find the email and get the link for day 2, I just sent you an email. You should be able to join us. With that said, I think that we may have to take a break, because Kory said all the things. He said all the things about the swag offers and everything. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break here, and then we'll see if we can get them on stage for 30 minutes. So with that said, let me see if I got some music to play. Music, I don't think it really, blah. But let me get, I can create something really quick. I want to thank you so much. We're going to stand by, okay? Oops. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Looks like our guest has made it. Fantastic. I'm very, very excited. I hope that you're just as excited as I am. All right. So I'm going to do the introduction really quick. Ariel was the founder of Ariel Hoffman Wellness, which is on a mission to change. What's on a mission to change the way people, especially women, view their bodies and treat themselves. Ariel aims to help people achieve all day energy and strong, capable bodies so that they can succeed and perform their best without self-sacrifice. Please welcome Ariel Hoffman.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm so glad that I
I'm
was
going to jump
able
off
to
stage.
connect. I'm Ariel, and I am a holistic health coach. And I, like Lee said, I really help people prioritize their health through a hybrid of nutrition and fitness and lifestyle behavior coaching. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about today and to help bring you all is a tool that you can use to start implementing into your life right away. Because diet culture and fitness culture, there's so much information out there that it's really confusing. And this is going to help you uh, pare that down and figure out what's really going to work for you. A lot of times, and maybe this sounds familiar, but a lot of times clients will come to me and be like, I've tried all the things. I've tried all the diets. I've done the keto. I've done paleo. I've been a vegan. And it worked for a little while and now it doesn't work anymore. So, part of my coaching and my program helps people uh, filter out that noise. That's the word I wanted to use. So you're filtering out that noise and coming back to yourself and really learning to listen to what your body needs, and then responding accordingly because we've suppressed these signals for so long that we don't know what to do anymore. But the beauty is your body does. Your body is made up of these perfect systems that were designed to help you move, to help you concentrate, to make you be productive, to do all the things you want to do in life. But because of our culture and because of hustle culture, we've learned to ignore our bodies. So, uh, one of the techniques I wanted to talk about today is something I call the 3-question rule. And this is going to help you figure out whether or not you're really hungry. And a lot of people will say, they're stress eating, mindless eating. Some gurus out there are saying snack a few times a day, and other gurus are saying you don't need snacks. So, what is it? So, this is going to help you decide what you need. So, the first thing is, and hopefully, when you're watching this, I would love for you to write down this little technique. So, again, it's called the 3-question rule. I actually have a PDF available, and I'll send all those links to Lee so that you guys have that and you can do this on your own as a worksheet if you're not able to do that now. But again, so the 3-question rule. This is about figuring out whether or not you're hungry. So this happens when you're thinking, I need to reach for a power bar, or I need sugar now, or I need caffeine now. So when you get to that moment, or I need a snack, right? When you get to that moment, I want you to ask yourself a few questions. The first one is, did I eat real food today? That's the first thing. And if the answer is yes, you're going to say, okay, well, do I need a snack now, or do I need another real meal? And you have to answer that for yourself. But it should also take you to the next question, which is, am I really hungry? Or am I just kind of stressed out? But so the 3 questions to ask yourself are, did I eat a real meal today? Uh, do I really need a snack or a real meal now? And am I really, truly hungry? I want you to practice that yourself and see what you come to. But if the answer is, say, no to the first question, well, that makes the second question really easy to answer. You need a real meal. Answer your hunger with food, real food, not a snack, not something from a package, real food, a meal. And don't think twice about it. You're hungry. You need this. And that, again, that makes the third question really easy to answer. I'm really hungry. All right. So the next bit of that, if that was, we went through the yeses. So, or the no's, combination of the two. If go through those questions again. Did I eat a real meal today? The answer is yes. Okay. All right. 2, do I need a real meal? Do I need a snack? Well, that depends on, am I really hungry? Now, that third question is, am I really hungry, or could I wait a little longer? All right. Answer that question. So if it's like, I'm really hungry, the answer is yes. Again, you're going to answer that with a meal, true food, protein, fat, fiber, um, vegetables. Uh, if the answer is, eh, kinda, kinda hungry, you that probably means you don't really need anything. Maybe go get a glass of water or um, some kombucha, something, or tea, something that you know will give you something to put in your mouth, but isn't necessarily food. Um, because that moment of I'm kinda hungry, that's where most people flip to the automatic grab of I need something now. Um, so I want you to sit with that for a minute and make sure you write those questions down. I'm going to give them to you again. The first question is, did I eat a real meal today? The second question is, do I need a real meal or do I need a snack? And the third question is, am I really hungry? Am I truly hungry? Is really it. Am I truly hungry? Okay. The great thing about this exercise is you can practice it over and over and over. There is no right or wrong. There is no one telling you whether you're right or wrong. It's you answering your own body and your own needs. And the more you practice this, the better you're going to get at knowing exactly what you're going to need. The benefit of this kind of exercise is you're going to automatically reduce your calories, reduce your food intake. Um, you're going to understand that you can actually use the energy you already have at surprising times. Uh, and then you're not depriving yourself. You're not restricting, right? Too much restricting equals torture. And that's a word that all of my clients have used when they come to me and they said they've tried all these things. They're like, this diets are torture. So this shouldn't be torture. I want to take that away. I've I've been through the gamut myself with restriction and torture and deprivation, and it doesn't work. It's not sustainable. So I don't want that for you anymore. Um, so so take that exercise. And Lee, if I could bring you back in, I would love to kind of hear your thoughts. If you've been listening, uh, it would be really fun to hear what you think about that exercise for you. And uh, if anyone's here and they want to comment and they've tried it, please let me know. And I will provide um, a few links for Lee so that he can bring those in. But I think the best thing for you guys right now is to send me an email um, with the subject. I'm just putting uh, the subject line. Uh, 3-question PDF, please. So basically, if you guys want to get that PDF from me, it's complimentary. This is normally something that my clients pay for in their coaching program with me. but I'm going to provide it for this audience complimentary. So email me at arielhoffman.com. And in the subject line, I want you to put the 3-question PDF, please. That's a magic word. Why not? So, with that being said, is there any questions that anybody has? Please, again, type them in the chat and I'll be happy to answer. But I think that's a really good exercise to start out with. The next exercise, and I'm going to leave you guys with this last one, is, and let me pull up this PDF. I'm going to send it to admin here so that that they have it. This is called the indulgences worksheet. And am I allowed to share my screen with, because I can pull it up. It's pulled up on my computer. So I would love to share this with everyone because this is a really great exercise. Where's the icon? Hang on, guys. Bear with me. I'm learning this platform. Okay. Admin says point on the icon pointing up. Where is that? Hang on, folks. Hang on. Okay. Anyway, this is, while they help me out, I'm just going to talk you through this. But again, this is a really great worksheet. So I do want you guys to see it. Okay. Okay. Nope, don't see it. Okay. So I put together a worksheet, and this is something, that my clients do. And again, this is something that you can do, you can revisit after you've gone through kind of the initial transformation. And I call it the finding your indulgences or managing your indulgences worksheet. And what this does is allows you to figure out what unhealthy things you want to really keep in your life versus the things you think you can really let go of and don't really need. I think you all know that sugar is bad for you. We've heard it, we know it, we still eat it. I eat it. It's unrealistic to say to you, cut out all sugar. Okay, you might be able to do that for 21 days or for 30 days or for a very short amount of time. But one, who wants to live without sugar for the rest of their lives? Okay, I know that you can get healthy without eating sugar. We all know that. And it's unrealistic. It's not what life's about. We want to enjoy good food experiences, and that involves some sugar and involves some things that you really enjoy, cake, a nice cake, whatever it is. Okay, mine is ice cream. My son is going to make a little appearance in a second. Anyway, so all right, buddy. Hi. Say hi to everybody. I'm presenting to some folks. Okay. Well, I can't. Can you be quiet for a few minutes because I'm talking? So what I want you guys to do is write down the things, you're going to have 3 columns on a piece of paper, okay? And you're going to write down on the first column all the unhealthy things that you eat, that you know you eat. Mine's ice cream, so it's always at the top of the list. Ice cream, chocolate, cake, all the obvious things. But then some of the non-obvious things, you know, alcohol, any alcoholic drinks that you enjoy, um, you know, fried foods, so fried chicken, chicken and waffles, uh, pancakes, French fries, pizza, pasta. Am I missing some of the basics here? Um, so that's the first thing I want you to do. I'm going to give you a minute to write that down because I'm going to find a link here that you all can actually download right now. I will have it pulled up in a moment. And so again, just write that down in one column. All right. Like I said, mine is ice cream. I drink wine. Here is the link to the worksheet, and you can use well, that's the link to the worksheet. So maybe admin here can pull that up for you. Okay. So the next thing I want you to do is we're going to play a little game. So now you're going to have another column. And at the top, you're going to say ones that I can live without forever. So this game entails you saying, okay, if I was to not ever have this thing ever again, could I live without it? So go down your list and I want you to check off the ones that you're going to live without forever. This is a game, okay? We're not truly doing this, but play this game with me. For me, it's pizza. I could live without pizza. I don't really need it. It's not one of my favorite things. Wine, nope. I'm keeping that in there. Chocolate, keeping that in there. Pasta, can't live without that either. Kind of get my drift, right? So you're going to check off the ones that you can live without forever. The next column is you're going to check off the items that you can live without most of the time. Like we're talking having every once in a while, maybe a few times a month. And you're going to check off those items. So for me, that's pizza. If I have that a couple times a month, I'm good. So go ahead and check off those items. The next column are the things you're going to check off, the things that you cannot live without. You're like, Ariel, there's no way I'm getting rid of this. No way. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it. And I've had clients say that to me when I'm like, okay, maybe you should try just not drinking wine for a week. And they're like, no, not going to happen. I'm like, okay, all right. This is how this exercise came about, was via clients who came to me and were like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm like, okay, fair enough, but let's work with that. So this is the thing that you can't live without. And you're like, no, I'm going to have this. All right. Okay. If that's wine for you, okay. I'm going to say, okay. If that's chocolate, okay. Now you kind of get the drift. So you have 4 columns by now. You've got the items list. You've got the items you can live without forever list column. You've got the once in a while column, and you've got the I'm not living without it column. That makes sense? Now you're going to tally up those items. You're going to, at the bottom, you're going to tally those items up. So say in the items that you can live without forever, these are the things that you're going to cut out cold turkey. So 0 times for the month. And you're going to try this for a month. 0 times for the month. What can you cut out cold turkey? Okay. So for me, we decided, what was it? Pizza. I think I used that twice. That's okay. I can live without pizza for a month very easily. What else? I can live without French fries. I can live without burgers. Uh, so that's my list. Okay. Then the next column, you're going to tally that up. And this is where you're going to set a monthly limit, 5 times or less. So you can have these items 5 times or less in a month. I think that's doable, right? So uh, maybe that's your uh, cookies. You're going to have your favorite Oreo cookies uh, 5 times in a month. I use that example because my son likes these Oreo cookies. And then in the last column, this is the list that you're going to set a weekly limit for. So you're going to have, and I use wine as an example because I like wine. You're going to have that 4 glasses of wine a week, between 4 to 6 glasses a week. That's pretty doable, right? Like, okay, if I have a social event that I have to attend that week, I can have a drink. Weekends, I could probably have, a couple glasses on Saturday and maybe 1 glass on Sunday. So you see kind of where I'm getting at, right? So now you have your lists. And I want you to practice this for the next 30 days. Like the whole object of this game is you're going to try it out and you're going to see it's an experiment and you're going to see if you can do it. And this worksheet alone, um, has just automatically changed the game for the clients I work with when it comes to changing their diet because it's so much less restrictive. And when they get to the moment of like, I know I shouldn't be eating that. It removes a layer of guilt also, right? We all have this guilt and shame attached to the foods we should and shouldn't eat. It takes that away. So all you're doing is making a choice. So simple. You're making a choice. And you can choose to indulge in the thing or not. It just becomes a little easier. So Lee, if you're available now, I would love to kind of bring you back on and hear your thoughts. But this is again, these 2 exercises are one of my most popular tools that I give my clients, and they're game changing. They're really game changing, and yeah.
Game-changing tools. I know. You had mentioned getting these 3 lists of things that I can live with, can't live without
Yeah.
with, and maybe want to moderate. Is that
Yes,
okay? And
exactly.
as you talked about pizza as being a thing that you can't live with or you can live without, I thought blasphemy. How dare you?
Yeah, my husband thinks the same thing.
How dare you? But I get it though. I mean, like I appreciate the fact that you talked about your journey through veganism and through the kind of diets that you had. I've been a raw vegan for a year and I've never felt better, but I also missed
Good.
out on something, and pizza was one of those things that I just missed out on, and I just had to find cheese was like the hardest thing to actually give up. And I tried all the cheeses. I said all the random cheeses. I tried the fake cheeses, and then I learned how they were made, and they're made out of potatoes and a bunch of starches and things like that. So um, I was thinking, just because it's vegan doesn't mean that it's absolutely healthy. There's a lot of different kinds of things in there. So maybe you could share a little bit
That's right.
about maybe what you discovered around that too, like
Around
around
the
like
vegan diet?
the vegan diet and the health of food and things like that, because um Yeah, I went to a vegan shop a couple days ago, had a not dog, and it didn't really agree with my stomach. So, I mean, I just want to maybe get some clarity about, because people automatically believe that this is food that's healthy for me just because it's labeled a certain way, but maybe things in moderation are better for us. That kind of thinking. I think that's where you were going with it too.
Exactly. So first of all, I'm so glad to hear that you've never felt better. I think that's amazing. So
Yeah.
kudos to you. I personally can't be on the vegan diet. It's too restrictive for me and my lifestyle and and my desires. And uh, so with the vegan diet specifically, you hit the nail on the head. People think that if they go vegan, they're automatically going to be healthy. But let me tell you that there are, and this is something that I work with my clients on when we first start working together and through my program, is there's underlying, wait, there's like a few underlying rules that apply to any diet you follow, anyone. That is quality. Quality of ingredients matters the most when you are choosing food. Like, hands down, that's one of the most important factors.
Hmm.
Whether you're vegan, whether you eat animal products, whether you don't, whether you do a blend of the two, it's the quality of your fruits, your veggies, your, you know, again, your proteins. You have to get as close to the source as possible. And that's hard. That's not easy.
Absolutely.
But there's a way to do it. And there's kind of, I give people kind of this checklist of like, okay, if I can't grow it myself and butcher it myself and do all that myself, what's the next best thing? Okay. I got to go to the farm. Okay. I can't do that. Um, okay. I can go to a farmer's market and I can talk to the farmers. I can actually have conversations with those vendors and ask them what their practices are and get
Hmm.
really good information. And that actually comes out of a book called The Omnivore's Dilemma. I don't know if you've ever read it, but it's
No.
one of the things that changed my life when I read it. It's just it's by a gentleman named Michael Pollan, and he's very well known. And he talks about, how you can go about having these conversations, and that most people are scared to have them or just don't think they're going to get the answer, but it's a practice that you can work into your food shopping that really goes a long way. It's simple, it's free, it doesn't take a lot of effort, but
Yeah.
a deciding factor of like whether or not to get vegetables from this guy or whether or not to get vegetables from this guy.
Yeah, and one of the things that I discovered on my food journey, and why it relates to this love yourself first, is that the higher quality of the ingredients that I ate, the less that I needed to eat. And I know many Americans,
There
maybe
you go.
like me, were just like, well, I could eat a whole pizza all by myself. Well, it's full of crap, really. If you ate something that would really sustain you, like some flaxseed or some um what is that? Chia seed pudding. I love that stuff. Chia
Yeah,
seed pudding, it fills you up and you will feel good after it. You will feel good after it. So, there's a balance between the taste and the nutrition that you get. And if you can just focus whatever is the most important to you, hopefully your nutrition is, hopefully the functionality that you have, but not forsake the taste of things, you can have a nice balance as you suggested.
agreed. Yeah. And again, that also helps take away one of the reasons why diets fail for most people is because of the guilt and the shame and the restriction around it. And if
Hmm.
you can remove those things, again, it just becomes about making choices, about healthy choices. And, there's the 80-20 rule, right? Like 80% of the time you're going to be really adherent and 20% of the time you're going to have fun, and you can apply that to your week, right? 80% of your week, you're going to adhere to these boundaries. And then 20% of your week, you're going to not worry about it. And, again, your body is amazing. And your body is made up of these perfect systems. So like 1 or 2 days of, falling off your wagon, which I don't use that term anymore, is not enough to derail you when you're consistent the rest of the time. And so that's one of the things that I really help people do, is kind of make that switch and switch over into this making choice mindset versus deprivation mindset, restriction mindset. And
Yes.
that's really important.
I think about this 80-20 rule is really, really powerful and important. And it's something that I must put into my adhere to, because what I would do is do 100%, 100%. So I go all out, like I said, raw vegan. I did all out raw vegan. I just ate a bunch of leafy greens and nothing else for the most part, nothing else that was processed or anything like that. And I said, I never felt better. But then I got bored. I got tired of it. And so then I went back to eating all junk food, just binging and binging. It started with ice cream, frozen custard.
Oh,
It started with
mhm.
that because you like it. It's so easy to. And I told myself, well, I'm in Chicago, so I had to walk 2 miles to get it. But I was like, that's fine. That's fine as long as I'm doing some exercise. But then I would just sometimes I'd get on the bus and I would go out there and I would miss out on the exercise. And I was like, well, I don't want to even go out there. Let me buy something from the grocery store. And then the next thing
Yeah.
I know, it's all in my place. How can you encourage someone who's a fan of junk food to embrace the idea of loving your body? It's a question for you that comes out of it. How can you encourage someone who's a fan of junk food to embrace the idea of loving your body?
Listen,
Thanks for the likes
you
over
got
there on TikTok.
you first of all, you gotta meet yourself where you are, wherever that is, in any given moment. We all love junk food.
Mhm.
Um, and I think this speaks to what I was talking about yesterday, which is you have to be grateful for your body where it is now. And so one of the things that I teach people is you got to thank it before you change it. Think about that for a second. You got to think it before you change it. And this comes out of, a lot of questions or a lot of feedback that clients will come to me and say, I want to get rid of this on my arm and I want to get rid of this on my belly. And they pinpoint all the areas that they want to change. We're all vain. We have vanities attached, and that's okay. But you before you change that part of your abdominal area, think about what it does for you. I'm like, what does it do for you? Helps you move, helps you get up in bed, helps you um, reach for a kid that's about to run away from you, helps you bend down, helps you, I mean, your abs, your core keeps you upright. It's amazing. Tell that to yourself. Have gratitude for it. These muscles that can move you in these ways. And then you can start to begin to say, okay, well, what do I need to do to feel better? It's all about
Mm.
feeling. It's like, I want to feel better. And let's talk about exercise for a moment, because I do that as well. You can follow a program. I've done it. I've led programs where it's like, do this for 90 days and you can get snatched. And, I've worked with many celebrities to help them get ready for red carpets. And that takes a lot of work. It's very intense. I'm not going to lie. It's intense.
Mhm.
Can you keep up that intensity for a long time? No. Again, we're
Right.
talking about sustainability here. And so
Absolutely.
it's it does come from gratitude for this body that you have, this vessel that you have. And not only that, your body will thank you if you give it what it needs. Our bodies are meant to move. They're not meant to be sitting around all day. You
Right.
know that. We all know that. You
Absolutely.
can't exercise a bad diet away. Okay, so we've touched upon that piece. But you you need to move your body consistently every day. And that's
Absolutely.
thanking your body. That's loving your body. Moving it is what it wants to do, and that's loving it. And if you can move and you have the power to, to move, do whatever it takes to do it. I'm telling you, and I've
Absolutely.
been injured. I've not been able to walk and I've not been able to do those things. And there's not like I'll have these moments where I'm like walking, just walking, and I'm like, my hips are amazing. look what I can do. And I'm so
Mhm.
fortunate to have this.
Absolutely. It's really important to be able to move. So I want to thank you so much for coming on and sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us. I understand you have something to offer the audience. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I want to offer your audience a complimentary deep dive session. I normally charge about 550 for this kind of session. All they have to do is email me. So again, if you put up my that email, they can email me and just say love yourself first, and I'll get send them all the info they need to uh, get that session from me. I want to offer that to your audience, and we go really deep. This is like a 2-hour session where I handhold and walk through these types of exercises to really kickstart their journey into improved health. The other thing that I have going on is I have a wellness retreat coming up in May 1st through 5th. This is only for the female audience. It's for female bosses specifically. So if you're a female and you run your business, this is a woman-oriented retreat.
Mhm.
Um, and right now it's $400 off only until tomorrow at midnight. And
All right.
all people have to do to get that deal is email me with love yourself first, and they will get that deal. And again, I can send them all the information. Obviously, people want to know what this is about. We probably don't have time to get into all that, but the idea is that it's going to be a transformational experience. Again, it's getting a weekend in where they're going to really work on themselves, and I want people to get that offer. So
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ariel. That sounds like something that's
thank you.
fantastic. Too bad I cannot attend, but that's fine. I mean,
One
I
day
understand
we'll
we all
do
need our
one that
spaces. We all need our
yes, we'll
spaces for specific things and needs. So you focus
exactly.
on women's wellness anyway, right?
I do. And it's
Yes.
really, my program is called Eat and Exercise for Women. I work with all genders, I work with everybody, but my niche is women. And it's eating and exercising for women for our biology, uh, which is really important to know. So there's multiple layers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Round of applause for you. Thank you so much for showing up and
Thank
sharing your
you.
wonderful information. You can catch the replay with her. Take care, Ariel. Ariel.
Thank
All right. We are going to take a break. We're going to take a break. It's 30 minutes. It's time for our coaching sessions. If you have not signed up for a coaching session, then what are you doing? What are you doing? Why haven't you signed up for a coaching session? We had 3 great coaches out here who are sharing their knowledge with you, and it's part of your ticket price to be here at the coaching session. So, what are you doing? Where are you? Get on the stage. Get on, not on the stage, but get in the room. Have the connection. What for you out here who haven't purchased a ticket price, I'm sorry, you haven't purchased a ticket, but we don't want to just leave you behind. We're going to do a 30-minute meditation while everyone else goes into the space. So we're going to leave you with this really great meditation that I found is very relaxing. It's very everything. And then after that, I will be speaking. So after 30 minutes, I will be speaking. I'll be speaking. So at 11:30 Central Standard Time, come back here. I'll be talking about boundaries, and you're not going to want to miss that. We're going to have after me, Carol Boston's going to do her coaching session, which is going to be a hot seat coaching session with one lucky winner who is going to have this transformational experience in front of all of us. You're not going to miss that. So I'll see you in a little bit, everybody. How refreshing! How refreshing was that? That was very, very, very relaxing. Um, I feel a lot more energized myself. Let me fix myself. Change my video settings here. I've got to change my virtual background so that you can see me, so you can see where I am and what I'm doing. All right, so I'm pretty close to the camera. My name's Coach Lee. Welcome back to the Love Yourself First conference. We're just working through it. We're working through it. It's like, is that how we say, like, we're working through it, but we're doing big things over here. That's what I mean to say. And it's me. I'm up, and I want to talk about boundaries in loving yourself first. I've got my whiteboard here, and I think I might be a little too close. You might see my head just a little too much. No, that's good. That's good. That's good. Welcome back to Love Yourself First conference. I'm here. I'm going to talk about the meaning of boundaries. And then after this, we're going to get into the hot seat coaching with Carol Boston, who's actually going to coach somebody on stage live and in person. So here we go. Again, you see me all over. I mean, you see me. This is the conference of connection and community. And loving yourself first really means to do that, to be connected with other people. And if you don't believe me, then I'm going to have to tell you right now. I've got my cup of markers here so that I can share with you what boundaries really mean and how to connect with other people, how boundaries keep you connected. Because one thing about boundaries is that we believe that, boundaries are limitations on what other people do, what they believe, how they can treat us, and things like that. Those aren't it. That's not it. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk about boundaries that connect. So this should be right side. I'm taking a look. Yes, it is. Boundaries. Because things are tricky. That connect. Boundaries that connect. So this is the key. If you want to connect with other people, you have to set your own boundaries. You have to set boundaries with you. That's right. Boundaries are for you and not necessarily for other people and how other people are going to behave. We're going to go over today these 3 things: your needs, negotiables, and your nevers. I think this is pretty self-explanatory when we talk about boundaries. Needs, negotiables, and nevers. Needs are these things that I need in my life. These are needs. I need it in my life. I have to have it in my life. Negotiables are these things that I don't necessarily have to have. I could take or I could leave. And then the nevers are these things that I don't want at all. Now, being kind of vague when I say things. This can apply to anything that we have in life. But if we're talking about boundaries here, if we want to connect with people, we have to say something more specific about their needs, negotiables, and nevers. But anybody know what that is? Anybody have any idea what that is? If you have boundaries, I'd be curious to know what boundaries mean to you. Maybe you don't have any boundaries. That's okay. That's okay too. That's why you're here, I suppose. Needs, negotiables, and nevers. So let me tell you a quick story about these needs, negotiables, and nevers, and how easily you can exchange them or change them to be something that they shouldn't be. So I had this idea that I was a full adult and that I understood what my needs were. I understood that I have my own desires, my own wills, and I know what they are. And I can easily tell somebody, especially a romantic partner, I can easily tell somebody, you, doesn't matter. I can tell anybody what my needs are. My needs. So I had a partner and we were newly dating each other, and they wanted to come over sooner than I wanted to. Like after work, I wanted some buffer time in between the time I spent with them and the time I got to be able to stay home from work. Like, I wanted some downtime after work, and they wanted to show up right after I go for work. And I was like, I need some time to decompress. And I think I said that very, very clear. I need some time to decompress. And they were like, why? Why do you need time to decompress? What are you doing? And I'm like, nothing. I just want to relax, give me an hour after I get home so I can just chill, take off my work clothes and change into something more comfortable and such and such and such. I want to be able to have some space, right? So that's what I said. I want to be able to have some space. And they were like, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. And so the next day they came over to see me right after I got off from work. As I was approaching home, they were right there. They just popped right over. And I'm like, what didn't I just tell you that I need? Didn't I just tell you that I need some time to myself? What had happened was my need quickly became a negotiable. It quickly became a negotiable because I was like, I need some time by myself. And to that, they responded, well, I just really wanted to see you. I just think you're awesome. I just wanted to come over, And my need quickly turned into a negotiable. It quickly turned to a negotiable. It wasn't absolutely necessary for me to be home by myself for that hour. They really, really, really wanted to see me. And I thought, well, since you really, really wanted to see me, that must mean I must be very valuable, must be really important. I must be really special. So why would I deprive you of that? That need became a negotiable. It's like, well, I guess, how important and special am I? It's tricky because we like to put our needs into negotiables. And also we could say, look, nevers can be negotiable too. Nevers. I never want to have an experience, or I never want to have an experience like that. I never want to be cheated on. I'm using these examples because they're easily able to be related to in romantic relationships. But I definitely talk about platonic relationships. I'm really focused on platonic relationships with your friends and your family and so forth. But here we go. I never want to be cheated on, and what you do, you take them back. I never want to be treated like this. I never want to be the butt of a joke. I never want to be disrespected. And you just think, oh, it's not a big deal. And it becomes negotiable, and you lose your sense of self and you lose your boundaries. You lose your sense of self. We like to push everything up into these negotiables. Here, I want to help you not do that, because you become disconnected from yourself. You become disconnected from you when you start doing stuff like this. When everything is negotiable, you have no more sense of self. And we're talking about love yourself first here today. No more sense of self. No more sense of self. We want you to regain that sense of who you are by making firm boundaries. Got it? Got it? So these are stories. These are things that happen to all of us. And if you're out there in TikTok land, send me a few likes. I appreciate that. Send me a few likes. If you're following me, we're live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, or LinkedIn. We're live on LinkedIn. So follow us on these platforms. Okay, so what we want to say is that these needs, I'm going to help you get to the place where you understand more about where you're not focusing on what other people want, because what happens here when you get into these negotiables, you really start focusing on what other people want. So like others' needs. Others' needs. You put the others, okay, this doesn't look too good. You put other people's needs over yours. There, how about this? Others' needs, wants, let's say wants, because they don't really need the stuff from you. They just want to do what they're going to do. And you just like, well, you negotiate. Everything's negotiable. So your needs, wants, and desires um, aren't prioritized. So when you find yourself negotiating with people or putting your needs in negotiables, let me say, just move this to here. You're focusing on what others needs or what others want. We have to be careful not to do that. To be careful not to do that. So let me define to you what our needs are. Because I didn't define any of this stuff to you. I'm hoping that you can relate to these situations or relate to the situation that I mentioned and reflect on it and know that maybe you've done this before. Maybe you've been there and you're like, I need something to happen this way, or I need this from you. And then you focused on what they wanted or what they needed. And you were like, now it's a negotiable. Now I can negotiate the thing that I really want from you. I don't really care as long as you're happy and you focus on that. And I want to caution you against doing that. Same with the nevers. You have something that you never wanted to experience before, and all of a sudden they sweet talk you or say something, or you start thinking about how they might feel or what they want, then here you go. You're in the nevers or negotiables. You're in negotiables. And so you want to pay attention to this. You want to pay attention to being in a space where things are negotiable for you. The way to get around this is to talk about you and be firm about what you want. When we're talking about boundaries, you want to be firm about what you want. Your needs, these are actions. These are actions and behaviors that you want, that are desired. Your nevers are actions and behaviors that are not desired. All right, so these are actions and behaviors that are desired. You think about this and think about the things that you want other people to do. Specific actions and behaviors that are desired. These are your needs. You have to see other people do this. You have to watch them and make sure that they're able to do these things that you're looking for. This is the key to making connections. And if you don't know what this is, you're going to be in trouble. You're not going to be able to connect with anybody because you're going to try and get them to give you something that you don't know how to describe to them. You're going to try to get them to do something for you, or you're looking for something that you don't know what it is. You need to know what your actions and behaviors that you're looking for from other people. Actions and behaviors that are not desired are your nevers. When you experience something in life that you do not like, that you do not want to experience ever again, you throw that right into the nevers category. Toss it right there into the nevers category. I never want to have this experience with you again. I never want to go on a 10-mile hike when you told me it was just 1 mile and I'm all dressed up and I'm wearing something that's just not flattering for hiking. And then we get lost and I'm frustrated. I never want to have this. I never want you to lie to me and trick me. I never want you to do things that are going to hurt me. You have to get these, to understand needs, negotiables, and nevers. And then, you know what, I'm not even talking about negotiables, but you have to know that when you have your needs and your nevers, you have to know that you have life experiences. You have to go through life experiences to have this experience, to know what you don't want. You have to do that. This is how we create our boundaries with others. You have to go through life and understand what you do want. And in order to understand what it is that you do want and how to connect with other people, or you do want, is to have that experience and you reflect on that experience. So this is how you create boundaries. You have an experience. You reflect on your experience. You have an experience, whatever it is, good, bad, ugly. You reflect on this experience and then you categorize. Categorize. Now, what I mean categorize is that you toss it into one of these needs, negotiables, and nevers. You toss it into one of these categories, your needs, negotiables, and nevers. Usually I say don't worry about the negotiables because everybody wants to try and make things negotiable. You're like, I don't know if I should, maybe I could do it again. It's not, the way we do this, we hurt our boundaries. We hurt our sense of self because we don't connect on that level. We don't connect with ourselves on that level to say that, well, this is a terrible experience. So like you go on a hike and you get lost, a 10-mile hike, you get lost, you reflect on it, it's terrible. It's a terrible experience. I never want to do it again. Uh-oh. Okay. I never want to do it again. I never want to have this experience again. So you reflect on it. You put it in the nevers category. You reflect on it. I need to have this experience again, whatever it is. I had somebody who bought me a dozen roses or something like that. You had somebody really take care of you who really reached out to you when you were sick. I always want the experience to happen. I really need this to continue to happen for me. So I want to be around people who do this kind of thing, who look out for me. You got to be able to understand what your actions and behaviors, what those actions and behaviors are that are desired from other people. Because if you don't, this is what happens. This is what happens. And I've done this for a very long time. And maybe you can relate to this experience too. Maybe you can relate to this experience where you go out there into the world. You go out there into the world and you are looking for connection and community. This is what I've done for many years. This conference is Love Yourself First. And we're out there looking for connection and community without loving ourselves first. And the reason why we have to love ourselves first is that we go out there and we say, I want friends. I want friends. I want community. I want people. And you go out and you search for them. You look in this place, you look in that place. You try and find those people that are supposed to be of your nature. They're supposed to have the same kind of vibe as you. You're looking for those people, but what you do is you just have no idea what they look like or what they do, how they show up. And you go out there and you say, I need friends. I need friends. And people will come by and they'll bring you their brand of friendship. This is where you have life experiences where they bring their brand of friendship. They might make fun of you. They might tease you. They might be super people pleasers. They might be really kind to you. Whatever it is that they do, they bring their experience. They bring that with you and you have an experience with them. And each person that you have, you reflect on that experience that you have with them. And you toss it into needs, negotiables, and nevers. But you're out there and people are coming by and they're like, oh, here's my brand of friendship. And you're like, I don't want this. I don't want this either. And people will just bring you their brand of friendship. And what happens is that you don't know what it is that you're actually looking for until you have tons of experiences and you reflect on those experiences. You have to understand that if you don't figure out what you're looking for, people won't be able to bring you that brand of connection and community that you're looking for. They're not going to bring you the connection, the love, and support that you want because you can't tell them how to do it. In the same manner, people bring you their brand of friendship. You might say, I need respect. I need respect. And people will come and they'll bring you their brand of respect. They bring you their brand of respect. These are specific actions and behaviors that people do. They're actions and behaviors that people do. They'll bring you that brand of respect. And it doesn't feel good to you. It doesn't feel good to you. You don't know what to do. And you're like, man, everybody out here is just so disrespectful. what I would ask you, if you're running into people who are completely disrespectful to you, you feel like you're being disrespected, then what are you noticing? What are these actions and behaviors that are desired that you're not seeing? What actions and behaviors that you're seeing that are not desired? Things that you do not want to see. What are those? What are those? That's the key. This is the ultimate key in creating boundaries. So this is just the part one. This is where we start off in understanding what we like and what we don't like. The next piece is to be able to communicate that clearly to another person. So we've got our needs, actions and behaviors that are desired. And then we also have our nevers, actions and behaviors that are not desired. These things that we don't want. Ferksy, what's going on? Good to see you. So actions and behaviors that we don't want. But we don't know how to tell people what it is that we do want. We don't know how to use the words. We didn't know how to use the words. And that's the key. That's another key piece. And I'm going to move into that in just a minute. If you have any questions or comments or thoughts about this, I'll go over just really quick for the recap. Is that we all have, if you want boundaries that connect, you have to stop being a pushover. You have to stop being somebody who only has a bunch of negotiables. Like they don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. You want to make sure that you understand what you stand for. Like this old saying, if you don't stand for anything, you'll fall for everything. But what it is that you stand for, if you don't want to be a person who doesn't make waves, you want to be a person who respects everybody and treats everybody well, you're not going to be able to do this. And you're not going to be able to do that if you don't stand for something, if you don't have these strong boundaries, actions and behaviors that are desired from others, actions and behaviors that are not desired. And one thing I quickly forgot to mention is that these actions and behaviors are also things that you would like to do in relationships and connections with other people. Like the things that you strongly desire to do are what you don't want to be made fun of for, you don't want to be shamed for. These are things that you want to do in relationships with other people. So what are some of those things that you like to do? Do you like to collect Pokemon cards? Do you like to collect stamps? Do you like to collect World War II memorabilia? Do you like to just sit and meditate or go for long walks? What are some of those things that you like to do for fun or that are fun and exciting to you? If those are some of the things that you like to do, and you can't be around people who are going to shame you for having those actions. You need to be in the space where those actions and behaviors that you want to do are desired, are fun, that you desire to do are okay, that it's fine, right? It's fine. You want to make sure that you're in spaces with people who do that. So creating those strong boundaries is about the experience that you have with another person. And when you reflect on that experience, and you can categorize that experience into your needs, negotiables, and nevers. Your needs, negotiables, and nevers. You can categorize that pretty easily. So that's a quick recap with that. I'm going to talk about the other piece of this. Normally I don't share. I share enough. But for the Love Yourself First conference, I wanted to share something that was really important to me, and these are the boundaries. So we talked about the needs, negotiables, and nevers, and those places, those pieces of information that you need to know about yourself, specific actions and behaviors that you need from others, you need to see in others, specific actions and behaviors that you never want to see in others. You never want to have them experience. You never want to have that experience with them. And then there are the actions and behaviors that you wish to do in the presence of other people that need to be accepted. So those are your needs. And then there's actions and behaviors that you never want in front of other people, and that needs to be accepted. Basically you're not to be shamed for your experiences. So the problem that we have with these boundaries, and if you're watching me on TikTok, please tap the screen, let me know that you're here, send me some comments. I'd love to answer your questions. But we have to know our boundaries first. So we talked about just a minute ago the needs, negotiables, and nevers, but we know our boundaries. which is your needs, negotiables, and nevers. Know our boundaries. And then we just say our boundaries. You need to know our boundaries. You need to say our boundaries. You need to keep them. We need to know our boundaries. So that means knowing what it is that you want from other people. What is it that you want from other people? I want you to think about this. The next time you go and you try to meet new people, or you try to hang out with somebody new, you're trying to make friends, you're trying to connect with others. What do you need? Do you know? Do you know what is it you need? The next time you try to the next time you try to connect with somebody, think about what it is that you need. If you don't know, then you need to go back to your drawing board, or back to meditation, back to sitting down and reflecting on your experiences, or go back or go do something all by yourself. Like if you don't know what you want from other people, if you don't know what feels good and fun and exciting and interesting to you to share with other people, then you need to go back to the drawing board. You need to go back to understand yourself a lot more. That's the key. That's one of the keys. So knowing yourself, know your boundaries, your needs, negotiables, and your nevers. And you need to be able to say your boundaries. You have to be able to say what you know. You have to be able to say it in words that make sense to other people, though. Because what we do, again, is we go out there and we say, hey, I need you to treat me with respect. And they're like, I am treating you with respect. Here is my version of respect. And you're like, no, not that respect, my version of respect. And then they'll say, what is your version of respect? And then you'll say, I don't know how to tell it. You just do it. You just do it. I know it, but you just do it. You see how messy that could potentially get? Because they don't know what to do. When you say your boundaries, you give actionable steps. You give actionable steps. You give actionable steps for the boundaries that you say. So my version of respect is something around, let's say you dislike when people are late, and you've made that very clear to people, like, hey, look, I don't like when you're late. I like to be on time. I like things to be running smoothly. 5 minutes ahead of time is on time for me. This is how I operate, and I just want you to respect that, right? And you tell this to your friend, and you said that to him many times. Look, 5 minutes is early or is on time to me. So when I ask you to show up for something, please don't be late. And they show up, I don't know, 10 minutes late. They show up 10 minutes late. Not a big deal, is it? If you had no boundaries, or if you had a sense of if you wanted to put that into negotiables, it'd be like, not a big deal, but it's a need that you have. We discovered that up here. You know your boundaries. I know that being on time is really important, and I share that with everybody. And it's a sign of respect to be on time. That's what you're sharing with your friend, and they know that. And you're like to your friend, look, you're disrespecting me. This is disrespectful. This is disrespectful. And they're like, what, dude? It's just 10 minutes late. But I know my boundaries. I said 5 minutes early is early. So at the very least, you could have shown up on time. It's like, well, it's not a big deal. I don't know what you're upset about. This is where you say, I want you to show me respect. This is where you start asking for the respect, and you give them the actionable steps. You give them the actionable steps. You can show up right on time or 5 minutes early. That would be respectful to me. That would be respectful to me. You could show up early or in 5 minutes on time, or 5 minutes, um, or 5 minutes earlier. You can show me respect that way. You've clearly told them. Now, this is just an example of something that can feel benign, but it's very important to one of the people in there. Jamila, what's going on? Good to see you. It can be very benign to one person, but you are setting a boundary. Remember, I erased them before, but I'll put it right back up here again for your needs, negotiables, and nevers. You have your needs, negotiables, and your nevers. A lot of us try really hard to put things into the negotiables category. We can negotiate having our time boundaries taken away. We can negotiate we can negotiate somebody talking about us a certain way or laughing at us. But when we really don't want to have that experience with them, we never want to have that experience, but we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do. We don't know how to say it to them. We don't have to say, look, this is what I need from you. This is where I help out with saying your boundaries. And it gets even worse when we talk about how to keep these boundaries. Because so many times I've talked about this at the top of this talk, where people are like, look, I have boundaries. I never want to be treated this way. I want you to make sure that you show up on time for me. And if you don't, I'm going to do such and such. And the person comes by late and nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing changes. Maybe they'll yell at them and say, you're late. And they'll be like, yeah, okay. Yeah, sometimes that's how I do. And then I'm so angry that you're late, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to hold you accountable. I'm just going to be mad and yell at you and hope that it changes. And that's the dynamic in some linear relationships. We don't know how to keep these boundaries. Just yelling at them isn't something that's going to change it. Actually having a conversation and making actionable steps. So there's also, when you keep your boundaries, there's actionable steps for you, not the other people. So these are your actionable steps. So I will say actionable steps. More actionable steps. So this is where it gets a bit murky, right? This is where it gets really unclear about how to set our boundaries. The boundaries are connecting. These are connecting. What we've been told, and I'll clear it up in a minute about how they're connecting. But what we've been told is that if we say what it is that we really want from other people, people will leave us. People will abandon us. People will hurt us if we talk about what we really want. If we really have a need and we express it to somebody, they're going to tell us we can't have it. And so instead of holding on to this need and believing that there's somebody else out there who will provide that need for us, who will want to help us have our needs met, we just throw it into the negotiables category. It's not that important. I don't really need this. It's okay. Then we have an experience with people that we never, ever want to have. I don't want to be with this person. I don't want to be with a person who treats me poorly. I want to be with a person who yells at me or who makes fun of me, or friends who talk about me behind my back. I don't want to be with those kind of people. But we think, well, I can never find anybody else who really cares about me like they do. I mean, we go back and forth, but they're my friends. I've known them for years. I've known them for decades. And so we negotiate those behaviors and we put it right in this negotiables category. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, but it is. It is a big deal. Every time that we push this stuff into the negotiables category, our nevers and our needs in the negotiables category, we lose a bit more of ourselves and we become disconnected from ourselves. When we become disconnected from ourselves, we can't connect with anybody else. There's nothing for us. There's nothing for them to grasp onto. There's nothing for them to grasp onto. If this makes sense for you, if this makes sense to you, let me know. Let me know if this makes sense to you. Let me know. There's nothing for them to grasp onto. So when we ruffle some feathers, if we know what it is that we want and we say what it is that we want, we say it. There's actionable steps to getting my needs met. There are actionable steps. It absolutely makes sense. Fantastic. We say what our needs are, and then we keep those boundaries. So if they step over or violate your boundaries, if they do not meet your needs, if they crush your nevers, or you keep experiencing these things you never want to experience with them, they don't meet these needs. You're always here. They always do things that upset you or you get frustrated with. Then you got to be able to keep your boundaries. You got to be able to keep your boundaries and say, these are the actionable steps that you will take. So look, friend, if you keep making fun of me, you keep talking about me behind my back, I keep hearing about this stuff, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's like that. It really is like that. And you don't talk to him. You got to keep that. You got to keep that boundary, though. You don't talk to him anymore. But it's hard, because once we get to the stage and we're experiencing so much of these nevers, we don't get our needs met. We're just like, well, who else or how else? I don't know what else to do. I don't know how else to find new people. I don't know how else to connect with anybody. They were friends with me for so many years. I don't know what to do. And so what we do is we forget about this boundary that we want to keep, and we reach out to them again. We forget how it feels to have our nevers always present. They're just always hurting us, always making fun of us. We forget how it feels to feel like we don't have our needs met. We forget that, and so we don't keep that boundary. I want you to know that there's some people out there that really care about you, that understand you, that appreciate you, that want to accept you, that are more than happy to know your boundaries, to hear you say that to them, and to help you keep the boundaries. They're there for you. They're going to do these things for you. You just haven't met them yet. That's one of the key things, is that you just haven't met them yet, because society really doesn't tell us to go looking for those people. They tell us these goofy things that blood is thicker than water and you have to stay with your family and stuff like that, even though they constantly crush you. They do these things that hurt you all the time. These needs that you have, they never meet them. They invite you over for holidays. They invite you over for the holiday, and they just talk about how terrible your life is, or how you're not doing the things that they want you to do. And we have these ideas that you have to stay with these people. You don't abandon your friends. You don't abandon people who've been there for you for a long time. I want to tell you, yes, you do. But it's not quite like abandoning them. It's keeping your sense of self and your boundaries, keeping your boundaries. If they do not meet your needs, and you're constantly in this space where you're never getting your needs, you're experiencing these things that you don't want to experience, you have to get rid of these people. And I say get rid of these people. I'm famous for this chop. Just chop everybody off. The reason why we want to do this, so I'm talking about the reason I got room for this. I don't have to erase anything. The reason why we want to do this is to understand more about like how this connection works. All right. So I love the stick figures. This is you and this is other people. Oh man. Terrible with these stick figures, but I love them. They're so much fun. All right, so this is you, and this is you who has no sense of self. You're here and you're frustrated because people like this person who's connected to you, they're connected to you. They're like this, they're connected to you because they're always making fun of you. They're always doing things that don't feel good to you, and you stay with them. You stay with them. And this could be a family member, because our families are notorious for doing things like this. They hurt you and they say that you're part of family, and so we want you to be here and blah blah blah. But here you are, you're frustrated, and people have told you, don't let go. Don't let go. Hold on. Hold on to this. Don't let go. And you're constantly in the state of frustration and you're angry because you're not getting your needs met. You can't even relax. Every time you enter a space with these people, every time you interact with them on the phone, text messages, you feel that intensity. You feel this intensity. And people are saying, don't let go, don't let go, don't let go. But every time you talk to them, you're hitting this. You're in your nevers. Every time. Every time, because it brings up this unresolved issues and things that you've had, conversations where you felt disrespected, hurt, you felt unseen, unloved. It brings it all right back, and they say, don't let go, but you're holding on to this. You're holding on to this stuff. You have no idea what this is. You don't know what that is you need from other people. You don't know. The reason why I say chop, chop, let go, cut it, just cut it right there. Just get rid of it. Let go is because you may want a relationship with this person, but you have to become your own. You have to become your own self first. You have to know what this is, know your boundaries, be able to say them very clearly, and keep these boundaries with these people. You cannot be in a space with people who are constantly activating you in this way. You'll never figure out what it is you need. You'll never figure it out. You'll never know. You'll never be able to say, and you'll never be able to keep your boundaries. All you're going to do is say, yell at them and say, you're not treating me the way I want to be treated. You're not treating me right. You need some clarity. You need some clarity. Step out of the space. You need some clarity to be by yourself. You need some clarity to understand more about you. That's the key. Clarity to understand more about who you are and what it is that you want. So you can know that, you can say that to them clearly, and you can keep these boundaries with your family members. So it no longer becomes, come over for the holidays. We love you so much. And when you come over for the holidays, they criticize you and your partner. They criticize the job that you have. They criticize everything that you're doing in your life, your generation, or this or that. They make fun of you. And you feel like, man, I just can't be in this space. So what you would do, instead of doing that, instead of being like, I'm not going to let go, I'm going to be in that space, you don't. You don't. This is where you start to know your boundaries. What about that space don't you like? This is where you start answering your questions, answering those questions. And then you have to be able to form it into words. Instead of saying something like, look, you guys always make fun of me. This is why I don't come home. You don't respect my wife. You don't respect my life. You don't respect anything about me. Instead of saying things like that, you know that being in that space upsets you. You have to say something else. You have to say something else. You set these boundaries by saying something else. Instead of saying, you always do, you always do. What you really need to say is something like, every time I come over, I feel, every time I come over, I feel very, I would say disrespected. Yeah, disrespected is a good word. I feel very disrespected. What are the actions that happen in that disrespect? Every time I come over, I feel disrespected because you talk about my partner as if she's not a good fit for me, and I feel hurt by that. And the actionable step is, don't talk about my partner that way. You have to be able to say those words. They know now exactly what it is that you can expect from them, or they can expect to meet your boundaries, to meet your needs. And you say it to them. If they cannot, because you gave them actionable steps, you cannot. It's like, well, I don't know what it means to treat her with respect. No, They do, because you opened your mouth and you told them. You figured it out. You told them exactly what it is. They know, and you know that they know. So if they can't keep these boundaries, then you just be like, I'm out. I'm out. I'm gone. You keep those boundaries. They can't do the thing for you, then you keep your boundaries. You keep that space from them. Comment on TikTok said, it's like a lens into my everyday. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I mean, that is real though. A lot of people are having this experience. What was it? Thank you for the clarity on these concepts. I like the idea of having an action plan if someone crosses our boundaries. Thank you, Teresa. Yes, definitely. It is really, really important to be able to have actionable steps. So this is the key. So I'm going to recap this because we're running out of time here. I'm going to recap this whole thing. I do recommend that you cut people off just for temporary, however you need to, but you need to get to know these things about yourself. You need negotiables and nevers. You need to take space away from people that are always activating you, and you're feeling frustrated with these people. You're never going to know what it is that you need. See, never going to know what it is that you need. There we go. But if you want to connect with people, here's the thing. Here's what we're going to do. You have to spend time alone. So this is it. Spend time alone. Oh no, alone. Yes. You have to spend time alone. You have to spend time alone. This is like step one. You have to spend time alone. Nobody likes to spend time alone because we don't know what we're supposed to be doing there. What are you supposed to be doing? I'm going to give you some things. Go out. Have fun. Find things. Find joy. Whenever it is that you like to do for fun, if you don't know what that is, go do something. Go do something and figure out how you feel about that experience. Go spend time by yourself. Go do the joy. You're going to find here your needs. We're human. We're born in joy or something like that. We need joy. We need excitement. We gravitate to that stuff. You need this in your life. Need this. Need. Fluffy Ninja, what's going on? You need this in your life. So these are going to be, you're going to spend time alone, find joy, and these are going to be your needs. We talked about needs, negotiables, nevers. You're going to want to do things that bring you joy. It's just absolutely a part of our chemistry, our existence as humans. We're drawn to those things that bring us joy. You need to know what they are. And then after you do this, you need to be able to explain or say the need. You need to be able to explain or say the need. What is it that you need? You have to be able to explain that to somebody else. And the reason why this is so powerful, I should pause. Yeah, I'll pause here. The reason why it's so powerful with your needs, negotiables, and nevers, but explain the need. It's like, imagine you're out there and you're saying, I'm hungry and I want food. I want cake. Particularly, I want cake. Bake me a cake. Somebody bring me a cake. And people are going to go, you're going to go and you're going to find different versions of cake. And you're going to get strawberry shortcake. You're going to get chocolate cake. You're going to get vanilla cake. And then boom, you're going to get the banana cream pie cake or something like that. You're going to get something fancy. Let's just say that's a strawberry shortcake. Say a strawberry shortcake. You taste it and boom, it lights you up. Your eyes glow and you're like, oh my God, I need this. I need this in my life. The strawberry shortcake is the thing that you need in your life. It feels so good to you that you must have it. And people won't know what that is. Like, it may be unique to you and your experience. We're going to say your need is an experience that you've had. It's unique to you and your experience. So you go out there and you say, people, I want to have this thing, a strawberry shortcake. And people are like, I don't know what that is. But you seem like such a cool person. You don't know what strawberry shortcake is? I need to have this in my life. And then they're not able to be friends with you or be able to connect with you because they can't meet that need for you. It would be so much more powerful if you had a recipe and you could explain what it is to this person. What do I need from you? Here's a recipe. You've never heard of a strawberry shortcake, but you're a really cool person. Then look, here it is. I have a recipe and this is what you do. This is how you make one. That's how you make one. Are you willing to do this? And you hand them the recipe. There's no confusion about what the boundary is or about what your needs are. There's no confusion about that. You can clearly share that with them, and they can clearly read it, and you all can understand what the expectations are. That's what you get when you understand your needs. This is when you're able to explain them to other people. You're able to explain them to other people. So it's really important that you have these boundaries that connect. And the same way it is for your needs, it's the same as for those that you don't, like nevers. You nevers. Spend time alone, find joy. Spend time, I like to say spend time alone, spend time with others. Spend time with others and find nevers. Spend time alone and find nevers. Look, some people are just going to rub you the wrong way, and you're going to find it so much easier when you're dealing with people. I never want to have this experience when I'm dealing with people. I never want to have this experience because I've been made fun of. I never want to have this experience because I've been lied to. It's somebody else who's done something else. It's really easy to find with other people. So I never want to have this experience with other people. Never. So you're gonna go out there, spend time with others, and find what you don't want. And when people do these things to you or around you or for you or whatever it is, and you have not a positive feeling about it, and you throw that into the nevers category, then you don't be with those people. Then you realize you don't want to be with those people who do those kind of things. So after you do all this stuff, you're going to find your sense of self. You're going to find more bigger sense of self. Sense of self. And with the sense of self, you're able to connect with other people. You're able to connect with other people because you can explain what it is that you need for them. You can explain what you don't need from them. Your needs and negotiables, never. So when you get to your sense of self, don't worry about this idea that people aren't going to like you because you are saying no to something or you say yes to yourself. Don't worry about that because it's what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, you're going to betray yourself and you're going to feel alone and disconnected. You're going to feel alone. So if that was helpful to you, I want to invite you to follow me on social media, Patterns of Possibility at patternsofpossibility.com. And I'm on Patterns of Possibility on all social media out there, TikTok, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook. Right now, we're doing the Love Yourself First conference. And I want you to join us. Well, you're joining us, watching us online, but we're also streaming on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. So about this time, I would say that I have an offer for you all, but I don't have an offer for you. I have an offer for you to join the conference. And I'm on TikTok all the time, and I share lots of great insight and advice. I'd also invite you to join my coaching program. And coaching is 12 weeks of learning more about yourself and how to create more meaningful connections with other people. We definitely talk about boundaries. We go through the language of boundaries. You're going to clearly understand by the end of this coaching program, you're going to clearly understand what it is that you're looking for from other people. You're going to understand that not everybody needs to know you deeply. Not everybody can fathom and understand you deeply. You're not going to waste time with people who don't deserve your time and attention. You're just not going to do that anymore because you're going to have such a bigger sense of self. So with that, you can find me at Patterns of Possibility on all social media. And if you're watching on YouTube or LinkedIn or something like that, there's a QR code up here. You can just scan that. Let me change this or you can join the Love Yourself First conference, or you can actually check out the swag bag offers from the rest of the speakers who were here today. If you missed any of that cool stuff, we do swag bag offers right up here for you. Go ahead and scan it. Come check out the conference. Come check out those offers from the conference. And with that said, I'm going to end my speech. Thank you. Round of applause for me. Thank you. Thank you so much. We've got something amazing that's going to happen for you here in just a second. Look at me. I'm like so close to y'all. How close? So close. So close. Well, I'm just going to have to be really close. I have to be in your face for just a minute. We're going to invite, we have a special hot seat coaching session here. If you've ever heard of, if you've never had any coaching and you're not sure about what it looks like, you you may not want to invest in coaching because you've never seen it before or anything like that. If you're just unsure about it, then I hope that this next session will really help you understand more about what coaching really does for others. So this is going to be a hot seat coaching session with Carol Boston, who is an award-winning coach, and she's going to coach Sandy Hansen, who has won our coaching raffle for the. So then you're going to be able to witness how the coaching process works and see what it is for yourself. I don't know if Carol is ready, but I'd love to see if she's ready before I start introducing. And okay. So Carol Boston loves helping women know their value. They own their power and advocate for themselves. She wants them to rise up to become the lioness leaders that they are created to be by multiplying their income and their profits. She was chosen as one of the top 10 female business coaches to help you scale in 2021 by Yahoo Finance and was on the holiday cover of the 2021 Life Coaching Today magazine. She is an ex-colleague and professional tennis player who has then what? She's an ex-colleague and professional. See, I don't even know that word. So fancy. Carol's so fancy. A professional tennis player who then had a highly successful 26-year career as a sales expert for a Fortune 100 company before owning her own business as a keynote speaker and leadership empowerment and sales coach. Fantastic. She was an award-winning speaker, an international best-selling author, and she is known as the Queen of Reframe. She has been hired multiple times to speak and teach at American Express, as well as Nova Southeastern University, Ryder Logistics and Trucking, and Kaiser University, just to name a few of those prestigious places that she's spoken at. Without further ado, I want to invite Carol Boston to the stage. Dun, 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 dun. Yay! Applause. Thank you so much. So I'm actually also going to invite our next guest, who you were going to be coaching, Sandy Henson, to the stage. So we'll just pop her on the stage, and I'm going to disappear and let you two start.
Hey, Sandy.
Hello, Carol. How are you today?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm really good today. I'm very nervous about being on camera. As I told you, visibility for me on camera is so challenging, and I don't know why. I'm such a social person. I love being around people, but when you put me on a camera, it's like I just shut up.
Well, I know you filled out some questions, so I know a little bit of some things you want to work on today, but tell the rest of our audience right now, what's not working for you right now?
What's not working for me right now? That's a really good question. What's not working for me is I love to start new things. I love to get into programs. I love to connect with people. And it seems like I launch out of the gate, just like a bull in a rodeo. And then all of a sudden, I start to back off from doing it. And, not being able to complete what I start. And then always feeling like I'm late, always feeling like I'm behind. And I'm not 100% sure why. I don't know what's happened to me in my past that tells me, that I'm not worthy, that I'm not good enough, that nobody wants to listen to me. And I really want to get out there. I have a passion and a desire to help other women and to become a speaker. I love coaching.
I do wonderful with my coaching when I'm on the phone or on a one-to-one Zoom. But when I get out there in public, like I am right now, I get really nervous and I don't know why. And I want to be able to complete what I start, and not feel bad about, not beat myself up every day that I'm behind schedule.
First thing I want you to write down is, I have all the time in the world. I have all the time in the world. See,
I
people
like
think
that because I always feel like I don't have time.
yeah, but remember, it's a mindset challenge. You and I, we're not billionaires like Bill Gates, but we have the same amount of time that he does. The question is, how do we manage ourselves within that amount of time? How do we manage ourselves within that amount of time? Tell us what kind of coaching that you do.
I'm a mind shift coach, believe it or not.
And no,
Yeah.
I do believe that, because the very thing oftentimes that we help other people with are the things that we are unable to do for ourselves. That's why everybody gets to have a coach, right? Think about it.
Very
Right?
true. Very true.
At
Because
one
I do
point,
believe in the power of the mind. I know that we're
yes.
always just this close to this is what's also stopping us, and I believe in the positive thoughts, positive reinforcement, and all of that. And I'm good at doing my affirmations, but then sometimes I'm like, am I just empty speaking to myself?
So if I were to ask you, do you more often keep your word to yourself, or do you keep your word to other people?
Words to myself.
Do you?
Yeah.
Think about what you told me a few minutes ago. When you're not completing things, are you keeping your word?
Not to myself.
Exactly.
I'm not keeping my commitments or my promises.
Yes.
But I do to other people. If I schedule an appointment with somebody, I make sure I'm on time, if not a little bit early. My day job is being an account manager. I work in production. So I know that I have to keep and maintain schedules and, do things that we call work backs, that when we get a new project, we start from the end and work back to the beginning so that way we can go forward. And that's how I coach my clients, is that, where do they want to be, so that we know where they want to go, where is this journey going to take them, and that way we can step back from it. But to do that for myself, sometimes it's like
Okay.
there's
Okay.
this
I'm going to jump in.
disconnect.
I'm going to jump in. We all create stories, right? I want you to write this down. I want everybody in the audience, write this down. This is so important. When you say, I struggle, right? I struggle. Write this down. Struggle is optional. Struggle is a habit. I struggle because I'm addicted to my story. So you get to ask yourself, what story have I created that's keeping me in the struggle? Because oftentimes people will stay in something that's familiar, even if it's uncomfortable. So you are obviously uncomfortable with where you are in your coaching practice, right? You're uncomfortable with getting on screen. But here's the thing. No human being, that includes you and me, does anything repetitively without getting a payoff. And you told me that you repeatedly start and stop, don't complete, don't keep my word to myself. So you get to ask yourself, what's the payoff? Because the thing is, payoffs are not always positive. People think the word payoff, ooh, it's like money. No, not always. Sometimes it's just keeping you in the familiar.
Make sense? That makes a lot of sense.
So I want you
That
to
if
think
I
about part of your
advance
homework.
myself, yeah. Sorry about
Part of
that.
your
Yeah.
part of your homework is going to be, You're going to start keeping a tally. I don't care if you put this piece of paper on your refrigerator, your mirror, wherever that you can see it. The first step to change is what? Awareness. You know that. It's about being aware. So you get to start being aware of how many times you don't keep your word to yourself. I don't care if it's, I'm not going to eat that piece of chocolate cake and you eat it. Doesn't matter. There's no judgment. Here's the thing. What's coming up for you is a ton of self-judgment. But yet you're putting it on other people. Well, what if they don't like me? What if they don't believe I'm good enough? What if I'm not? What if they say things about me? What if I fail? Those are all things that you're creating to do what? Keep you in this safe space that is incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
What if you could create a safe space in the uncomfortable and begin to see the success that you're looking for? So oftentimes people don't understand this. This is going to be a reframe for you. I want you to write this down.
Okay.
Every time, because we create as we speak, and you're telling yourself a lot of negative stories. I've done it. We've all done it. You're not alone. If you're watching this on chat, put in Yana, Y-A-N-A. You are not alone, right? We've all done it. And so we create them. And so how is that keeping you safe? And what is it you're looking to be safe from? So a powerful piece of this whole thing, write this down. Other people's judgments and opinions of you are none of your business. They're not about you. They're about them. And I think maybe you heard on the podcast last week when I was interviewing Coach Lee, and I asked him this, and you probably already know the answer, so we won't have you shout it out. But you're holding a cup of coffee. This is a great teaching point. I hope you remember this. You're holding a cup of coffee, and somebody comes by and jostles your arm, and coffee falls out of your cup. The question is, why did coffee fall out of your cup? Most people say what? They hit me. They jostled my arm. No, coffee fell out of the cup because coffee was in the cup. If there had been tea in the cup, tea would have fallen out. If there had been water in the cup, water would have fallen out. So what comes out of you, what comes out of other people is what's already in them. So their judgment really isn't about you. It's about them. So one of the key pieces of work I would do with you is getting underneath the self-judgment, right? This is like the perfect conference for you to be at, right?
Yes, definitely.
Right? About self-love. Look what he's doing, right? It's about self-love. And we all get to understand that we all have gifts. And your gift gets to be in service to other people. As leaders, I raise up women leaders, whether they own their own business, they're in corporate America. But as leaders, we get to be in service to others. And when we aren't, we're doing them and ourselves a disservice. So what one action step could you take that you've never taken before? And if you were to take it today, would change everything?
That's an excellent question that I've never done before.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, the one action step I did take was to come here today.
Did you celebrate? Did you celebrate?
Yes,
Right?
yes, I did. Yes,
Good.
I did. I really did. I was really pleased that I didn't, when I got your email, that I didn't say, oh, yay. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I actually went, oh, yay. I'm going to do this. I can do this.
Exactly.
But I would say the one action step that I will take for myself is to not beat myself up.
Okay, stop.
Um,
Stop.
I think I'm in the wrong
Wait.
direction with this, aren't I?
Wait, no, I'm just going to give you feedback, right?
Oh, please do.
The subconscious does not hear the word not.
True. Very true.
So you just said, I'm going to beat myself up. We really get to be aware. And I hope you're listening to my languaging. Not once have I used the word need or must or have to. I speak in power of you get to, because there's power in choice. And so often clients come to me and they think they don't have any choice in their business. This is the way it is, or they don't have a choice in that relationship, right? But we all get to operate from choice, because only when we own that we're choosing can we choose something differently, which is exactly what my question is working to get you to do.
I see the direction you're going, that I need to watch my words. I need
You
to
just said
listen.
need. No, you don't. You don't need to. You get to. You get to.
I get to watch my words.
Yes.
I get to play with the fact that I can listen to the way I'm saying things and how that's making me feel, and be able to shift that, pivot that into a different direction, to have that awareness of what I'm saying to myself, and almost go deep and say, why? Why is that?
No, we don't want to ask
Not
why.
even that. Never ask myself.
Why is disempowering? So
Is it
I know
really?
I know we're coaching, but I'm going to give a little teaching moment as well.
Please do.
You know that online I'm known as the Queen of Reframe, and I teach and train on empowering questions, how to get the answers that you really want. If you have to write this down, write it down.
Yes.
An empowering question never, ever, ever starts with the word why, ever. Why brings in defensiveness, which brings in the ego, which brings in emotions. And when emotions go up, intelligence goes down. It's true for every human being. As a matter of fact, I've had some ladies that I've coached in the past that are asking me to create a class for parents in speaking with their kids. And she goes, I keep telling my husband, Carol, stop asking the kids why. And she goes, but my kids ask me why all the time. I said, of course they do. They don't know how to articulate the question to get the answer that they really want. And why doesn't get you the answer that you want? So if you heard how I crafted that, I said, what one thing, because empowering questions are specific. I said that you haven't done, that if you were to do it today, because they're time bound, and then you get to fill in the result. And I filled in a result that we were looking for to get you into action, to step forward. So write that question down. What one thing that you haven't done that if you were to do it today, I hope everybody's writing this down. These are powerful questions. Would, and then put in the result that you want. Would it be would make me get on camera with ease and grace, would help me feel more at ease in public and speaking in front of people, whatever the result is. And then you set the intention, Sandy, and you say this out loud to God and the universe 6 times a day during the day. Because here's the thing, and I don't think we spoke about this on the podcast, but my next book is going to be called You Can't Read the Label When You're Inside the Jar. And we're all in the, right?
I love that.
And we're all in a jar. So what these empowering questions do is they bring in new answers into your jar. Your job is not to ask this question to sit around, oh God, I got to figure this out, because the answer is not inside your jar. It's going to bring you a new awareness. What it will do for you, and I'm going to give you maybe 3, 4, 5, or 6 of these before we get off today. Okay. It creates what I call Oprah aha moments. I bet you've had a time in your life and you went, oh my God, I never thought about that before. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what these questions, that's one of the things these questions are going to do for you. They're going to bring new awarenesses into you about your behavior. So I'm going to be giving you questions that are about you. Do we get to ask these kind of questions of other people? Yes. But today, this is about you, and it's about your personal leadership. Right?
Thank you. Yes.
So anytime we don't keep our word to ourselves, we erode self-trust. We erode self-trust, and it's insidious, right? Because if I told you, Sandy, 5 times in a row, I'm going to do blank, and I come back a 6th time and I tell you again, I'm going to do it, and I haven't done it the first 5 times, what are you going to do? Yeah, right, Carol, right?
You lose credibility.
Yes, and you're losing credibility with you up here in the subconscious. It's creating a cycle of lack of trust that has become familiar, and so you keep doing it what? Repetitively, because the payoff is what? At least I don't have to get out in public. At least I don't have to hear somebody say something about me. At least I don't have to. No. Here's the thing, and I'm not going to take credit for this. T.D. Jakes. I don't know if you know who he is. T.D. Jakes has a huge worldwide ministry. He's amazing.
Mhm.
And I heard him say one day, he was being interviewed by another pastor, and he says, I don't want to be the best. If I'm trying to be the best at what I do, then I'm using you as my standard. I want you to think about these are powerful words. But when I am authentically me, which is what Coach Lee is preaching, I become irreplaceable. I become irreplaceable. Here's another question for you. Where in my life, on a daily basis, am I not being authentically me? Because here's the thing, you weren't created to fit in. Everybody's trying to fit in. You weren't created to fit in. You were created to stand out. And when we stand out and show up authentically, guess what happens? Other people get uncomfortable. And that's okay. They get to deal with their feelings. We get to get Sandy comfortable being in service to others with ease and grace on stage. So what if you got on stage and you were successful? In your eyes, whatever success means in your eyes, you were successful.
What if I got on stage and I was successful?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would feel so much better about myself. I'd be able to look at myself in the mirror and say, I did that. I can do that. And bust away those fears.
So nervousness, guess what? Nervousness and excitement release the exact same dopamines in the body. Exactly the same. So you get to reframe, I'm so nervous, I'm going on stage, to I am so excited. And that's where the power of the work that you already do with your clients, the mindset work, comes in. I tell you, someone who's been on more stages than me, her name is Mel Robbins.
I love Mel.
Mel will tell you there are still times that she goes on stage nervous as hell, and that's exactly what she does. Oh, okay, I am so excited. She might still be sweating. Her hands might still be shaking, right? But you get to create from there. You get to create from there. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense because that's letting my brain know I am excited. I'm thrilled. I get to see these people because I used to do these fundraiser events and I'd get out there and be the hostess of it. And I was never thinking about me. And I firmly believe that may be what is happening a lot of times is I'm thinking it's about me when it's not. It's about how I'm serving people and how I'm, how I'm bringing my gift out to them so they can bring that gift out of themselves. And
Yes.
just from what you were talking about, I see that now. I feel that now, is that it's not about me. It's about what I can bring to the world. Wow. I just
Yeah.
feel like I'm standing up straighter now.
Good. That's
Thank you for that, Carol.
right.
Because
The
it
power,
is, it
the
is.
power of
It's that,
coaching.
yeah,
The,
the
the
power of
power of
coaching, the
coaching.
power of mindset, and just reframing those words.
Yes. So let me ask you this. What letter is in the middle of the word anxiety, and it's also in the middle of the word anxious?
X? No, where? E. I.
When we're anxious or we're feeling anxiety, it's because we're focused on us, on me. It's all about I. I might fail. I might do this. I might fall off stage, whatever it is. When you're in service to others, you get to make it about them.
So true.
So part of my overarching umbrella is that leadership is sales. I want you to hear this. Leadership is sales, and sales is leadership. In every conversation you have, and I'm going to tell you, including the conversations you're having with yourself, you are either getting enrolled in someone else's vision or you're enrolling them into yours. And you have been enrolling yourself into the vision that you're not good enough, that people are going to judge you, that you're an imposter. You've enrolled yourself in that story. Right?
Right.
So let's look at reframing. How can that serve you in a quick way and reframe that? So I teach 3 ways to reframe sales because you're in sales.
Yeah.
You're in sales. I'm in sales. I love sales. So let's reframe that. When you get nervous, sales, we talked about one of them already. Let's write it down. Sales is service. This is exactly what you did when you got on that stage for fundraisers. You were in service and you did what? You took the focus off of anxiety and anxiousness, and the focus became being in service. You were putting somebody else's needs first. It's exactly what you do in your coaching. As leaders, and you may know this, but as leaders, your influence is only as great as your ability to put others' needs first. The second way I want you to look at sales to help you get in front of the camera faster and easier and on stage is that sales is the transference of inspiration. Sales is the transference of inspiration. I guarantee you, I don't even know you, and I know you have gone to a movie or you have gone to a dinner and gotten so excited, and you came back and told 10 of your friends, and 8 of them went and had dinner. You just made 8 sales. You just made 8 sales because you were what? Inspired. So you get to ask yourself another question. Who do I get to be today? Listen to my languaging. Who do I get to be today to show up in service and inspire? You can either use the word others or my clients, whichever one you want to put there, and then put to, and then put in the result you want. Empowering questions start with who, what, how, and sometimes where. Remember, never why. And if we have time at the end, I can tell you a super powerful story about that. And it really will hit home as to how why is not going to get you the answer that you want. And the third way we reframe sales, and I teach my clients a 7-step process, it's called the art of influence. The art of influence. 7-step process that allows people to make sales. And one of the sales that you're trying to make is selling yourself about getting on stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not sold yet. And that's okay. That's the beauty of coaching. I want you to once again, pat yourself on the back that you showed up today. Serious. Yeah,
Yes.
we get to celebrate even the littlest things. Right.
Right.
So when you're asking yourself these questions, who do I get to be in service to today? And then put in so that I inspire and put whatever result it is. Now, the power of these questions for you, Sandy, is they don't just apply to business. You could ask that same question about a relationship. So it's really important before you ask the questions that you set your intention. My intention is to ask this question about whatever it is, my business, my speaking, my clients, my sales, my husband, my wife, whatever, my health, whatever it is. Set the intention first. Put it out loud to God in the universe about 6 times a day, different ink, and then go right back to what you're doing. Remember, the answer is not in your jar. If it was in your jar, you would already be doing it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Right.
something new. What you're doing, you're telling God in the universe, I'm open to hearing, seeing, saying, or doing something I've never thought of before.
That's beautiful, Carol.
Never thought of before. So I want you to look also at yourself. And obviously in my normal coaching, it's not this, tight. I'm trying to give you a ton of value here in a very short period of time. So if there's something you want to dig deeper on, please let me know. I want to
I
make sure
most
that
definitely will.
Go ahead.
Oh, I said I most definitely will. Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
this time. It's just been
It's not over yet.
awakening.
It's not
Yeah.
over yet. You don't get to run away yet. So I want to let's look at, we all get to do this on a daily basis, and most people don't do it. Is who am I being as a leader? Who am I being as a leader? I'm all about personal leadership because how we do anything is how we do everything. People don't like to believe that. I used to not like to believe that. I'd say, oh, no, over here in this area of my life, man, I'm on it. Until I got honest, and got open, and I said, oh, I kind of do that over there too. Had a client who hired me, she was in politics. Been married for about 13 years, not going well. She hired me for politics for her business, and we got to work. And 3 months into our 6-month agreement, I get a text one night. I still have it. Carol, just wanted to let you know and say thank you for saving my marriage. Because how we lead ourselves in our business is going to begin to reflect in how we lead ourselves personally. When we learn how to craft our languaging different in our business, we will learn how to craft. And that was a big piece for her, was communication in her relationship. How is Sandy communicating with Sandy?
Not so good sometimes.
Yes. So my encouragement is not to go, oh, you idiot, or yeah, you beat yourself up again. No. Say, thank you that I caught it. Thank you that I'm aware. Now I get to, and then you make a different choice. Because here's the thing. Faith and fear are very, very similar. They both, I want you to think about this, faith and fear are very similar. They both cause you to believe in something you can't see, and they both cause you to believe in something that hadn't happened yet. So your fear is your faith just turned in the wrong direction. And when you begin to get aware, you'll get aware faster and earlier.
That's powerful.
And be able to step out in your faith as opposed to showing up in your fear. Doesn't mean we never feel fear. Everybody does. It's natural. It's human. Right? But we don't have to take actions based on our fear. Right?
That's a powerful tool. That's a very powerful tool to change my fear to faith, and to become more aware of what I'm saying to myself, the language I'm using to myself, to stop beating up myself. I did that this morning, and afterwards I was like, where did that come from?
Mm.
And just really pay attention to that. And thank you for that. That's,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Because I mean,
I want to give you
I always think if I ever talked to anybody the way I talk to myself, they would not be my friends. They would not be my clients. They wouldn't be my coworkers. I think we beat ourselves up unnecessarily. And I do it so much subconsciously that I don't always stop myself from saying it. Oh, that was stupid. What were you thinking? So becoming more aware of that, and then pausing and identifying that's very powerful. Thank you for that. The
You're quite
reframe
welcome.
is so important.
Mm-hmm.
So important. And the
So,
fear. Yeah, turning
yeah,
fear to faith. Oh my God, that's a golden nugget. That is an absolute golden nugget.
I always say our fear is to our faith as weights are to our muscles. You can't build muscle without, you got to lift heavier weights, right? There's got to be pressure put on the muscle to get it to grow. And so fear, if we choose and we allow it, can help our faith to grow.
Amazing. It gives me the
So,
courage to go out live on
yes,
Facebook. That's one of
yes.
the things that I'll do a video and post that, because I know I can record it and re-record it, but to put myself out there live, and even if it's just for 30 seconds, for a minute, just take those little baby steps. I think
And
that's what
celebrate them.
my action steps I could take is just, to go out there, go into my Facebook group, or, go into one of my other groups, because I am training to be a speaker right now. So, I go into that speaker group and actually record that video they've been, asking us to do. I'm going to take care of that today. I'm going to do that today, Carol. Thank you.
So procrastination is most often rooted in perfectionism. Listen to what you just said. I can re-record it and re-record it. According to who? According to what? What is perfection, right? Let me tell you, I knew nothing about Facebook or going live before COVID hit. I was building my business completely offline. I'm the shake your hand, give you a hug girl, because I was 26 years in corporate sales. I was all about being with the people, right? Had no idea what I was doing. So I remember my virtual assistant at the end of 2020 says, Carol, people get to know more about you. She used the word need, but I used the word get. People get to know more about you than you're all about business. So I said, okay, I'm going to have a craft cocktail show. I started Carol's Craft Cocktail Show, Wednesdays at 5:30. Off we go. So the third week, I did it every week. And January was the first year I did it. January was champagne month. So and I was teaching business and life lessons with these cocktails. So the third week I went live. There I am going live, Sandy, and nobody shows up. And I'm looking for the comments over here on Facebook, and I'm making jokes. I'm looking at my phone going, well, Beverly said she'd be here, and I know my VA, Crystal's going to be here. Maybe everybody's being a voyeur tonight. This is what I was saying. I did the whole show by myself. I get off of the show, and I want you to listen to what happened. I'm watching the replay of the show. I get a text from Beverly. She says, when are you going live? I said, I already did. She said, no, you didn't. I said, yeah, I did. I'm looking at it right now. She said, well, you didn't go live on your own page. I said, what? I went live in somebody else's group. I couldn't even go take it down because I didn't have permission.
Oh, no.
I didn't worry about it. I came back the next week and I said, you guys missed a great show, right? And I kept going. just kept going. I remember back in 2018, I was in Andy Enriquez. He's known as the master storyteller. And I was in his 6-month mastermind. And so the first thing we were challenged to do was to craft a very tight 3-minute origin story. So at the time I had a 2-story house and I just said, okay, I'm ready. So I went up the stairs and I put my phone in the windowsill of this large clerestory window. And I looked in there and I did my 3-minute. I thought, oh, I nailed that, right? And I posted it, I thought, into the group, private group. All of a sudden I get a message from a longtime friend going, I knew it. When are you going to have a YouTube channel? I said, what? I go, what? Yeah. I just watched your video. That video wasn't supposed to go live to everybody, right? And I didn't die. I'm still here. It wasn't perfect, right? We just get to celebrate and say, but I did it.
Yeah.
Next time. My clients don't get to say, oh, that sucked. We get into action. And here's something I want you to remember. You get into action without judgment. It's not right or wrong, good or bad. It's, did it get me the result I wanted? If it didn't get you the result you want, then you get to ask yourself some empowering questions. Well, what one thing could I do differently to get and then put in the result you want? Put that question out there. Sometimes these questions are answered quickly. Other times, I got a couple of questions I've been asking for years. Obviously, I'm not ready to hear the answer. Right? Right. So from a leadership perspective, I'm keeping an eye on our time. I know that I think we have 45 minutes and then Lee's going to come back, or he'll just pop in. He'll let us know. But one of the things that's really powerful work I do with my clients are I am statements, not in the way that you're probably saying them. And another piece of the work is looking at crafting specific empowering questions for your leadership. So here's one I'm going to craft for you. I want you to write this down. This is something you can tape to you could tape it to your computer at work. It doesn't have to be in your coaching business. It can be in your life. Ask yourself this question. Let's say that you started something and you're getting anxious and you're getting ready to quit. You're getting ready to stop. That's your pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keep this question in front of you, even if you have to go over somewhere and look at it, and ask yourself this: how would the person, or how would the leader, or how would the coach, you get to fill in which one you want, how would the person I want to become do the thing I'm about to do right now? How would the person I want to become do the thing I'm about to do right now? Do you know how many people, if they kept that question in front of them and they owned that, would stop watching Netflix all day, or they wouldn't scroll on Facebook hours a day, or who knows, maybe it could keep people from, I don't know, doing drugs. Look at how many people overdose and yet they had beautiful children. They could have said, how would the parent I want to be to my child if they do the thing I'm about to do? And we can begin to check our behaviors that we have become accustomed to and they've become habit. Here's another one for you. Who am I being today behind closed doors?
Oh,
When no one else is watching?
that one was like, oh. Because we're different people when we come home. You know, 'cause I work in my day job as a corporate job. That it's mostly male oriented, and nothing wrong with men, but it's mostly male oriented. And you put on this facade of, you know, I'm a woman. I have decisions. I have respect. But I come home sometimes and it's just like, who is I lying to today? It was like to me, you know, and it's not, because I am that person. I am that person that's out there in the world, but sometimes I think it's a complete imposter. And this statement right here you just gave me was, that's where I become that imposter.
Listen to your language. That was powerful. You said that's where I become, which means you're choosing. And now,
Yeah.
now that you're aware, you get to keep that awareness in front of you so that you can begin to choose different. Choose
Yeah.
differently. So I was in a very male-dominated, high-end sales, Fortune 100, very male-dominated back in the 90s, right? Late 80s through the early 2000s, whatever 26 years is. But and I often felt, and I still see women doing it today, the women I help in corporate, that you feel like you got to get up on every day and put on a suit of armor, right? I'm going into battle.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? If you get up and put your armor on to go into battle, you're going to draw a battle to you. You are creating. Everything is one thing. Everything is one thing. It's energy. As a matter of fact, I was telling Coach Lee in a private conversation that I was looking to start a new group for women. And I hopped into this brainstorming group one day. I didn't know any of the women in the group. And nobody was speaking up. And we're supposed to be brainstorming. I'm like, well, I got something to say. And I said, I'm looking to put together this new course program, probably group coaching for women. And I'd like to run the title by you and the pillars. And so they said, okay. Fascinating. And I did this with people I don't even know. What if you were to do some of the things that you want to do with people that you know, like, and trust to get feedback, right? Everything is feedback. So I said, the title of it is Armorless Leadership. And the pillars are, you have nothing to prove, nothing to hide, nothing to defend, and nothing to protect. What I didn't know is that 5 of those women were entrepreneurs and only 1 had come from corporate. The lady from corporate said, if you're going to be selling that to corporate women, awesome title. They will get it. One of the entrepreneurs spoke up and she said, I would have never stopped my scroll for that title. Right. Right. Because it didn't resonate with her. She said, but I want to know all about the pillars. I want to know all about the course. And I said, what would you stop your scroll for? She goes, how about naked leadership? Okay, I'll take that under consideration. Why am I telling you that story? Because I'm going to encourage you as part of your homework to take some of these baby steps and just get feedback. And it's all just feedback. You don't have to take it on. It's not aimed at you personally. If I was attached to that title, I could have gotten all upset. Right?
Right.
We get to put our work out there without attachment, without judgment. And I'm telling you, procrastination is born in perfectionism.
So very true.
I mean, done is better than perfect. Done is better than perfect. Go live in somebody's group that you don't know, who cares? They don't know you. If they ring you up, said, oh, thank you so much for letting me know. I was practicing. Okay. What are they going to do to you?
I thought that was my group.
I thought I was on my page. Nope. Nope. Nobody in that group ever said a word to me. Maybe they enjoyed it. You never know. Maybe it reached the one person it was supposed to reach.
Oh, this really helps me to lighten up.
Good. Good. Because we get to have fun.
Yeah. I forget to have fun. I do sometimes. I forget to have fun, and I forget that, the world here is the same as the world out here. It's like, I run into somebody at the grocery store I don't even know, and it's an open conversation. I forget to be me when I'm in these groups, when I'm presenting things, that I just need to be authentic and vulnerable and accept that.
You don't need to be. You get to be, though.
I get to be. I get to
Yeah.
be. See, you just busted me again. I get to be. I get to be me. I don't have to try to be somebody else. I'm a
No.
pretty cool person.
Absolutely. Perfectionism is amazing. I was back in 2019. I was hired 6 times in 1 year to speak and teach at American Express here in Fort Lauderdale. So one time I was in this big cavernous, like 4-story open room on a stage. I don't know, 150 people in the room, whatever. And I'm on stage and I'm doing my talk and I took questions at the end. This young man raises his hand. He stands up and I ask him his name. And he said, here's exactly what he said. He said, you call yourself a professional speaker, don't you? And I said, yes. And he said, how's that even possible? You're holding notes in your hand. The room went berserk. So I said, no. Everybody look at me. Everybody look at me. This is awesome. This is awesome. Write this down. The right people are always in the room. And I told them, all 150 of them, write it down. The right people are always in the room, right? We get to trust in the process. So I asked this young man, would you be open to play with me? And he said, yes. And I said, may I come down off of the stage? And he said, yes. And so I did. And I went out there and I had the microphone. I asked him his name again. And I had everybody give him a round of applause. I wanted to change the state of the room. I'm giving you powerful speaking tool right there. Powerful speaking tip. Change the state. That's an NLP thing. So everybody gave him a round of applause. So now everybody else is calmer. They're not judging him. Everybody was in judgment of him. Like, who the hell are you to say that? And why would you? Oh my God, I can't believe you said that. I said, I repeated back to him what he said to me. And he said, yeah. How do you call yourself a professional? You're holding some notes in your hand. And I said, may I ask you a question? And he said, yes. And here was my question. I said, what one thing, remember, very specific. I said, what one thing in your life that you would love to do, but you're not doing it because you can't do it perfectly? And that led us into a series of open questions that I just asked him. The young man ended up in tears. Now, that wasn't my goal. See, it was never about me. It was about him. Other people's judgments and opinions of you are not about you. They're about them. Because he would never get on stage and try to speak and hold notes because he wouldn't be doing it perfectly. How in the world was I up there doing that? Powerful. Powerful. We get to make it about being in service to others. It's not about us. That one thing could change your business alone. But here's the thing, the habits that you've developed, the mindset that you've developed, the subconscious mindset, the way you talk to yourself, you've been creating it for years. It's embedded. This one coaching session isn't going to eradicate all of those. That's one of the beautiful things about coaching. And you know this because that's how you help your clients is accountability. You get to invest in coaching. It's an investment. I had someone in corporate America tell me, oh, Carol, I know I could go for that promotion if I just had an MBA. I said, well, what one thing, I'm asking specific questions. What one thing is keeping you from going after your MBA today? Oh, costs too much money. I said, that MBA doesn't cost anything. That MBA is an investment. You get to ask yourself, what is it costing you to not have it? What is it costing you to hide? And what is it costing others for you to hide and not be in service? We get to make it about others. That's where our influence comes from. Have you ever read the book, The Go-Giver?
No, I haven't. The Go-Getter?
Go-Giver.
Go-Giver.
Giver. Listen, you can read it in a weekend. It's easy. I want you to, and I can, if you ping me, I'll give you a secondhand bookstore link. You can get them for cheap.
Okay.
I want you to read The Go-Giver, and then I want you to read The Go-Giver Leadership. That's the one I'm reading right now. I just finished reading The Go-Giver for a second time this past week, and I'm reading The Go-Giver Leadership right now. Because you are the leader of your company. But make sure you read Go-Giver first.
I will
And if you
definitely do that.
if you like audibles, which I don't,
I do because I drive to work and it's a
then
long drive.
you can listen
So I
to the
love
Go-Giver.
Audible for that reason.
You can listen to the Go-Giver on Audible. You don't even have to buy it. Listen to it on Audible. It's free. And he came out with another one. It's the third one I'm going to read. The other book I want you to read is called The Last Arrow. And part of your homework is following up with me in an email. And all these things that I've given you as homework today, you're going to send me an email and say, Carol, this is what you gave me for homework. And I'm going to email you back because it's your responsibility to write down the homework. And we're going to set specific dates that it gets to be done by.
Okay.
You're going to get into action. And I don't know if you do this with your clients. If you don't, I'm going to encourage you to do it. When you set action plans with them, when you give them homework, yes, specific date and time zone. I'm going to tell you, it is due to me by 5 p.m. on Friday, such and such a date at Eastern Daylight or Eastern Standard, whatever time we're in, I'm going to tell you. Because if you try to wiggle out on you might try to wiggle out on me. It's a habit. Think about it. It's a habit. I had a client back in, I learned this in 2019, and he had something due to me at 5 p.m. Friday. He lives in Miami. I live in Fort Lauderdale. It's Eastern Standard Time. 5 p.m. comes and goes. It doesn't show up in email. 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 7:30, Sandy, it shows up. I just pick up the phone and call him. I'm like, dude, you did not keep your word to you. I didn't have you send this to me to keep your word to me. You didn't keep your word to you. Oh, yeah, I did. When I told you 5 p.m., I meant Pacific Standard Time. No, you didn't. He's trying to. No, you didn't. Never again. From that day forward, anybody that gets homework from me, Eastern. And we put it in writing. So you get to tell me, we're going to put a day and time on it. When are you going to do your first Facebook Live?
I'm going to do my first Facebook Live tomorrow.
What time?
At 11 a.m. Pacific time.
Great. Write that down and make sure that I get a DM from you as soon as it's done.
Okay.
You could do a live and just talk about how nervous you are doing a live. Did we overrun our stay, Coach Lee?
You absolutely did. Get out of here right now.
Goodbye.
I was enjoying this so much, and it was to the point where I did want to jump in, and you were writing down actionable steps. So I want you to have that actionable step. Carol's going to hold you accountable. I wanted to jump in because I know Carol has an offer for everyone. I want to thank you so much, Sandy, for coming up here, and round of applause for you being open, being vulnerable, doing that thing that's just really scary for us to show up for ourselves, but in front of all these people, because there'll be hashtag replay, and we'll get to see this, and we'll get to be lots of people looking for your live. With that said, Sandy, do you have anything else that you want to share before you leave the stage?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Coach Lee. This was amazing. This conference has just been wonderful. And, it just really shows that you do need to love yourself first before you can get out there into the world. And you gave me so many amazing action steps, and thank you. I'm excited. I mean, I came on here nervous as all could be, hunched over, going, "Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Who am I?" And now I'm sitting here going, "Hey, thank you. I have my cup of coffee, and that's me."
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sandy. We're so glad to have you. And of course, round of applause again for you. Take care. All right,
Hello, Coach
Carol,
Lee.
we just have a few more minutes, and I know you have a fantabulous offer. It's like it's spectacular, fantabulous, all of that. Try to make it a brand new word. But when we talked, you joined this hot seat coaching session because you had an experience, and I'd love for you to share this experience and tell us a bit more about this offer.
I had a very good friend of mine in December, 15 years my junior, dropped dead just like that. And I was profoundly, profoundly sad. And I wasn't really sure how to channel all of that energy. And in less than 4 weeks, my father unexpectedly passed away. Very, very difficult time. And I had a friend, good friend, Jeff, who was talking me through some things. And he said, "Well, what 5 things could you do to honor Tracy and to honor your father?" Right. And the first thing I thought of is my dad's a giver, right? Nobody's a stranger. And Tracy, she was the light that nobody could ignore. Tons of nonprofit work, amazing woman. So I decided that for 5 women, and 2 of the slots are filled, I have 3 slots open. I'm going to meet you where you're at. I'm going to meet you where you're at. The normal investment to work with me, it's a $12,000 coaching program for 6 months. That's $2,000 a month. You're not going to be making that investment if that's not where you are. You are going to invest something in yourself because you get to have some skin in the game. But we will create a coaching program to help you get from where you are to where you want to go. And it will also meet your financial wherewithal. I'm only going to do it for 3 more.
That's fantastic. I think that I'm not sure we have a link for you. A QR code. How do we redeem this offer?
They can, you're right. I never sent a QR code. You and I didn't talk about a QR code. They can private message me on Facebook. They can send me an email, carol@carolboston.com. Very, very simple. They can contact me on LinkedIn. All of my social media is the @ at the Carol Boston. On Facebook, that'll take you to my business page. I do my live show from my personal Facebook page. So private message me anywhere, either of those 2 places, 3 places, LinkedIn, Facebook, or there's my email right there on the screen. That's super simple. And let's have a conversation and make sure that we're a good fit to work together and to get you from where you are to where you want to go.
Absolutely. Carol, I just want to thank you so much for sharing that inspiring story, stepping on stage, and really helping Sandy and everyone else out who watch this take actionable steps, honor themselves, love themselves, with lots of anecdotes and actionable steps, with empowering questions, all of that. I mean, you guys took notes, right? She told you to
Sure.
write some stuff down. All right. Thank you so much, Carol. All
Thank you.
right.
Blessings for continued huge.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to keep this rolling along because we have a few more hours of entertainment for you. Are you excited? I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Actually, we have another guest here. April Yee is a fantastic person that I met. Wow, some time ago. I forget when we met each other, but it has been I think maybe a year or something like that, but I've had multiple encounters with this person that just makes me seem like I've known them for quite some time. I've known them for a while. So April Yee is a holistic life coach, focusing on transformative self-care practices for professionals and anyone who wants to be more fully engaged in their lives. After undergoing emergency cardiothoracic surgery, which saved her life in 2015, April recognized the importance of self-care in creating a fulfilling and meaningful life, right on par with loving yourself. Previously, April worked in the private equity industry for over 10 years, being based in San Francisco and New York City. She serves as a board president of Kid Power International and is on the board of 3 other nonprofits. Along with coaching and practicing self care, April enjoys reading, writing, learning, and connecting. Of course, connecting. Let's bring up April Yee to the stage. We're going to be applause. Yes, yes. I love these applause. They just bring that energy to it. I'm going to be interviewing April about her life experiences, and I'm going to tell you that this was my face when she first told me this story. So I'm just preparing you. Anyway, April, how are you today?
I'm well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very clearly.
Awesome. Great. Yeah, I'm doing well. It's so great to be here.
Yeah, where are you located? Are you in San Francisco now?
I'm in San Francisco and I live sort of close to Chinatown. And because it's the Lunar New Year, there's been firecrackers, fireworks, loud noises coming from that area all morning.
Celebration.
Yeah.
So I'm tempted to jump right into it, but because I enjoy the triumph of the story, but I'm going to slow it down and start from your beginnings. So, what did you do before starting this coaching, holistic coaching?
Yeah. So I'm a holistic life coach now, but before that, I worked in private equity for 10 years, and I was based in San Francisco first for the first 7 years, pretty much right out of college. And then in my 7th year, my company asked me to move to New York, and I was really excited about that because I had been maybe unknowingly like manifesting that. I remember in 2011, I went to New York, and I had gone to New York several times because one of my best friends moved there. And the first time I went, I was like, I really don't like this city. It's too frenetic. The energy is overwhelming. But then after the next
Yeah.
few times I went, I was like, and by 2011, I was like, oh, it's too bad I never got to live in New York. It's really cool to be here. And then I would listen to Alicia Keys' Empire State of Mind, the acapella or the piano version only. And I would listen to that every day on my commute. And I would just think about being in New York. And literally by the end of that year, in December 2011, my company asked me to move to New York.
Wow, that is a manifestation.
Yeah, it was like, and I never thought that would happen for me. So, but when I was in New York, their work culture there is a little bit different. It's pretty intense. So I found myself working instead of 10-hour days, like 12 to 14-hour days. And I think the way that I was interacting with the role and my job and my responsibilities was that I put a lot of responsibility on myself, and I didn't know how to advocate for myself. I didn't know how to ask for help. I didn't know how to set boundaries around work. And by the end of the 3rd year I was in New York, I had health issues because I think I was chronically stressed out.
Yeah,
And
I can imagine. I can imagine that it's really, really stressful to be in that state, Empire State of I tried to make a joke and I ruined it, but Empire State of Mind. But essentially, I heard that you moved from California to New York. You kind of manifested this, and I'd like to know a little bit more about the experience of leaving this work culture that in San Francisco. It sounds like it's pretty intense to work 10-hour days anyway, but moving to a place where you're like 12 to 14 hours a day, and that's not commute either. I'm guessing that's not part of the commute. It's like actually being there. and it could
Yeah.
take you a long time to get around these big cities. So how was that shift for you? What kind of experiences did you have that made you think like, I've got to work harder? What did you see? What was there?
Yeah, it's almost like because I was identifying with the role and my position and being in New York as like something really prestigious and like privileged, I was like, okay, well, I need to be loyal to this role, to my company. So I basically like would chain myself to my desk and just be there all the time. And back then, this was pre-pandemic, right? So FaceTime, like being in the office and being seen, was very
Mhm.
important. So like working from home was kind of frowned upon back then. Um,
Mhm.
so so I like even when I was injured or in pain, I would go into the office, and I did have like a back injury that I didn't let heal correctly, because I would just keep going into the office thinking like, oh, I need to show up every day, even though I'm in pain. Like I can't allow
Can't show
myself to just
weaknesses.
sit at
Yeah, you can't show anybody any weaknesses or anything. You have to work,
home.
work, work.
Yeah.
Uh,
And it was like I had to be there for my team to like prove that I could be in this role.
Yeah, I don't have an experience that's quite as intense, but I do recall, me being I got hired at this warehousing company and I worked in warehouse floor, and then I got promoted to the corporate office, and it felt like I really had to prove something to be in that space, and
Yeah.
so a few times I would come in early and then I would stay late and I would look at the people who were leaving and I was like, you guys are slackers. I'm so much better, but I'm also getting paid less and pretty miserable. So,
I can
but
relate to that.
you can relate to that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, "Wait a minute, I need to do something different," but that didn't come until, something happened to make me leave that mindset and change that,
Mhm.
but otherwise, it was like, "I need to prove, I need to prove."
Yes. Yeah, and that was basically what I was doing too, and I didn't really know that that's what I was doing at the time. I just felt this like need, this drive to like work and prove myself.
Yeah, prove that you're worthy of being there,
Mhm.
prove that you can be promoted or
Mhm.
successful or whatever it is, whatever it is. So then you work these 12 to 14 hours a day. I have trouble even saying it because it's just wow. And
Yeah.
so I mean, how did that catch up to you? Because I hear you had the back injury and you didn't let it
Mhm.
heal. Then
Mhm.
what else happened?
Yeah, so by the end of my 3rd year in New York, because I was in pain a lot, because I recognized my health was deteriorating, I thought I needed to make a big decision. And I was like, well, I can't rest the way that I need to in order to heal myself without working. So I'm going to quit. And when I quit, it felt really scary to do that, but it also
Yeah.
felt like I was standing up for myself too, in a way.
Wait, so you just quit on like there's no ramping down. There's just like it's all or nothing kind of thing.
That's what it felt like to me, actually. So in October, I think that's when I submitted my notice, and then I said that I would stay for another month, so that they can find someone in the meantime. Instead of the standard 2 weeks, I decided to stay an extra 2 weeks. But
Mhm.
not much got done within that time, and I actually gave up my bonus. I gave up potential like medical leave that I could have taken for at least six weeks. And because I just at the time I was like, you know what, I don't want to take this leave and then have to come back to this. Like I really want, I really wanted to have a big change in my life and to do something more meaningful and also to do something more aligned with who I wanted to be.
So you quit just to do something that's more because I mean it sounds like you left behind a lot of things and I feel like I'm having all kinds of reaction and being protective of that April that no longer exists. You've
Mhm.
learned your lesson. You've overcome, and that's why we're talking about this today. But wow, that's
Yeah.
so shocking to hear that you gave up all of that, and then, well, you quit to do what? What was it that you did? Like, what was the change
Yeah.
that happened?
That's really interesting that you say that, because at the time I still felt like the same person. I had the same identity, and I was looking for other jobs. After I was like, okay, it's the end of the year. I'm going to give myself until January, and then to just hang out in New York, and then start looking for jobs in January. And at the end of January, the back injury that I had came back. And
Oh,
so I was thinking about starting a blog. I actually started my website while I was uh, not working. And the back injury came back. And that's when I happened to go back to San Francisco for 2 weeks to visit my family. And I thought I was just going to be there for 2 weeks. But what happened was that my symptoms got worse, and I developed a blood infection, which I didn't know that was going on until I got admitted to the ER after going in to see a doctor, and he took blood cultures and did some tests. So there was a part of me that still wanted to like go down the same road that I was going down, but then I got sick, and that is when things started to change.
okay, okay. So essentially, you had started to manifest, I would dare I say, this idea that I've got to stop doing this work. It's really taking a toll on me physically, emotionally. I just can't be here. And you started to do that. And then you gave yourself a little break. And I
Hmm.
think your body was like, no, we need a long break. We need a
Yeah.
longer break. However, our body responds to the things that are happening in life. Some people really get stressed, but that feeling, that emotional energy that we are not tending to, it affects us physically. And so I
Hmm.
imagine, being stressed out. You didn't say that you were stressed out. That's not how you described it. But I imagine working for 12 to 14 hours, it takes a toll on you mentally. And here you are in a space where you're trying to make this change and it was just not working because you were going to go back. You're going to go back to the
Hmm.
same kind of lifestyle. And your
Yeah.
body was like, no, let's slow down a little bit. So you had this blood infection. What happened?
Mhm.
What did the doctor say?
Yeah, and you're so right. I mean, I was stressed out. I think it was the chronic stress that weakened my immune system so much that because I got the blood infection, usually something like that, your immune system is able to fight off. But because my immune system was so weak due to chronic stress, it wasn't able to fight off this. I think it happened through my gums. So the bacteria just proliferated in my bloodstream. And when I got admitted to the ER, the doctors told me, okay, you have a blood infection. We need to give you antibiotics through IV. And then they said, and there might be something going on with your heart. So we're going to look into that. Um, and basically, what they found over the next few days after I got admitted to the hospital and stayed overnight for, I think, 5 days before the surgery actually happened, they discovered that the bacteria in my blood had vegetated on my heart and ate up two of my heart valves. So my heart was failing at the time I was admitted to the hospital. And so that's why they called it an emergency open heart surgery, because I had, the 5 or 6 days to prepare for that. And during the whole time, I was just like, okay, whatever's going on, just please fix it. And I just listened to whatever the doctors told me. I wasn't even really emotionally processing. I was just like, okay, I'm here. I want this to be fixed. I don't know if I'm going to survive this. And so there's a lot of like reconciling I had to do the night before the surgery too. And
Yeah.
I had a roommate in my hospital room, and she was hearing all this stuff going on, and she was like, how are you feeling? And I was like, if I don't make it through the surgery, I think that I have lived my life in a way that I've wanted to. I've done things that I've wanted to do. I've traveled, I've seen things, I've experienced great love. And so at that time, I was like, okay, if I need to go now, I think I would be okay with that.
I I need to catch my breath. Wow. Wow. I mean, that was quite a bit there. Just how old were you when this was happening?
I was 35.
35, an emergency open heart surgery, and you're in this space where you will have lived life and traveled and connected and seen lots of things too. Um, you also said, I heard you say that you weren't emotionally processing that. You were
Mhm.
just like, let's just get it done. It's another task to complete, another thing to, I'll, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Essentially, that was the kind of mindset that I'm hearing through that. Is that what you discovered about yourself? Have you discovered that about yourself, or is that something I'm just maybe reaching for?
I think that the body is built to survive.
Mm,
So, every cell within us wants to survive. And I think that our spiritual, like our soul and maybe our like mental state contributes to that a little bit. But I think the body physically just knows that it wants to survive. And so
yeah,
even though I wasn't mentally focused, I never was like, oh, I need to survive this. I need to survive this. Maybe not
yeah.
mentally, intellectually, but something in me was like wanting to survive. Right.
Hmm.
So I think that's what helped me unconsciously to go through the process because the surgery ended up being 11 hours long. My surgeon did everything that he needed to do to clean out the bacteria from my heart, to replace the heart valves. It was the aortic and mitral valves. And after that, I remember recovering in my hospital room and just I would go hour by hour. It was just like, okay, what's the next thing that needs to happen in this hour? And I wasn't even dictating that. Like my
Mm,
nurses, the doctors were dictating that, but I was just like hour by hour, we're
hmm.
gonna do the next thing.
Wow, that had to be. What did that? So hour by hour, is it taking it down to chunking it down to hour by hour? Did it like slow you down a bit? I know that I don't know what mindset you were in. I can't imagine after such a a difficult surgery, 11 hours in surgery, your recovery, being conscious and focused on this stuff. But did it slow you down? Did you start feeling more of appreciation or anything? Because before you're like, I don't have to, I don't need to, it's okay, I don't have to survive. But
Mhm.
afterward, is there this gratitude that comes in? I slow it down hour by hour. Let's see how things go.
Yeah, I think it's more of just like the physical survival part. Again, I wasn't
Hmm.
really mentally focused. I think just my body knew what to do. And actually, while I was in the hospital, I lost 20 pounds because I didn't have an appetite from, it might have been from the antibiotics. So I was drinking like Ensures or Boosts, those,
Hmm.
milkshake things. And I, I think that again, mentally, I was just like, let's just do the next thing that we need to do. And um, there wasn't even a lot of emotion in it either because and I've talked about this before, but I think, when you're focused on certain things, like in the past, mentally, I would be, or emotionally, when I was going through a relationship betrayal, I was so focused on my emotions that physically I wasn't allocating resources to myself. And so
What do
that's
you
how
mean? What do you mean
I think,
physically you weren't allocating resources?
yeah, like I think when we're focused on something like a situation that happens and we think about it, we ruminate on it, we're using a
Hmm.
lot of mental and maybe emotional energy. And so our physical energy doesn't get the attention that it needs. And so I think that's why I got the back injury originally back in New York, because I had this relationship thing happen and I was like so focused on that, using a lot of emotional and mental energy that I wasn't like there was no energy left for the physical part. And I think when I was in the hospital, because I wasn't emotionally or mentally thinking about things, the physical just had a little more energy, and it definitely needed that. So it's almost like my body was taking that energy, and I wasn't able to like process things emotionally or mentally at that time, which was okay with me, because I think that was the best way that it could have happened. I think when we think too much about certain things, we can create stress for ourselves. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. So it just kind of leveled out. Your body knew what it was physically, mentally, emotionally. Here's the energy. It's gonna put the energy here, gonna put the energy there. That's what I that's what I understand that you said that. And that totally makes sense because it just makes it easier for you to just endure or
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to know. So you spent time after the surgery in obviously in the hospital.
Mhm.
What was the next thing that happened? So you what I understand is that you moved from New York. Were you visiting? Actually, you're just visiting California, right? You're
Yeah.
just
Yeah. I was.
visiting, and then you had this issue happen.
Yeah. So while I was in the hospital for a month, two of my friends made plans to go to New York, and they had lived in New York before, both of them, and to help me move out of my apartment. So I had friends in New York that they were friends with, and they, gathered their help, and they sold all my big stuff. They packed up everything else, and they basically moved me out of my apartment without me having to do anything or be there. And I was really grateful for that. Rent in New York was very expensive, so I didn't want to have to pay it while I wasn't there. And
Mhm.
also, I just, on the other hand, too, I didn't get to say goodbye to New York. I hadn't been ready to leave. I thought I was going to stay there for at least a few more years. So there
Mhm.
was some closure that I didn't have, that I didn't get until I went to New York on my own 3 years after being in the hospital.
Oh, okay. That's wonderful to be able to get that closure from them. Are you
Yeah.
still with us? Okay. You're
Oh,
still
was I frozen?
just for I heard a little buzz or something kind of thing. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so to get that closure was fantastic. What I'd love to highlight though is your amazing friends who did
Mm.
all of the stuff for you.
Yeah.
And I bit of curiosity. It's like, how are you able to make friends working 12 to 14 hours a day? You must have this really magnetic personality to be able to connect with people when you're so busy.
I mean, these friends I've known since high school, so it was before I started working. But I did maintain the relationships throughout the years. So yeah, my high school friends are a big part of my life, and my college friends.
Shout
And
out
I
to
think,
those.
yeah, and I think for me, being in San Francisco, a lot of my friends stayed local. So we're still all together.
Well, shout out to your friends. Just wanted to
Yeah.
share that because it's really beautiful to have that kind of support. Imagine how difficult it would be if you didn't have that kind of support and
Yeah.
being in that situation. So just finding those glimmers of shine and sparkles of hope where they show up.
Yeah.
So in our story, you've moved back to California and you're recovering from surgery. Your friends have already helped you move and clean up from New York. Now we're
Yeah.
here. What's next for April? She's recovered from the hospital. What's next? What is she doing?
Well, it took me about 3 months to recover from the acute surgery, like the acute recovery. And then afterwards, so this was at the end of the year, I was like, I used to be this person who could work 12 to 14-hour days. Now I physically cannot do that. And I was feeling a bit lost. Like, who am I now? What am I going to do next? I didn't know how to belong in my life at that point. And
Wow.
I was used to figuring things out on my own. And this felt really big and heavy. And I said, I think I need to talk to someone. And kind of serendipitously, or synchronicity, I got connected to a therapist in San Francisco. I went to see her for the free consultation, and I felt comfortable and connected with her. So I started seeing her, and then I saw her for the next 4.5 years, which was the length of the therapy that I needed to like reintegrate myself back into my life and to really start understanding who I was separate from this identity that I cultivated as a worker in private equity, especially. And I still had a lot of the old conditioned ideas of I need to contribute, I need to be productive, I need to like add value and basically work. So I think it was like maybe
Mhm.
a year after the surgery that I applied for a job, and I didn't get it. And I think that was a good thing because the acupuncturist I was seeing at the time said, you know, if you can, don't work for 2 years after surgery because your body won't be able to recover the way it needs to. As soon as you start working, there's going to be stress from work, and the body won't recover with that type of stress put on it.
Wow. So I heard you say a couple of things about, finding the sense of belonging in your
Mm.
own life, which is very powerful because where are we if we're not in our own life? What
Mhm.
was it that was missing? So you had this therapy for 4.5 years, and I think that maybe the acupuncturist comes in towards the end of therapy or something along those lines. Because
I
I'm
had
curious
been
about
seeing,
the time. Same
yeah,
time?
I had been seeing my acupuncturist since 2010. So it was for several years when the surgery happened. So he had been in my
Okay.
life for a while.
So I guess what I was hearing is that even though you had this physical space where or physical uh, ailment of you're not able to work, as soon as you kind of felt like you wanted to go back into work. Can you tell us a little bit about that and finding that belonging in yourself? What was that particular piece or that yearning to do so? What did you discover about yourself?
I think it was about an identity that I had about myself. I had worked ever since I was 15. And so I think I was just like, who am I if I'm not working?
Mm-hmm.
Who am I if I'm not earning a paycheck? And and my therapist actually talked with me about this is one of the first things we talked about. It's like, how do you define success for yourself? And I defined it in a certain way to her. And she said, okay, without like, where did you get those ideas? And I said, well, from like things I've seen from society, from friends, from peers, from colleagues. And she said, but what about you? Like, how do you define it if you didn't
Mm-hmm.
have all these external representations? And so I really had to think about that. And what we did was we redefined what success looks like for me now at that point in my life.
Ah,
And that was a really helpful reframing.
yeah, for certain. You're realizing that there's a lot of expectations or ideas coming from outside. And so
Mhm.
where is you and where's the space of you in the sense of belonging in your own life? And so
Yeah.
this is, I imagine, what has led you to do what you do now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think during my second year of therapy, when I was still looking for work, I was like, oh, I'm going to work for my old colleagues from private equity. And my therapist was like, are you sure you want to do that?
Hmm.
And it was the only thing I knew, right, at the time. So
Right.
I was like, yeah, I'm familiar with it. It's comfortable. I didn't end up getting that opportunity to work with them. And that was a blessing because my therapist was the one that presented me with this idea. She said, you know what I can see you doing is working with people who have gone through something similar to you, your experience, because you've done so much work that you can help other people navigate this experience.
Absolutely.
And I was like, okay, well, I don't want to be a therapist. So what other tools might there be? And I thought about life coaching tools. And that's when I started looking into life coaching programs.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, therapy takes quite some time to go through, and you don't have the same flexibility as being a coach. And maybe you want to talk to people who has gone through exactly your experience too.
Mhm.
With the healing modalities, that's what your name of your website is. That's what
Yeah.
you've discovered about yourself. So I'd be curious to know, how do you help people who are going through something similar like this?
I think so. What I would start asking them is like questioning their current beliefs about themselves and about how they're operating, and to see if they like that. And then after that, if they don't like it, if they want to make changes, then we need to start having different beliefs about ourselves and about our capacity or capabilities, and see how those align with who we want to be. So I think it's first really understanding who we want to be instead of who we think we need to be. That's a really big difference. Like, I think that I was operating from who I thought I needed to be for other people. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then I started to shift to who do I want to be for myself that feels aligned with me.
Yes. So I have to ask you if you could talk just for a moment about what you have helped your past clients with, some of the
Mhm.
things that they have come to you with, and some of the experiences that they've shared with you and how you've helped them. I'm going
Yeah.
to give you the spotlight.
Okay. Well, I think the biggest thing, and this is very universal, is that there is an underlying belief that many of us have that I'm not good enough, or I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. I'm not valuable. I don't matter. And so much of what we do is, again, and we talked about this, is to prove that we deserve to be here, that we matter, that we're good enough, that we're valuable. And so we're doing all these things to try to prove that. And that's how we can exhaust ourselves. That's how we start to disregard our bodies, and not listen to our bodies. It's like our will and determination are dragging our bodies along behind them, because our will and determination is what we use to prove ourselves, basically, um, by doing things. And I think that a lot of my clients have really improved their relationships with themselves by having the possibility of believing new thoughts and beliefs about themselves. And this could be like, one of the beliefs that I learned from my life coach school is that we are already 100% worthy. And we can choose to believe that. That belief is available to us. And for me, at the beginning, I was like, can I believe that? I don't know if I can. And I think that as we just hear that more and more, and we can practice it, then we can start to really believe that. And if we believe that we are already 100% worthy, then there's nothing to prove. And if there's nothing to prove, then there's nothing to do to prove that. So then it's almost like we end up just doing things for the sake of, so like, if it's fun, if it's educational, if it helps us grow, if we know we can add value by contributing, that's how we start to do things. It's not like this drive to do things in order to prove myself anymore. And my three things, one of the three early lessons that I learned after heart surgery were to connect with my body by listening to it and honoring it. This was something I did not know how to do before the surgery happened. Like I said, I would push through pain, push through exhaustion, go to work, get the thing done. And then the second thing was to set boundaries. So with other people, with work, with myself. And then the third thing was to be kinder to myself. And I mentioned this yesterday about doing mirror work.
Yes.
You know, first starting out by saying thank you to myself in the mirror. And even that felt uncomfortable at first. But
Yeah.
once I started to get comfortable with that, then I moved on to saying I love you to myself in the mirror.
Love yourself first. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so uncomfortable to do that because I thank you so much for sharing your experiences and being open and helping people like really see you. And they hopefully see themselves in your experience too, and how you can support and help them with this. The idea to love yourself or to be kind to yourself, it sounds like you've come from a huge disconnection from your body physically,
Mhm.
emotionally, moving through this space, trying to go back to the space where you were disconnected just because it was comfortable.
And
Just because it was
familiar.
comfortable. Yeah, it's comfortable and familiar. That's something that I completely relate to. And we talked about this, as you said, yesterday about this mirror work that you did. I'd love to know more about the mirror work and how it's really helped you too, because this idea of looking at myself and showing appreciation and then loving it.
I mean, I think even starting with saying thank you to yourself is really powerful because we're thanking our being. We're thanking ourselves for being who we
Mm,
are, for navigating through the world, for existing in the world. You know, there was something I heard a long time ago that the fact that we're even in existence as human beings individually is such an accomplishment because it takes a lot for a sperm and an egg to meet first,
oh, yeah,
and
it
then to
does.
to grow and multiply and divide into becoming a human being. So it's like celebrating and thanking yourself for existing. And, you know, in the past, I would think like, oh, I've gotten through each day. But even just getting through a day is there's some like survival in that. And we want to move from surviving to thriving. And so,
Yes.
and I
Yes.
think when we can say, I love you, that's when we're thriving.
Yeah, and we're not just tolerating ourselves. Like we're
Mhm.
not just doing and going through the motions. It's like
Yeah.
I consciously see you and I like what I see and I'm celebrating this. That has
Yeah.
been huge for me in my life and it is I think the turning point and what I hope everyone will discover about themselves is that you're amazing and you're awesome and you're worth celebrating. It's quite a feat for you to be here because it takes a lot for the sperm and the egg to meet and divide to become this human that you are. There's so many challenges that's faced.
Yeah.
Um yeah, so as far as that, I'd be interested to know more about the modalities of your coaching. So I know
Mm,
that you are a certified coach, right?
yes.
And
Yeah.
so what are some of the modalities of the coaching that you teach?
So, well, actually, I want to touch on one thing first because
Sure.
I can say that I did not love myself in the past,
Oh,
and I know this because I would behave in ways that were, and I mentioned this yesterday, this concept of self division that I recently learned about. But in the past, I would call it self betrayal, self abandonment, and like disrespecting myself because I would like make decisions based on thinking I needed external validation. I needed to get love from outside. So I had to
mhm.
like do all these things in order to get that validation, to get that love. And those things would really just go against myself. It would be accepting crumbs from a relationship when I deserved the whole loaf. But I didn't think that I deserved the whole loaf at the time. So I would accept these crumbs. Um,
Mhm.
and then I would make decisions that, you know, would go against my health, fitness goals. And, you know, that's what I call self-betrayal and self-abandonment. And I would be thinking other people are betraying me or other people are abandoning me, but it's because I was abandoning and betraying myself.
That sounds way too familiar. That sounds way too familiar. It's everybody else who was doing the things that I I don't like, or they're hurting me, and it's really me who's not able to set the boundary or to say what it is that I need from other
Mhm.
people in the first place. And even if I did somehow find the ability to speak my truth and say what it is that I need, all they had to do was raise an eyebrow, and I would say, "No, never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's not what I meant."
yeah,
That's self-betrayal. You called it self-division.
yeah.
Self-division could.
Self-division. I mean, I still think of it as self-betrayal and self-abandonment, but I think that could be hard to swallow for some people. So self-division is a little more neutral because it's like we're dividing ourselves against ourselves.
I was wondering about that. You're dividing yourself against yourself. I like
Hmm.
that a lot because I can see myself if I could process it like internal family systems where they talk about the individual parts of who you are. You
Yeah.
separate your best interests against your not good interest, or you do
Hmm.
things that aren't in your best interest, and you separate that from what it is that you really need or could have to
Exactly.
support you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so self-division is a really great word.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to touch on that because I've been on a journey. I still am on a journey. I don't think we're ever done.
Yeah.
In this process and practice of learning how to love ourselves even more. I was talking to a friend in her 70s, and she's like, I'm in my 70s, and sometimes I still don't feel like I'm good enough, and I have to do the work. So,
Mm. Yeah, that's a very comforting thought. And so, honestly, it is a very comforting thought because, a lot of us believe that we have to have it figured out. I know I scroll on TikTok and I find people saying that their life is over at 20. And I used to feel
Mhm.
like that was a thing too. But where there's so many things that are happening in the world today that will distract you from recognizing that you have plenty of time to learn more about you. You don't have to all have it figured out. You have to take time to put into it and figure it out. And as you continue to grow, as you continue to move on with life, you're going to discover that, well, it's not the end all be all at 20 when you lost a relationship or you lost that dream job. Something else has come up, and there's something more to love about you that you discovered with this newfound experience. And I would
Mhm.
say, if I could tie this back to you, because I know that you can speak, I know that you can speak on this right here. We tied back to you at 35. You were like, oh, well, if it's it, it's over. But now I imagine that as you've gone past that point, you have had whole new life experiences that you could say, like, yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting that you say that because I remember at one point after surgery, maybe it was 2 years, I was thinking like I'll never have that hope or optimism or excitement that I had when I was listening to Alicia Keys' Empire State of Mind, and like
Oh,
just having this vision for myself. I didn't think that I would be able to get that back for some reason after having surgery and going through that experience. I was like, I think I've peaked, right?
oh
But
yeah.
but it wasn't true. And I still now that I've learned to um, expand what's possible for me and what's possible, like just see possibilities and believe in possibilities, then I still can have that same hope and optimism and excitement for myself and my life moving forward.
Yeah. Like, really, yes. It's not over. It's not over until it's over. Until I think this is, we draw our last breath, but we still have opportunities to create new things, new ways to love on ourselves, new ways to discover ourselves, and amazing things like that. And so you've shifted from doing this really intense corporate work to
Hmm.
something that really fulfills and uplifts you in a different way, right?
Yeah.
And I know you talked a bit about that, but I'd love to hear more about how you help people again. I know you said
Yeah.
it, but how you help people again, and as you have this fantastic offer that's available for us too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And going back to your question about what are the modalities that I use to help people, one of the most powerful tools that I learned from my coaching school is called the model. It's a self awareness tool, and there are 5 components. And the components are circumstances, thoughts, feelings, actions, and results. And so our circumstances are the facts of our lives. We usually can't control them. It's like the weather, traffic, what someone says to us, what someone does to us. If we get fired or laid off, those are circumstances. And our thoughts are how we think about our circumstances. And we always have choices there. So sometimes we think our thoughts are just like these observations that we're making, but usually they are not factual. And it's a story that we make up about the facts of our lives. And then our thoughts will create our feelings. And when we feel a certain way, we either do things or don't do things based on that feeling. And then those actions or inactions will create results in our lives. So when we look at the results of our lives, we can say, like, do I like this result? Do I not like it? If I don't like it, what do I need to do in order to change it? We need to have different actions, but in order to take different actions, we need to feel different feelings. And in order to feel different feelings, we need to be thinking different thoughts. So our thoughts are really powerful.
Absolutely. Like that is really just gotta breathe it out because it goes. It's like the pattern is not quite the word I'm looking for, but it's like a domino effect. Essentially, this one
Mhm.
thought that you think can determine everything about your life, and so changing those thoughts is
Yeah.
very, very powerful and important, but difficult to do. But difficult to
Mhm.
do.
Yeah.
So
And that's why, working with a coach can be really beneficial to help us see what is in our own mind, and to see, and sometimes we don't know that our thoughts are our thoughts. We think they're true, we can't change these things, and someone looking in from outside can help
mhm,
you see those things and help you learn that, okay, a belief is just a thought that I've thought over and over again, and I think it's true. So if there's a
mhm.
belief that I have that is no longer serving me, I can have a different belief by having a new thought and start practicing thinking that over and over until it becomes a new belief. We can believe new things. And I think that's really important for people to know, because sometimes when we're stuck, it's because we have beliefs that we think are just there forever and that we can't be different from those beliefs that we already have.
Absolutely. I just, you know, as I relate this to my life, I always thought, things would be one way. I thought I'd be stuck here with these kind of relationships and these people. And took a lot of effort and I took somebody actually on the outside. I did therapy for like 4 years to help me
Mhm.
understand. It's not like I woke up the next day or woke up and had life experiences and was just like, okay, I made all the decisions by myself to make these kind of changes. I might talk about it that way. You need to make changes and this and that, but it was somebody else on the outside who really helped me understand. And they were a
Mm,
group of my peers as well, because I was in group therapy, to help me
mm,
understand and point out a couple things that I just wasn't seeing or wasn't willing to believe that they could be different. I saw
yeah.
it my way, and that was the way until I heard a group of my trusted peers say something that was different. And it was kind of like I stood over on this side, like, oh, this is your point of view? Ooh, that's weird. That I maybe want to change that and do better for myself. Never thought
Mhm.
about it before. I thought everything was just the way it should be because that's
Yeah.
always what I had thought. So that is the power of coaching. That's the power of having somebody reflect back your reality from a different
Mhm.
perspective, from a different
Yeah.
perspective outside. Mhm.
Yeah. And, we saw Carol Boston do that earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Phenomenal coaching.
Yes, exactly. And, so the model is just one of the tools. And I do have this intro program where we go over the model, we go over something called the motivational triad, which can really make us feel stuck, because we have a primitive brain and our sophisticated prefrontal cortex. And our primitive brain is what wants to keep us comfortable and safe and do things that are efficient and easy for us. It wants to avoid pain and seek pleasure. And so if we have part of our brain that is like that, then why would we ever, do something hard? And it's because our prefrontal cortex is the part of our brain that plans, that makes decisions, that organizes, that has goals. And I think that, the only reason why we have goals sometimes is to see how much we can grow and stretch. I think that's the best reason to have goals.
Yeah.
But we have to understand that there's another part of our brain at play, and that's the part that wants to keep us comfortable and safe. And that will fight with us. And we just need to recognize that that will happen when we try to do something new and hard, and use our prefrontal cortex to really push through that and say, like, I hear you, primitive brain, and we're still going to do this thing.
Yeah, feel the fear and do it anyway. Is that something along those lines? Like,
Similar.
it's
It's more like feel the discomfort.
feel the comfort. Oh,
The
discomfort.
discomfort.
Feel the
Mhm.
discomfort and do it anyway. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're still
Yeah.
gonna do this even though it doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
So tell us about this intro program. I'm pretty curious and intrigued after all the life experience that you have had. I wonder how it
Mhm.
is that you help others.
Yeah. So it's basically, I have a program called Get Out of Your Way and Get What You Want, because we have things that we want, and we're usually the ones getting in our way of getting what you want or getting what we want. And so this is an 8-week program, and it's usually $1,500, but I'm offering it at $1,288 for attendees today. And this is actually the full program. And I didn't put the intro program in because I actually recently just created it. But the intro program is a 4-week program, and I will teach folks about the model, about the motivational triad, about manuals that we have for ourselves and for other people that get in the way of our relationship with ourselves and our relationships with other people.
Now, when you
And
say manuals,
yeah,
I'm sorry, but when you say manuals, can you tell me a little bit about what that means? Manuals that I have for other people?
yeah, and we have them for ourselves too. It's
Yeah.
basically like an instruction manual that you have for other people. Like, oh, my brother should remember my birthday every year. We think
Mm,
that and people might agree with that manual, but then if my brother doesn't do that, then I'll make it mean he doesn't care about me, he's not a good brother, and then that will change how I think about him. And if I'm thinking about him poorly, my relationship with him is going to go poorly.
mm.
And so if that's a manual that I want to keep, I can keep that. I can say that my brother should remember my birthday every year. But let's say he forgets. If I want to drop that manual and say, okay, like he forgot, but look what he did. Like I know he still cares about me. He calls me every couple weeks and checks in. Like just because
Yeah,
he forgot my birthday doesn't mean he doesn't care about me. And we have
right.
all these other manuals. Like for ourselves, we might say like, oh, I need to wake up at 5:30 every morning in order to be productive and get these things done. And that might be true for certain points in your life. And if you like that, but if it's something that is creating like a challenge or an obstacle for you in your relationship with yourself or with another person, you just want to look at the manuals that you might have for that person or for yourself and question them and say, are they serving me in this relationship? Are they not? Do I want to drop them? Do I want to change them? What do I want to do with them?
Yeah, I really like that idea of having a manual or recognizing that it is a manual. The kind of language that goes around it too is being able to decide whether or not you want to keep this. There's no shame in it. If this is the
Mhm.
way I want my relationship to look with my brother who doesn't remember my birthday, then I can keep that if I want to, and I can watch my relationship disintegrate. But that's my choice. That's how I feel about it. It's fine. No judgment at all.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's what I really like that idea. And then also the other piece of it is that you're empowered to make that change. If it's not serving you in the way that you want, this is
Exactly.
empowerment. Mhm.
Yeah, and I think really what I want people to know is that they have options, in how they choose to live their lives. Because a lot of the time when we're feeling stuck, we're only considering the options that we currently have and that we currently know and are familiar with. But when we start to expand those options, we can go on different paths and we can make different choices. And that's when we expand and can free ourselves from this like very narrow path that we might be on.
Absolutely.
And the last thing in this intro series is how to process and allow emotion.
Ooh. Well, this is like, ooh, because it's necessary for everything. It really is. So
Mhm.
this is a lesson that we've listened and we've heard that you've really learned.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that in the past, I didn't know how to allow and process emotions. So they would just stay stuck in my body and feel very overwhelming. And this is what a lot of people feel. They think, oh, it's too scary and the emotion is too strong. I can't allow myself to feel it. Otherwise, it'll take over. Um,
Yeah.
and it's only because we're resisting it. And you've heard, whatever we resist persists.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
that goes with emotions, because if we're resisting them, we're not allowing them. They just get stronger in our body. They stay stuck in our body instead of and they do start to feel overwhelming. But if we allow and process them, then they can move through our body instead of stay stuck. And yeah, it might be intense. It still might be an intense feeling, but it could move through maybe faster if we allow it, and it won't stay stuck. And so it won't feel overwhelming for a long, long time. It might feel overwhelming for a little while, but then it
Mhm.
does get the opportunity to move through.
Yeah, that's the key, is that it does get an opportunity to move through and to make it out of your body and not stay stuck and do whatever kind of damage it does. I know that
Mhm.
I would say that I've been depressed a whole lot because of just feeling like I had tons of feelings that I didn't know were there or how to express them, or it just, I suppressed them as much as possible. And of course,
Yeah.
it persisted and it manifested into alcoholism for me. So,
Mm.
that is that's like really, really important. So, what are those three modalities once more so we can make sure the audience has heard you?
Yeah, it's
Or
actually 4. So
four?
the model, the self-awareness tool, the model, the
Hmm.
motivational triad, manuals, and then processing and allowing emotions.
Processing and allowing emotions. And after someone has finished your course,
Mhm.
what will be the transformation? What would be the transformation?
Yeah, I think, and this is important because this intro series is meant to be an intro, and it's one-on-one on Zoom, so it's one-to-one. It's not like a video series or a group thing. Um, I think that people will start to see how they're getting in their own way, and they might come up with ideas for themselves about what they need to do to get out of their way. And then with the 8-week program, we just dive a little deeper into that, and there's more time to spend on working with these tools. And I think I also have a couple other tools in the 8-week program, along with integration. And so that, I think the most important part is to recognize that we have options for ourselves instead of needing to stay so stuck on a narrow path where we don't feel like we have options. And that's what's keeping us stuck and in our own way.
I think you can drop the mic right there. April Yee, thank you so much for sharing your story, inspirational story with us, working so hard, making it 9 to 5, no, that's not true. 9 to 9, something like
Yeah.
that. Working really hard to make it work for you. And you've come out on the other side with some really great experiences and tips to help other people so they don't have to go through that same kind of experience. I want to thank you once again. And if you, thank you again. And if you want to get April's coaching, you can go up here to the swag bag offers. Up here, you'll be able to see it right there. The swag bag offers. Check out her coaching program. You can also reach her at, I think her social media links are here somewhere. But you can reach her at Instagram. I think Instagram she's not as focused on, but Instagram, you can check her out on LinkedIn. April Yee, and you can check her out at thehealingmodalities.com. Check her out, thehealingmodalities.com. I really think it's very powerful. At the end of this, she had talked about how she was looking for the sense of belonging in her own life. And if you feel that way, if you feel like you don't recognize yourself, you don't know why you're doing what it is that you do, you're working hard for others, then make sure that you focus on yourself and look for that sense of belonging in your own life. And with that said, we were supposed to take a short break. We're going to take like a 15-minute break, of course. But I think Kory is here, and I think Kory wants to chat with me for a little bit. I'm not sure, but if Kory would want to chat for a little bit, come back on the screen. Let's hear what Kory thinks about what's happening. Kory, welcome back, man. Hey, oh, you froze. Just
No,
as
I'm
he
back.
said. Nope, you're frozen. You're frozen to me.
Oh no.
No, okay, you're moving around now, and you're a little blurry. What the heck? You know what? I had internet problems for the past week, and it's
Right.
just been, now you're coming into focus. Coming right into focus.
Fantastic.
Perfect. Kory May, the tall man with the short name. What's going on, Kory? How are you enjoying the
Well,
conference?
I'm loving it, Lee. I mean, we've seen examples of resilience and people being strong in the face of trauma, recognizing, accepting, and working through. It's been eye-opening. These coaches have been phenomenal all morning long.
I
If
mean,
you're
what else
not
can you
here,
say?
well,
Where are you? If you're not here, where are you? Well,
yes, that's the perfect question, because if we ask why, we start imposing guilt on people. We're not going to do that. I was listening.
yes.
I think that was Carol.
Yes, I don't like to ask why questions either. I definitely like to ask these what questions, just because I think it makes it more so we're focused on the actionable steps that we can take. The why, people just might not know. That's why they might get defensive. Like, I don't know why I did what I did. I feel like you're judging me. What the blah blah blah. We don't.
Well,
That's not the kind of relationship that we want.
in business, those the tools are for problem solving 5 whys, right? And if
Oh,
you are getting asked 5 whys as to why something failed, at some point or another, it starts to come back down on you. And if
it
you're
does.
feeling like, hey, I just stuck my head in the the oven and turned it on, this is a bad thing, and now everybody recognizes that this is my fault. The what oriented questions are more about the individual events that led up to it, and also far less finger pointing. I appreciated that a lot.
Definitely. Yeah, I really like the distinction that you made. And I see some love going on here at TikTok. I appreciate Ara is in the chat. She's liking, she's sharing. I really appreciate that, showing up for Love Yourself First conference. We're also streaming on YouTube if you want to come check us out there. If you're available, check us out. It's a much better viewing opportunity for you. But we appreciate you there. I just wanted to say hello. I see you there. I see you. Thank you. But the distinction, back to what you were saying, I appreciate that distinction because it really breaks it out, makes it a lot easier to understand why we do what we do, or why. Geez, now I know. It's like
No,
one of
no,
those
why
words.
is perfectly appropriate in that context.
Okay. Yes, it is. Not
Coach Lee,
just
why did you use that word?
why. I don't know why. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Okay, so I'm really glad to hear that you're enjoying the conference. I'm not sure if we talked about the loving yourself first, and for you, loving yourself, how did that show up for you? I think we talked about what it means to love yourself first, but I don't know if we talked about that self-love that you have. And I think I put you on the spot as a cis Black man here, the only one in this conference. Lead the way for all of us.
Funny you should bring this up, because I had a discussion with Nicole Miles last night after
Mhm.
we'd finished up this, and recognizing that maybe this is an emergent field, and I'm probably Johnny come lately to the party. But if we are going to look at this in terms of fixing society, fixing a broken society, we need to do some of this outreach toward men and marginalized men as well. And the questions were based on a Frederick Douglass quote: "It's easier to fix broken children, or it's easier to fix children than broken men." What if we found ways to create these tools and transport them over to marginalized communities, right? Because
Right.
if that way we're healing a society, and we're able to create those circumstances under which men and women can have conversations without being threatened, right?
Well, yeah, well, threatened, because a lot of people like threatened. Okay, threatened is quite a word,
Oh, it is.
and yeah, and I think a lot of people feel it, even though maybe no one's intending it. Like maybe people won't intend it.
Well, that's correct. We all carry our internal biases with us everywhere we go.
Mhm.
And a lot of times those biases and prejudices and uninformed opinions get in the way of our ability to hear our partner or the person across from us. And we need to find ways to mitigate those so that we can hear clearly what the other person is saying. Now, I'm 6'4", and after Christmas, I'm about 240 pounds. I'm big, right? And a lot of times people see a large black man walking toward them, and their internal biases scare them into crossing the street or clutching their bag. And while I can rationally understand why somebody would do that, if I've got my hands full of groceries or I'm listening to a podcast and I'm not paying any attention to them, that fear is making an irrational action. These sometimes we call these microaggressions. Look, I have no desire to take something from somebody else.
Right.
That's not my thing. But I can still feel the abrasion of someone clutching their purse and looking terrified.
Right.
I have no
Absolutely.
intention. I have no intent to do that. And it's in those conversations that we can mitigate that so that, hey, this
Right.
isn't that person.
So as far as, the loving yourself first and how that relates to this kind of thing, because you can see that there are people who just view you as a threat. I mean, that external experience of people seeing you as a threat, of seeing you as someone who you don't
Yeah, April. Oh, you nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish that you could put that in the chat so other people could see it. This is your behind the scenes. I could see
May
it.
I read it?
Yeah, but I wanted to say really quick is that I'm curious about your own experiences and how, that view, or maybe you could share how that view of it, the world of saying that you're bad, you're bad, you're bad, giving you that impression. How did that change for you?
Well, okay. So first, you are absolutely correct that we do hear these consistently repeated messages about who we are, right? Media plays a tremendous role. And I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, and there were not a lot of positive role models that you would see on television. And that kind of stuff helps create that glass ceiling in your head that says, I can't be anything but. And then you find ways to break that. And when you do that, that's the first step, at least I have been looking at in terms of beginning to love myself. Representation, representation, because if you can see it, you can be it. And if you can be it, then by all means go full steam ahead. So often we are told that you can only be certain things. You can be an entertainer, a rapper, or a singer. You can be a basketball, football, or baseball player. Okay, we'll throw in hockey. You can run track. And there's not enough of the positive reinforcement, whether it's by our community or by mainstream society, that says you can be a doctor, you can be an attorney, you can be an astrophysicist. And that's all tied into loving yourself as well.
Yeah. So then, there comes a point in time where we have to stop listening to the things outside of us and start listening to the things inside of us, finding that sense of belonging in our own life. I'm just going to keep saying that because I like how April put it. Find that sense of belonging in our own life. And she had mentioned, and we have like just 3 minutes left because our next speaker is coming up. If you'd be interested in reading what she had said, everyone would love it, I'm sure.
All right, I'm going to do that. April wrote, yes, my ex, who was a Black man, said he needed to be aware of how far and how he was standing behind someone at the ATM. He helped me see that there's so much additional psychological work that someone like him has to do to make people feel comfortable. I echo that. One of the part of being Black in America is this: making white people feel comfortable. And I have to make myself smaller on some occasions in order to register that I'm not a threat or threatening. And that is heavy weight. It is heavy weight. I cannot, if I throw my shoulders back and I am proud, then I am also bigger. And by bigger, it also means imposing and possible threat. There's sometimes people that want to run up and start things just because I'm bigger than they are.
Absolutely. I mean, just the way people see us, it's going to impact our reality as well. I really appreciate having this conversation and you sharing your experiences with loving yourself first. Understanding more about how the world is seeing you and how you might have to adjust, and then overcoming that adjustment by just feeling your feelings on the inside. You didn't say any of those things about feeling your feelings, but I imagine that you do.
Yeah, I do. I'm sure we'll talk about this in a moment or two, or
yeah, because
our
next speaker talks all about this stuff. I mean, you were the perfect introduction. She's a white woman who tells people about whiteness. Oh my God. When I met her, I was like, oh my God, you were going to really, that's not your introduction, Isis, but it could be. It could be. All right. Kory, I want to thank you so much for coming up and sharing your experiences. Pieces. The perfect
See you soon, my friend.
You're really going to enjoy this. We're all going to enjoy this. All right. Our next speaker is Isis Fabian. Isis is a coach, consultant, researcher, helping conscious people transform their thinking about our world, our differences. Hey, where you at? Okay. Our differences with a background in workplace equity research, anti-colonial education, and neurodivergent/queer empowerment, ISIS brings a broad spectrum of experience and disciplines together to serve the creation of stronger communities and a radically brighter future. Having been on their own decade-long journey of unlearning and self-discovery that has brought them balance, joy, and determination in the face of a future that seems increasingly bleak and unstable, ISIS serves as an expedition partner, especially for their white siblings, to break the chains of colonialized mind and join a true path towards collective liberation. Doesn't that sound like a superhero to you, right? It does. Isis, welcome.
Thank you. So happy to be here. So glad to hear what we've been talking about, especially just the past hour or so. It just all flows into some of these same core concepts. So as much as this is not focused on whiteness, it will absolutely be coming to the conversation, Coach Lee. Should I just jump right in?
Yes, the floor is yours. If you know how to share, are you able to share your screen, or
Yeah.
did you get that squared away?
Yeah, I don't have to share right away, but I'll be sharing soon. We'll see if it comes up when it's supposed
Okay.
to. All right, great. Hi, everyone. You heard my intro. I talk about a lot of things. Today, I'm talking to you under the umbrella of intellectual wellness, engaging in lifelong learning and critical thinking for mental stimulation, for personal peace, for moving from a place of resignation and hopelessness to a place of peace and restoration. And the learning objectives for my talk today or I want you to come away able to challenge your preconceived notions and constructs about the world, having, the initial tool set to start practicing that, to expand your thinking, to approach personal and interpersonal challenges in new ways, and also to empower yourself with agency and liberty in situations where you feel helpless or hopeless. So the goal here really is, like you've been hearing all day, to think differently. If you're wondering, well, what action do I take? How do I apply this, right? That's often trying to reverse engineer. This is part of our culture, and I'll get into this with the air we breathe and the water we swim in. But we always want to take like the action and say, how do I behave out in the world in a way that is going to, manifest these changes? And as we were just hearing the conversation about race, being performatively woke or knowing all the microaggressions not to do, for instance, right, does not take away your internalized racism. It does not take away your internalized white entitlement. It's just it's an external kind of surface level performance. So rather than thinking, what are the actions for me to take in my personal situation or out in the world? I want you instead to think, how will this help me think differently, right? How will what I'm hearing help me think differently? Wanting that list of action items as part of the old operating system. We want to install a new operating system, not just run a different program on the same operating system. That's what I see with a lot of us today, especially as we are coming up in greater numbers to fight, colonialism and imperialism and capitalism, all of these things. We say, I hate these things. I want these systems to come down. And yet we don't realize the way that we have internalized the ideals of these systems, the value judgments of these systems, the superiority, inferiority complexes that have been installed in us in these systems. So we're still running a different program on the same operating system. It's like when you're arguing with someone at Thanksgiving, right? You might have two totally different perspectives on something, but you're still both engaged in an argument. You're still taking a stance of me versus you. You still are both using the logic of someone is right and someone is wrong. Someone is best, someone is worst. These kinds of core fundamental concepts and feelings of superiority or categorization and individualism and things. This is what I mean when I talk about the operating system that goes much deeper than just the surface level differences in opinion or perspective or approach that we might have. I'll also add that this is not meant to be shame-based. Want to work on, just as you were hearing from April, right? Observing our thoughts and our judgments and our conclusions with detachment, just being able to bring them into conscious awareness and notice the active role that we are playing in some of the narratives that we have, especially those negative ones about certain relationships, about the world around us, about what our future holds, all of that. Not to be like, oh man, when you hear me talking about something, be like, oh man, I do that all the time. I suck for doing that, right? That's the old operating system telling you to make those judgments about yourself, to live in a place of shame about yourself. We're trying to move to a place where we're just expanding the aperture really dramatically out of like the box that we spend all of our time thinking in, into a much more expansive, much more exploratory way of seeing the world and everything that we experience. And so I'm going to share this slide. I don't know if you can see it. I have it being shared. Coach Lee, can you let me know if you can see it or if it's backstage? Oh, there it is. Okay, great. So this is a great concept to start with, to start exploring this. Convergent thinking versus divergent thinking. So convergent thinking is our cultural default. It's where we have a bunch of facts and we're trying to converge on an answer. It's really easy to see this in corporate America, in most workplaces, for instance, where you're trying to get everybody down to a single point of consensus. I like to think of it as like you're starting thinking inside the box and then you're whittling it down to an even smaller box to try to reach that answer. Now, this is not to say this is a bad way of thinking. Again, we are not making judgments. We're not making comparisons, but this is the only way that we think most of the time, even in situations where we would be much better served by divergent thinking, which is where, for instance, we start with a question and we explore where that question leads. It'll bring different ideas. This often happens when we go into unstructured collaboration mode, right? Where we don't know how long the dialogue is going to go on. We don't know where we're going to end up. We don't know where we're going to land. We don't have kind of prescriptions or outcomes on what that landing point has to be. And a lot of us are really uncomfortable with this because it involves a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unpredictability. And often, even when we're engaging with someone who's trying to engage in a more divergent dialogue, we interpret it as them, interrupting or not paying attention or being disruptive instead of taking the opportunity to think divergently. So an example of how this happens in our minds and just terms of how we process information is and this is something white people do a lot. I'll keep bringing that in for these examples, is say you meet someone who is biracial or ethnically ambiguous. And if you have that thought process running in the back of your head while they're talking or while you're getting to know them, it's just like, oh, I can't figure out what they are, and like really feeling like you need to know. Now, you might, be politically correct enough to not ask the question, although there's plenty of people who still will. This can happen with age too. You can't tell how old someone is. And so you're like having trouble parsing them because there's some really big aspect of their identity that we just don't know. And the reason we feel that kind of dissonance and that kind of friction is because our convergent thinking mind really wants to put that person in a box so it can start filtering everything they say and everything they do through their, box for that specific racial group or that age group or that ethnicity group or gender group, right? What about when you meet someone you don't nowadays, you're more likely to meet someone where you don't know what gender they are, aside from maybe not knowing what pronouns to use. You might struggle to parse them as you're trying to figure out, were they assigned female at birth or assigned male at birth? Like if you're having that kind of program running in the background, that's what that is. That's that convergent mind really trying to whittle down that person into a more one-dimensional category rather than seeing them holistically for who they are and actually expanding your aperture to just take in all the information and all the ambiguities. And I will note people with ADHD tend to be really good at this, at divergent thinking. They tend to do it automatically, the people who have ADHD in my life, and they don't even know that they're doing it. And often it's interpreted as being distractible or not able to focus. It's seen as a deficiency of some kind. But in reality, it's often a superpower because they're attending to so much more data and so many more inputs. And they're not allowing those things, to be excluded by this very narrow-minded way of thinking. So divergent thinking enables us to kind of question everything, whereas convergent thinking is deep inside the box thinking. And an example of what that might look like is you're in an unhealthy relationship or friendship, right? And the answer you're looking for is the one that will fix the relationship. And so the box you're starting with is this relationship is the whole world. I'm in this relationship. And now I'm trying to figure out the facts, the strategies, whatever that is going to get the relationship to be what I want it to be. Whereas a divergent thinking approach might start with, why am I sad and unsatisfied in my life in general? When did I start feeling this way? What have been some of the inputs? Ideas branch out from there to kind of get to the root, and you might more easily be able to discover that the existence of the relationship or the box is not something that needs to be taken for granted, or have the capacity to hold that at arm's length and explore a world where you're not in that relationship without having to deal with all of the emotions and the certainties that are tied up with that. So there's just one example of how we can try stepping outside of our normal way of just engaging with the world, of collecting information, of engaging in conversation with people, and consider, am I being really convergent here? Or is there an opportunity to be more divergent? And often we haven't even, if you've never heard this concept and you don't have ADHD, you don't have a kind of a nonlinear brain, you might never have even realized that so much of the way your mind is operating is in this convergent space. And so what this really relates to is the concept of control, right? We would rather have the illusion of control than accept the reality of non-control. So a lot of convergent thinking is trying to get back to what I can control or convince myself that I can control something that I can't control. This is kind of just a visual to show that there's a universe of things that we can control. Then there's things that we have varying levels of influence on. And then there's a whole lot that we just have to accept. And we don't really have a good practice of acceptance in our culture. It's not something we really learn how to do. We're taught that acceptance is the same thing as giving up. And giving up or being a quitter is like a huge no-no in our culture. So we don't learn what it looks like to accept the things we cannot control. And instead, we put a lot of mental energy into convincing ourselves that we can control certain things and trying over and over again to control things that are outside our control. Of course, this leads to a lot of anxiety. It can also lead to a lot of shame and guilt. Quick trigger warning for sexual assault. A lot of us, this is something I've experienced myself, who have experienced sexual assault, will cling to the belief that we could have controlled the outcome. As much shame and guilt as that causes, because you feel like it was your fault, it also gives us a false sense of control over the future. And so the alternative is like either contend with the shame and the guilt and the anxiety, or contend with fear. And fear is such a big thing to contend with. But we may not realize because we're just so, and as we heard this from April earlier, right? This moving to this place of familiarity, moving to this place even of comfort, the familiar, no matter how painful the familiar is, can still be so comfortable compared to the unknown, because we are so frightened of the unknown. And again, we don't have a practice of acceptance. We don't have a practice of engaging with the things outside of our control. And so we do default to that place of shame and guilt and sitting there. And if we spend a lot of time in this place of shame and inadequacy, even though it's so painful, it becomes our default. It becomes familiar. It's so uncomfortable to be outside of it that we just keep defaulting back to it. But if you can get to that place of accepting that something happened to you outside of your control, and you're now contending with that fear, that is a much healthier reality to be contending with, because you're now no longer engaged in maintaining the illusion of control. Now we're engaged with our fear. Okay, what if I was in that situation again? What if that happened to me again? You know, how did I get through it the first time? How did I this and that? You start thinking through it and really putting yourself in that place and helping yourself see your strength. And fear is just the other side of the coin of love, right? So when you're working with fear, there's an opportunity to transform that fear into love. When you're working with shame and guilt, these are not productive feelings that you can really transform into anything, because they really revolve around that illusion of control and not facing reality for what it is. So for anyone watching right now, just take a moment and ask yourself, regarding an interpersonal relationship in your life, what do I have control over? What can I influence? And what do I simply have to accept? Right? What do I have control over? What can I influence? And what do I simply have to accept? I'll give an example of, and this can be any type of relationship. We'll give one example. Say this is your relationship with your mother, and you just had your first child, and you're suddenly dealing with so much judgment and not helpfulness and entitlement to the child's life and time and whatever from your mother, right? And in that situation, we often think, okay, there's a way that I can get this person to change their behavior. I will touch on boundaries in a moment here, but there's only so much we can control, right? And it might get to a point where you've set those boundaries and you get to the place of having to accept that if this person does not take it upon themselves to be who I need them to be in my life and in this moment, then I'm not going to spend time with them, right? I'm not going to have the relationship with my mother that I so desperately want. My child is not going to have the relationship with their grandmother that I so desperately want, unless and until this person chooses to respect my boundaries and change their behavior. And that can be so hard to accept. Now, on the flip side, when we're looking at what we have control over, we might deny that we have control over, for instance, events that we go to. We might think, oh, I simply have to go to Thanksgiving and deal with my mother and deal with all of these things. I have to do that, right? Technically, that is something you have control over. Technically, where you go, who you spend your time with, and who your child in this case, spends their time with, and where they go. Those are things you do have control over. So to take into account the entire universe of control, influence, and acceptance can really make a difference in how we view any kind of situation. I'm going to stop screen sharing if I have the ability to do that. And touch on boundaries. As I said, a lot of us misunderstand boundaries. And I know Coach Lee was talking about this earlier in the day. We create them as a means of control, again, right? Rather than a means of sovereignty. And we lose track of kind of where we start and where the other person and where we end and where the other person begins, right? And we don't have a sense of my sovereign kind of kingdom of the self. When we do not enforce our own boundaries and we set them up as rules instead of as true boundaries, we are giving other people sovereignty over our kingdom. Because when you make a rule, which is what a lot of boundaries, what people call boundaries, actually sound like, you are giving someone else the power to violate that rule. And you do not give yourself the power to enforce anything. So when I hear someone say something like, he keeps violating my boundaries, that sounds very strange to me, because it's like, how is that possible? Only you can violate your boundaries. That's what makes it a boundary and not a rule. So to give an example of the difference between the two, a rule would be, you can't yell or scream at me. You can't do that, right? That'll be a rule. And then when that person does yell or scream at you, all of a sudden, yeah, exactly, April. I can control how I show up and react, but I can't control what other people say, think, or do. I'm saying you can't yell or scream at me, or any of these kind of rules that we set. As soon as they violate that rule, what happens next, right? But a boundary would sound like, if you yell or scream at me, I will not interact with you. I will disengage from the interaction. I will leave the interaction. I will not continue interacting with you. And then again, when it happens, are you going to hold up your boundary or not? Are you going to enforce it or not? And this and boundaries aren't threats either, right? It's not like say, if you do that, I'm breaking up with you, right? But you might say, I am someone who cannot be in a relationship with somebody who does not communicate proactively about, how late they're going to be out or where they are late at night, something like that, right? And say, so if you continue repeatedly to not communicate that, then I'm going to have to leave this relationship. Then again, it's up to you. Are you going to uphold that boundary or not? Or are you just using it as a way to try to control someone and try to force them to be some way or something that they're not? Sometimes we do bring unreasonable expectations into relationships, but what makes it unreasonable or reasonable is really where you're at. And maybe you have past relationship trauma, you have a lot of issues with trust, and you're like, hey, being in a relationship with me right now means doing these things. And if you truly can't be in a relationship with someone who doesn't do those things, then it is up to you to assert that boundary, not to tell someone to change over and over again. So that's why what we're talking about today is really about ourselves and what we change and shift within ourselves, and all the opportunities we have to expand our apertures and our relationship with different aspects of our world merely through what's going on in our own minds. So for anyone in the chat who does want to share examples of interpersonal boundaries that are not rules, would love to hear more examples of those. And so now I want to move on and switch gears a little bit to this concept I mentioned earlier of the water we swim in, right? Like convergent thinking is an example of that. If that's the only type of thinking we've ever known, that is our whole universe and world of thought. There are so many assumptions we make and beliefs we hold about the world that we are in that are actually just a product of our socialization and conditioning and of colonialism, imperialism, and capitalism, honestly. Just some examples to help kind of break this idea open. When we think of, say we're very anti-capitalist, we're like, I don't like capitalism. I don't like how it works. I don't like what it prioritizes. We even think of the concept of how an economy is measured. What is a growing economy? What makes an economy stronger than another? What does it mean when the economy is shrinking? All these things that we're afraid of. Oh, a shrinking economy will mean a economic collapse and a recession. But all of these things are measured with GDP, gross domestic product. And you may or may not know what that is, but this is kind of what's universally used to measure a country's productivity and the size of a country's economy. And GDP does not capture, for instance, housework, childcare, right? Unless you're paying for it, growing your own food. It only captures market transactions within the economy. Anything that has a market transaction is quote unquote good for GDP. Anything that does not involve a market transaction, like walking your neighbor's dog, has no impact on GDP. What's really scary is that, you know what's great for GDP? Natural disasters, right? Tons of infrastructure destroyed, tons of money that has to be spent to rebuild and to build new things, get new contracts, all this stuff. That's good for GDP. Car accidents are good for GDP. People have to buy more cars. They have to get healthcare, health crises in general. It's good for GDP for Americans, for instance, to be unhealthy and to have to spend a lot of money on pharmaceuticals and surgeries and medicine just in general. Anything that creates a market transaction, right, is good for, quote unquote, a growing economy. And we often don't even take that, like interrogate that. We just take that for granted. We're like, yeah, I get capitalism and all the upsides. Was like, but there's these fundamental things. And we all know that housework and childcare and growing your own food and all of these unaccounted for things, we know that these things aren't valued under capitalism. And yet we might shame ourselves for being like, oh, you know, I live with my parents and yeah, I do a lot of the cooking and cleaning, but you know, I am a failure in society, right? Because we are applying the same measures and value systems of capitalism to ourselves and our own lives. And this happens all the time in how we judge ourselves and how we judge other people. If we want a brighter collective future, we're not helping anybody by continuing to put energy into and validating these same constructs of worth and hierarchy, and saying some people are better or superior to others. And just as another concept to help just like shift your aperture of like, oh, that's something I took for granted. There's this animal communicator named Anna Breitenbach. I don't know if you if you believe in animal communication or not, and she makes her whole career kind of, I guess, psychically communicating with people's animals. But she says one of the things that stands out the most of many things, the difference between how humans think and how animals think, is a fixation on living long lives. Like humans, we have this real like dedication to the idea of living a long life, rather than even like a high quality life. And if you think about it and you were to ask a lot of people, would you really rather have a very long kind of miserable life or a short, relatively short, but very high quality life of, you know, abundance and connection, all of that? That's not a question that most people ever even consider, ever think about, or have to think about. And again, under capitalism, under these systems, it's best for us to outsource to our future, right? Being happy so that we can be miserable and tolerate, you know, being overworked, underpaid, worried about where our next meal is going to come from in the short term, because we have this just assumption that life is about being long and not about what is right in front of me right now, the relationships I have right now, the place I am living in right now, you know, the work I'm doing right now. None of that is as important as all the things I have yet to do and accomplishments I have yet to achieve, right? But how often do we even consider that just striving for a long life, quantity over quality in general, not just in life, just in everything? That's just an opinion, right? It's not to say one way of being or thinking or wanting is better or worse than another, but to think it is subjective, to recognize that these are subjective ways of viewing the world. They're not the only way to view the world. Same with the one God, many gods, right? That our operating system is so based in separation and in individualism, separation and binaries, that we wouldn't even think to consider how could there be one God and many gods, right? If you believe in God at all. But how might there be one God and many gods? I mean, I'm an avid lucid dreamer. I do a dream journal every day. And I see every night how my own consciousness fragments into sometimes hundreds of beings, trees, buildings, other people, animals. I've seen how that my mind, my consciousness is able to do that. Why not one God that is also many gods, that is also many more gods? These aren't things we even think about because the idea of egoic separation is so baked into our operating system. And so if we're arguing over it has to be this or that, either or, we don't even consider the possibility of both and. And one more example on this front is the land back movement. Some people here in North America have heard of Indigenous peoples driving the land back movement, returning the land to Indigenous control. And here, we stole their land. They had it, we stole it, they want it back. It's easy enough to understand, right? But that only makes sense in a world in which we have a universal concept of owning land, when in fact that is a very subjective and arguably very strange concept that colonizers brought to North America. I mean, how far does your borders on your property go? Does it go to the center of the earth? Same for borders around nation states. I mean, for most of human history, we didn't have borders. This concept of borders and ownership over the earth itself wasn't so much a thing. And so when a lot of us hear the land back movement, we think, yeah, I understand it. It's they want their land back. But if they never had the concept of owning land, how could that be possible? When in fact it would just be a, taking back the sovereignty kind of control over the stewardship of the land is really what the land back movement is about. But most of us don't even think to question that. We think, I understand. And we're coming from our own aperture. We're coming from our colonial aperture. Seeing so many of these comments. Yeah, so true, April. If I'm delaying things until the future, what am I missing out on experiencing right now, right? And again, who benefits and what system and structure benefits when we're thinking that way? So interpersonally, we also manifest that projected reality. And this came up a little bit in the conversation earlier too. But to move from a place of fear and hopelessness, we have to be able to recognize these limitations in our beliefs and our thinking. We have to recognize that we are coming from a box and that there is way, 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 way more beyond that box. And the beliefs we have about the full scope of possibility and everything else are really limited compared to the truth that lies beyond that. And the more of us are tapping into a broader truth, the more real those greater possibilities become. But in terms of interpersonally, how this happens, just one other example is like when someone interrupts you and you think, oh, this person doesn't like me, or they think my story's boring, or maybe I make a judgment about them, they're selfish, they're self-centered, when in reality, I mean interrupt you by like just seeming to change the subject and when you're telling a story. In reality, that could be neurodivergent. One thing we do as neurodivergent people a lot is we create nested conversations, which is you start topic A, and then you start topic B, and then you start topic C, and then you finish topic C, you finish topic B, and you finish topic A. And it's just, it happens very naturally. If you have two neurodivergent people speaking to each other, it's a very comfortable, natural way of speaking. I've had this happen to me many times where I have tried to nest a conversation because I'll like ask someone a question about a seemingly kind of marginal detail in their story, and they don't want to go there. They're just like, let me finish my story. And then I feel bad because now they have this negative judgment of some kind that's been created, and it's all based in their perception and their assumption about why I did that, right? So when we believe things about ourselves, like I am boring, I am not smart, I am unworthy, we look for evidence of that. Confirmation bias is one of the most powerful biases out there. And we will interpret other people's behavior to support those beliefs about ourselves, even though there's a whole universe beyond what we're interpreting that could explain their behavior, explain their reaction. And often it could just be, it has nothing to do with us. But some of us, that's even harder to accept. It's harder to accept, like, wait, this person's behavior literally has nothing to do with me. They're not thinking about me at all. We would rather be centered. We would rather be in the middle. We'd rather be hated than have someone just not care about us or be totally ambivalent about us. And that goes back to this need for control and some kind of ability to influence what's happening around us. But if we can just confront the truth of a situation, we can also release that need for control. And if we can allow that there are many other possibilities, we don't need to know what the possibilities are for why something happened, for why we went on 4 dates with that person and it went so great and we thought we met our soulmate, and then all of a sudden we never heard from them again, right? We don't need to know what really happened in order to be able to release it and say, it doesn't mean that I'm a garbage human. It doesn't mean that they, I don't know, saw that YouTube video of my middle school performance that I don't know how to get off of YouTube, or whatever is going through your mind. You can release it without coming up with an alternate explanation. Yes, exactly. We're not owners of the land, but stewards of it. And so one way that this shows up when I talk about the air that we breathe, the water that we swim in, is white women. I'll speak, as a white woman, our culture of how we interact with each other and how we build relationships is often really based in competition, and it's based in perfectionism, and it's, being nice to your face and saying something else behind your back. A lot of passive aggression. There's other positives to it, but I'm trying to share some of the stuff that we might not even realize. And then when we try to move into relationship with, Black, brown, indigenous women, they deal with these same things from us. And they're like, you don't know how to be in community with women. And we don't even realize that about ourselves because we've been socialized to be in competition, which is part of how we uphold, white male patriarchy. That's part of the role that we play. We're not supposed to be in solidarity with one another. We're supposed to be competing with one another. We're supposed to be policing one another's behavior and policing one another's appearance. We're supposed to see each other very hierarchically in terms of I'm superior to you because I look this way, or I have this husband, or I live in that neighborhood. That's all deeply ingrained from a very early age. And so if we don't see that for the box that it is, we think that this is just what interacting with people is. We think this is what interacting with women is. This is why you have a lot of women who will say, I hate women and I only want to hang out with men, right? Not realizing how much internalized misogyny there is there. So we need to be able to see these norms in order to see beyond them. And all of us have the capacity to look at how we show up in the world and ask, why am I showing up that way? Why did I make that judgment of that person, right? Why am I drawing that conclusion about that person? Why do I not trust this person? Where's that coming from? What's influencing that? And looking for those opportunities to shift our behavior, to set our own boundaries instead of just narrowing in with that convergent thinking that is always drawing these conclusions. And so I'm going to pull up the slides again to get to the big picture here when we think about the future, our personal future, our collective future. This is where this becomes really powerful. If we can't see the water that we swim in, and the constructs that we have internalized, then we live inside the box. That's the one on the left, inside the box, right? The world is ending. And that could be the world as we know it, like the whole world, or it could be you got broken up with and your world is ending because you identified with that relationship so strongly. So the box can be a toxic relationship. It can be the world as we know it, or it can be anything in between. But regardless, when we're living inside the box, when we're operating inside the box, we have internalized all the limitations and prescriptions of our circumstance, and we identify with it. And that was something, April mentioned earlier, is the idea of circumstance is often something we actually don't control. It's something we have the least control over. And yet we will identify with our circumstances when we are living inside the box. And it can be very scary, right? You feel like your own life is on the line. Your soul is on the line, your entire ego, your entire way of being. And when you're looking at the meta crisis of the broader world, which is honestly like the elephant in the room for so many of us right now. I mean, I wouldn't even be able to name everything, right? You have the beginning of World War III, multiple genocides around the globe, inflation that has, even if it's leveled out, we're screwed. Like no one can afford groceries. 66% of Americans are one small disaster away from complete instability, can't afford rent. The political system is a clown show. We don't know if we could trust any of our institutions anymore. Fresh water is rapidly becoming a scarce resource around the globe. Desertification of our agriculture here in the US is already starting, which will be driving up food prices even more. I mean, I could go on and on. AI, right? I could go on and on about all these things, right? So when you're living inside the box, you see all these facts, you're in the convergent thing, you're like fact leads to abject despair, complete hopelessness, complete fear, absolute terror, right? Just daily kind of, you're either trying to hide from it, or when you're thinking about it, you feel like you need to self-medicate with drugs or alcohol to try to get away from it because it's just so overwhelming. And some of the realities that we've been socialized with under modernity, we can think about that box as modernity, the world as we know it, is, the smart/rich people will have to save us, and money determines everything, and I'm inherently alone and disconnected from all other beings, because that is something you have to believe in order to, exist and comply with modernity, right? In order to exist within that box, quote unquote, successfully. We have to believe we're alone. We have to believe we're disconnected. We have to believe that other people are out to get us, right? And a collapse of infrastructure means suddenly we're going to be under attack from all sides by other humans. But when we're outside the box and we do not identify with our circumstances or the societal judgments attached to them, as we see on the right, what lies beyond the parameters of that world, right? Looking at the box from the outside, we can start to ask ourselves questions like, what are some of the things that could happen if the world as I know it fell apart, right? How much of my fear is due to uncertainty and that desire for familiarity and the desire for comfort and all of these things that I am attached to, right? Would people really come try to steal all of my stuff, or where did I get that idea from? Why do I think people are like that? I'm not saying people aren't like that. I'm just saying this gives us the opportunity to think, where do these beliefs come from? Am I putting energy into the world that is making other people think that people are inherently selfish and disconnected? What do I, need versus think that I need? And why do I think that I need those things, right? If I think I need a bunch of guns and a survival bunker, or else I'm doomed, right? Where is that coming from? Where am I being overly individualistic? Where am I thinking in a binary way of just being able to separate from that identification and recognize, if I'm able to engage with the idea of the end of the world as I know it, then I'm able to engage with the possibilities of what lies beyond that. What lies beyond the way that we do things? What lies beyond modernity? What is so great about modernity? What's so great about my iPhone? What's so great about this? What does this actually do for my joy, my life, my happiness? So our inside the box thinking is a lot of worrying and anticipating, and like we were talking about earlier, living in the future, fearing about the future, worrying about the future. I'm actually curious how many people would identify with these charts. So how much of your time is spent thinking about what I've already accomplished versus what is left to do? You might not be able to see that behind my window, but what is left to do versus what I've already accomplished? I think this is even generous for most people to say I spend 10% of my time truly thinking about what I've already accomplished versus 90% thinking about what's left to do. I think for most of us, I'll speak for myself, if I'm not paying attention, my mind is a constant thing of, now I have to go do this. Now I have to go do that. Oh, I have to unload the dishwasher, and then I have to shower, and then I have to let the dog out and let the dog back in and make sure that I'm not spending any time kind of really resting and thinking about what's already been accomplished. You think about the future, I have a child on the way, right? Oh, I have to do this, I have to do that, prepare this, prepare that, all the ways that I'm not prepared. Very little time spent in the headspace of all the ways that I am prepared. Right? This is, again, how we're conditioned. Another way you might look at it is time spent thinking about what I did wrong versus what I did right. Last time you had a job interview, last time you had a first date, right? How much time was spent thinking about what went wrong, what you could have done better, rather than what you did right, what went well, right? It's that survival mindset, that scarcity mindset, that fear-based mindset. It is very, very survival-oriented, these kinds of breakdowns. And then finally, what do I have and what I don't have? What we're conditioned so that what we have becomes like invisible to us. And I mean, even think about like having a body that moves, right? Having a body that moves around, like you can go for a walk. Like if you have that, you have that. That's a huge deal, right? If you don't have, if you have a housing at all, like housing that is, where you're going to be living for the next year. It's so easy to just let that just evaporates into nothing. It's part of the woodwork. It's not something you feel anything for or any kind of gratitude for. This is no one's fault that we do this. This is how we are conditioned under the box, inside the box, under the system that creates that box, right? And so we feel this mentality of scarcity, of need, of unsafety, of not having enough. And the reality is that our lives, I mean, if you think about it, what are our lives but an accumulation of experience? And what is experience but how we think and feel in reaction to stimuli, right? That's our whole lives. That's a life. If I spend 90 to 95% of my time thinking about what I have left to do, what I don't have, things I've done wrong, then 90 to 95% of my life is a life of fear, a life of scarcity, a life of anxiety, a life of worry, regardless of how much I actually have from a materialistic or relational standpoint. I guarantee you there are people who literally live in the streets of New York City, that's where I am, who are happier and more at peace and have lives where they spend more time in abundance than certain hedge fund managers. Guaranteed. It's so real that we create the life we're living with how much of our time we spend thinking in that fear-based mindset versus that peace and gratitude and love-based mindset. It's not to say this is going to solve your problems. You're like, yeah, well, I don't know where my next meal is going to come from. So how does that help me? Right? This is a reality for so many people right now. But just to understand, like, this is what a life is. And if our lives are an accumulation of our experience, and our experience is an accumulation of how we think and feel in response to various circumstances, then there's no denying that this is what makes a life one of abundance and love and gratitude and peace versus one of fear and scarcity and anxiety. And it is very hard. Once you develop the awareness to see yourself thinking this way all the time, once you start to see it, and it's not just kind of the invisible programming in the background, it's pretty shocking how much time most of us are spending here. But again, it's exciting because it's something that we have the ability to influence. It's something we have the ability to work through, whether it's through meditation, whether it's just through your mindfulness practices, whatever it is, it's a place to start if you don't have that awareness already. And it'll be incredible to you what shifts are possible. And so we're getting toward the end here. I want to walk through some questions that I guarantee you take a screenshot of these questions. Any situation you're dealing with in your life, interpersonal, anxiety about the future of the world, whatever it is, if you take the time to truly sit with yourself and ask yourself these questions, and I'm going to walk through each of them. Ask yourself these questions, get super honest, get super divergent with your answers to them. You will come away with insights that you never would have expected. And I'm also a certified coach. So anyone else like April who's a coach will probably be familiar with these kinds of lines of questioning. It's like coaching yourself to go through these. And so the first is, and this is probably the biggest and most challenging one. You could spend a whole day working through what's going to come out of this question. But in what ways am I coming from a place of fear? What exactly am I afraid of? And also, why am I afraid of it? And so if we're thinking in terms of the meta crisis of the world and that kind of hopelessness about our collective future, for a lot of us, this comes down to quite literally a fear of death, a fear of not getting to experience what others have experienced, right? Not getting to accrue the material wealth that others have accrued, not getting to have children, not getting to grow old with a romantic partner, not getting to own a house, never having a financially stable life, right? These are all things that we might fear. Pain and suffering themselves. I might fear just suffering through whatever is going to happen to me in this uncertain future that I feel so unprepared for. And the challenge here is to really sit with those things and get as far out of the operating system, as far out of the box as you can. Why am I so afraid of death? What is it about death that scares me, for instance, right? Just as I'm saying, it's a practice to really zoom out far enough to be able to detach from some of these concepts. What is it about death and why, right? That whole long life, short life thing. Where do these attachments come from? Where do these ideas come from? This is something we don't deal with in our society. Grief, death. I'll get more to grief in a minute, but we don't have any skill sets here. Yeah, Maddie, a lot of people have been fearful their entire lives. In this world, that is our default, is to live in fear. We're in survival mode. We're in survival mode. The opposite side of the coin of fear is love and acceptance. And so fear is very tied to control. It's tied to, I have to know what's happening. I have to control this person's behavior. I can't deal with the fact that they, might break up with me, for instance. The fact that that's even a possibility. Oh, they might be cheating on me. I'm so afraid, right? But we don't take the time to actually get beneath the fear and peel back all the layers of what exactly am I so afraid of and why. The next one is, what binaries have I constructed? For a lot of us in this context, and a relationship context too, it could be, I'm either okay or I'm not okay. I'm safe or I'm unsafe. I'm alone or I'm loved. It's apocalypse or it is collective liberation and salvation. And there's a lot between all of those things. What lies between okay and not okay? What lies between safe and unsafe? What do these words mean? What lies between alone and loved? That's a great place to, at least you have that, Maddie. Getting past the fear of death, at least, is it could do a lot for you. But the fear of pain and suffering, I think, is the next frontier there. Alone versus loved. Are these even mutually exclusive? Can I be alone and feel lonely sometimes, or not be in a relationship and still be loved and have a community or a family that loves me? Why is that? Why am I accepting that kind of mutually exclusive binary? Apocalypse versus, freedom and salvation. And especially when you have a strong vision of the world as you want it to be, this can be very anxiety inducing. But why not apocalypse and salvation? What lies between? What lies in the both and? What lies in the uncertainty? I always like to tell myself all of life's excitement comes from uncertainty. What's a life without any excitement at all? It's not much different from death, right? I mean, this is what we grapple with and experience as humans. But to think about those binaries and find the gray in between them. And then, where am I expecting or asserting control that I don't actually have, right? Why do I need to predict the future? What is it about the future that I need to know to affect my current circumstances right now and the decisions that I am making in my life right now? An example of a friend who did this well, when they saw Donald Trump got elected in 2016, they immediately went out and got a 5-year IUD because they were like, I don't trust that I'm going to be able to get birth control. So I'm just going to get an IUD. And for 5 years, I will at least be in the clear on that front, right? That was a very tangible, yes, there were a lot of things to fear in that moment. But for that person, is like, this is the thing that actually impacts my life in this moment, the decisions I have to make today, right? So what about what's right in front of you? How much of your current decisions are influenced by knowing what the future holds? To give a really low stakes example of how often we put mental energy into deluding ourselves into thinking we control the future and control things. Have you ever been in a situation where you're like, when you're in college or something, you're getting ready to go to a party and your crush is probably going to be there, but you don't know for sure if he's going to be there. And you're like, oh, I wish I knew, like, if he's going to be there and like when he's going to get there. And like, I just want to know. Right. But it doesn't change anything. You're still going to the party. You're still going with your friends at the time that they're going. You're still doing your makeup, wearing your outfit. Like, it doesn't change anything. But why do we need that information? Why do we feel like I need information that has no bearing on the decisions that I'm making right now in my life? Right. So really zooming out and giving ourselves some grace on the things that we don't need to pretend we have control over. And it's okay to live with a level of ambiguity and uncertainty in our future. Or maybe you start making decisions like, what? I would feel a lot more confident and secure in the future if I had better relationships with my neighbors. And so maybe that's what you do, is you start spending time with your neighbors, reaching out to them, doing favors for them, watching your neighbors' kids one night a week, something, like what tangibly connects back to what actually has anything to do with my life. And again, I'm using these questions in regards to feeling a lot of fear or anxiety about the future and our like collective future. But you can use these for anything that you're grappling with, anything where you're like, there's just misalignment. I have that cognitive dissonance. I have that friction. It's always on my mind. I'm worried about it. I keep coming back to it, the relationship you're in, whatever it is. You can use these for those. But I'm just saying, as a relationship to the broader world, maybe that's what you come away with. Is like, I have control over how involved I am in my community. And if I believe that being a part of a more resilient community will put me in a better position, come what may, I can make choices right now for how I'm investing my time in my community. This next one is a very big one. Where am I relying on beliefs of superiority and inferiority? We all have so much work to do with this. And this is, again, something that is colonial, imperial, capitalist. This has been just drilled in from day one, that some people are superior and more worthy than others. And we flip the script on this, right? There might be times where we're like, oh, that super wealthy person who has 4 houses, or Taylor Swift with the constant pollution with a private jet, that makes her an inferior person, or we create these hierarchies, right? But that's all different programs on the same operating system, the operating system that is defined by hierarchy of human worth, hierarchy of value. If any of us are believing in these hierarchies in any way, we are giving energy to the status quo. We are giving energy to the old operating system that we want to uninstall. And one way to tell if you do this is if you look back at past versions of yourself and see them as superior or inferior for any reason. This is something I see with a lot of fellow white people, white women on their anti-racism journey or decolonization journey, is looking back at our past self and being like, I'm so embarrassed. Oh my God, I'm so ashamed. Guess what happens when you think that way? You then project that onto another white woman you meet who's still at that place that you were 3 years ago. As soon as she starts saying or doing things that sound and look like the version of you that you are so ashamed of and so hateful toward and feel so superior toward, you're going to feel that toward this person, right? This is how we project a lot of things that we don't like about ourselves, and then we see someone else doing it, and then we feel hateful toward them about it. All of those judgments, right? So really thinking through, where am I relying on these beliefs of superiority and inferiority? In the context of our relationship with the greater world and the meta crisis, what makes a good life? What does it mean to have a good life? To be successful? April talked about this so effectively, right? Like the concept of success, the concept of having enough. Who can that come from but yourself? What I've learned in my life is being myself to the greatest possible degree is going to be that's my version of success. That's how I will die peacefully on my deathbed, is knowing I was myself as often as possible and to the greatest possible extent. And I wasn't pretending to be somebody else, and I wasn't playing somebody else's game, and I wasn't trying to prove something to somebody else. The only person I had to prove anything to was myself. So what ideas do you have about what it takes to be safe, to be secure? Are you living paycheck to paycheck to hack it out in a 1-bedroom apartment you can barely afford, because even though you have the option, say, to live with your parents or to live with a sibling, all because you would feel like a failure, or you would perceive yourself to be one doing that? Why? Right? We will not change these paradigms unless we start literally being the change that we want to see in the world. Is a good life one of working multiple jobs and suffering through every day when you have access to community that could support you and give you a little more abundance and more space and not so much reliance on capital? If you have access to that, right? What actually is meaningful to you right now, your life today, right? That would make your day-to-day experience of the world better and more aligned with your needs and with who you are. And maybe it's getting out of that relationship, or maybe it is becoming closer with that friend, that new person that you met. It could be anything, right? It's going to be different for everybody. And also looking down on people who don't think the same way we do, right? Saying, oh, they don't see what's going on in the world, or they don't understand, or, and feeling intellectually superior. That's another form of superiority and inferiority. Next question is, what feelings do I need to acknowledge and allow myself to feel? When it comes to our relationship with the broader world, I think this is where grief comes in so strong. Like, how many of us need to grieve for the life I thought I would have, for where I thought I'd be, quote unquote, at this point, or grieve for the world that I thought I was living in, right? I just learned yesterday, I knew that there was a lot of slave labor in the US prison system, but I just learned yesterday how extreme it's gotten. There's very few products in the US that are not touched by slave labor. Enslaved, predominantly Black men enslaved in our country right now. Many of them working in the same literal fields that their ancestors worked in when they were enslaved. I'm not joking. Like, That's real. That's the world, like grieving the world where I thought that was over, grieving the world where I thought that couldn't happen, right? How many things do we have to grieve? And we don't know how to grieve. That's not something we have a good relationship with in our culture. We're not exposed to real images of grief. People who are grieving are hidden from us. You know, we're not supposed to see real displays of grief. If someone is really experiencing grief, they're supposed to hide themselves, you know, from everybody else. So getting in touch with our grief, which is just a profound form of love, is what grief is. And thinking about, what feelings do I need to acknowledge and allow myself to feel in a relationship, grieving what I thought this relationship was, grieving the loss of who I thought this person was, right? Often that's where I find when I get to this question, no matter what situation I'm dealing with, it is like something that I have to grieve, that I am not allowing myself to grieve, and I'm not allowing myself to let go of. And I continue to want to delude myself into thinking is real. And then finally, what uncertainties or ambiguities do I need to accept, right? In the broader world, this could be that systems are increasingly precarious, or that we can't take the future for granted. You know, I can't take for granted that 10 years from now, it's not going to be smoke in the sky every day, like we had here less than a year ago. Just orange skies, smoke, couldn't see people across the street because of the smoke, right? And yet, that reminds me of something else that I have that I don't even think about having, which is a clear sky and relatively clean air to breathe. I can just go outside without wearing a mask. Like, one of the many, many things that become invisibilized to us until we no longer have them. What other uncertainties and ambiguities do I need to accept about the future and about the world, and simply accept that these things are happening, these foundations are shifting? What things do I not have control over, right? What things are not going to go away with the 2024 election, right? Well, what am I so attached to? You know, I see a lot of people getting very attached, like, oh my God, like this is the most important election of our lives. And like, that's that attachment to control. That is that belief, like if we just get this thing to go the way that we want it to go, everything will be okay, right? And again, as much anxiety and agitation comes into play there, it's still preferable to actually contending with the lack of control, the lack of influence, and the fear on the other side. So what do I need to do to feel at peace with the life that I have is kind of a question that comes through when you go through all of these. If you are thinking in that broader context, like, what is it that's right in front of me? What do I have? Thinking back to those percentage pie charts, right? I'll pull up this these boxes again as we close out here. Where do I have opportunities to move outside of the box? What lies beyond the parameters of that world? Where am I identifying with the definitions of this world, identifying with the constructs of modernity and what it tells me forward and progress looks like? If you want to read a book on this, Hospicing Modernity by Vanessa de Machado Oliveira is a really good book. It'll kind of mess you up. She says at the beginning, she's like, don't read this book unless you're ready to read this book. But that book helped me a lot. I read it maybe a year or two ago. So Hospicing Modernity, just one recommendation. If this is kind of what you're contending with, but if it's something that's more interpersonal, right? You take the same approaches and challenge yourself to step outside your existing operating system and recognize how much of this is constructed and projected from exactly where we're sitting, from right in our own feelings, right in our own minds, and how many opportunities we have to really give grace to ourselves, to detach from the self-judgment, and just kind of bear witness to our thoughts and work through how we're upholding all of these constructs and ideas within ourselves. So that's my time. Thanks.
Applause. Oh my God. People are going wild. Wait, mate, one more. Oh my God. People really love this intellectual look at loving yourself. That's what it was about, and changing this idea of who you are by not just changing what the programming, change the programming, not just the say that.
Change the operating system, not the program.
Yes, change the operating system, not the program. I had a virus once that destroyed my computer relating to operating and programming. I changed the programming out of it, but I really needed to change the operating system completely. You have to wipe the whole thing and have it function completely differently. So that's just one of those things that I thought was a helpful analogy. I understand that you said you're a certified coach as you talk through this. Lots of likes. People are really liking what you're talking about. Can you tell us how you help people? I know that you also brought an offer to us today.
Yeah, and my offer is for a heavily discounted 1-hour session with me, restorative coaching, and all these concepts that came up today. I work with you in coaching, and just like April was saying, coaching is helping you see your own thoughts, right? It's helping you see the stuff that you can't see, what is going on there. I'm also neurodivergent, so I have very strong pattern recognition skills. That tends to be one of the strongest things I bring to my coaching clients, is being like, well, you said this, and then you said this, but then you said that. So how are all three of these things true, right? And then just bringing it out and helping you regain that sense of power and agency in your life. That's why I say moving from resignation to restoration, and from hopelessness and helplessness to a sense of kind of peace and stability and homeostasis. So whatever your specific thing is, all the tools we kind of use today, a lot of the questions I would ask, I would apply to your specific challenge and work through that with you, again, as an expedition partner. I'm not here to tell you what to do, give you advice, tell you what's right, what's wrong, not to judge you or your decisions or the way you live your life, but to be an expedition partner into your own mind. That's what I love to do.
That's wonderful. And we definitely want people, I mean, that's how we learn, is to explore ourselves and make mistakes, take chances, as Miss Frizzle would say. But essentially, we want that person to really help us and guide us and be an expedition partner, as you say, and not shame us through it. So if you're interested, I highly recommend you go ahead and scan that. You heard the talk. You can imagine how she's going to be so helpful, or they're going to be so helpful, because they accept all pronouns. They're going to be so helpful with you and your coaching and figuring out these little pieces that you can't see in your life. Very powerful. You want to save time, effort, energy. Have somebody else help you look at your life. That's what we're here for. So go ahead and scan that. If you want to connect with ISIS, I believe we have some of our contact information up here too. We saw it scan through, but if you're interested, check out ISIS at their website. I think their website, or you can email them at ISISFabian at ISIS@ISISFabian.com. We also have TikTok. She's phenomenal on TikTok. That's mostly where she is. Sometimes we go live. I think we went live once or twice. We'll go live sometime again.
Yes,
and then
please, TikTok. If you can't afford the coaching session, then I'd love to interact with you on TikTok.
Yes, TikTok is a lot of fun. So thank you so much, Isis. We'll appreciate you being here. We'll see you next time. Take care. Round of applause. Follow. All right, we are just at the very end of this. Corey looks like he really wants to say something. Does Corey really want to say? You really want to get on the stage? He's like, oh no. Well, then I'll leave you outside. If you're not yes or no, then I don't. Did you miss my lecture about the maybe, shoulda, coulda, the boundaries? Anyway, I'm gonna talk a little bit, and we'll bring Corey back up on stage. What I wanted to share with you is that we're rounding out this conference, and with that, I promised that there was going to be some really great prize. And I don't think that I have it up here available for you, but I want to show you add a source. So you're going to see the stuff that happens behind the scenes. Nope. I thought I had something here for some connections. Add a source. Nope. Oh, that sucks. I do have it. All right. So technical difficulties, but look, our grand prize today, if you're interested in signing up for this really great community XXO, we're giving away 1 full month of this. So just check this out, the XXO connection. If you'd like to enter for the prize, there is this link over here. And I know it's short notice, but can you create this in a QR code too? I would really appreciate that. I'm going to show this video to you so you can see more about what it is, but we're all about connection and community here. And so is this company. So You can go to XXO Connect to learn more about that, or you can hang out here and actually get your free example of it. So, what happens at the XXO Connect community is that it's a social connections platform. It's not us being on apps and talking to each other, but it's actually us going into rooms and connecting with people over shared experiences. And they talk about everything about the human experience, that is everything in between divorce, getting married, breath work and coaching, all kinds of things. You're able to connect with people on a specific topic in real time. So that is, you're talking with cameras on, talking to someone, building relationships. They have classes every single day of the week. You can actually go in, enjoy the classes, enjoy the sessions and conversations with people there. So if you're interested in that, we're giving this away for free. If you could drop that link, the QR code. I don't know if you're able to make one, but here is, we're giving away this prize. It's going to happen tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. 11 45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Anybody who's seeing this is able to sign in or is able to join. If you're on stage, if you're not on stage, you're able to get in for this grand prize. So it's over there at the end. I don't know if you can see it there on TikTok, but it's a bit.ly link, XXO Connection. XXO Connection will ask you basically two questions: who you are, your email address, and if you're chosen tomorrow, we'll do our drawing tomorrow at 11:45 a.m. Central Standard Time, and you'll be able to see if you won or not, right? So we'll use your first name and last initial. All right. So thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you enjoyed the conference. Let's bring Kory back on stage to help me close out, and then perhaps we'll have a QR code available for you. Also, one last thing, the grand prize raffle. This is up here. She actually put it up there, and I just missed it. As you can see it up there, is the grand prize raffle. Might be easier for you to scan. Enter yourself in that. 11:45 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow is when we'll be doing the drawing. So you don't have to be present, but it'd be nice if you were, to see if you won. All right. With that said, Kory, what's going on? What are your thoughts about this last speaker?
Wow. Wow. The
Yeah.
resonance of everything was just right on point. And the amount of people that are helping expand my consciousness is big. We've had a lot of conversations today with practitioners who are neurodivergent or neurospicy, as it were.
Yeah.
And the ability to see things differently and reframe them in new contexts is absolutely positively wonderful. You can't solve a problem by looking at it the same way. There's many times you need to look at something from an entirely different perspective in order to, well, find a better solution. And
That's
I
true.
think that's been an aspect.
The theme. That's been the theme. Yeah, we need coaches or somebody outside of us to tell us what we're looking at from their point of view, and then maybe we consider whether we want to adopt that point of view or adjust in some way. But you just can't keep looking at the same angle and expecting something to be different about it when you're just focused on how things are. This is how things always are.
Yeah, well, the narrowness of scope often limits our perspective, and having a much broader scope is helping me contemplate things. I'm seeing things from different views, and I appreciate that. Now, is it easy all the time? No.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, go
But
ahead,
I think
please.
there's a reward to this, doing this type of work. And every one of our coaches so far today has been able to bring something and illuminate something that makes this worthwhile.
Yes, I think so too. We've definitely had this is our longest day, and we've had so many great speakers from back to back to back. Just really phenomenal expertise, and all from these different life experiences. But I think we all converge to understanding more about ourselves first. This is the Love Yourself First conference. And what I understand love is understanding. And everybody out here, I think, has this common thread of I know something about myself and how I'm going to behave or my feelings, and then I can do something about what I know about myself rather than trying to control everything as in Isis's presentation. Instead of trying to control everything, maybe accept all the things and control the thing that you can.
Agreed. All those diagrams were very good in terms of laying out and making visual things that might have been a little bit confusing.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, I'm also on TikTok. Some people said great content as always. Isis is on TikTok. If you're afraid of stepping outside of the box, do it afraid. I love it. Thank you so much for that. And we have just 3 minutes left, so we start on time and we end on time. I'm gonna let you know. Thank you so much, Kory, for showing up and being super cool and having more engaging conversation with us. Will we see you tomorrow, or maybe not
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes,
Okay,
you'll
we may
see
see
me
you
tomorrow.
tomorrow. We'll see
I
you
might
tomorrow.
even change my shirt just for you.
Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, let me get you a quick rundown of what we're going to do tomorrow. Quick rundown of what we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow, our schedule is going to be fun. First of all, I'm going to have another conversation with a group of people, do a panel discussion or one-on-one discussion. We'll see how it works out for us tomorrow, but we're still going to talk about loving yourself first. That's going to be the theme. You're always going to get actionable steps to make those meaningful changes in your life. We're also going to have Tammy Goen come in and talk about happiness and self-love for highly sensitive people. So tomorrow is kind of a highly sensitive person day. So if you are one of those people who has been considered sensitive, I don't know what's going on with my internet, been considered as a sensitive person, then this is the day for you, because we have two people talking about what it means to find that self-love. If you're feeling everybody's feelings, like how are you going to tune into yourself? And we'll have another person who's actually going to be interviewed about their experience in this inner why listen to your inner self critic. It's going to be an interview with a coach about their own experiences and how listening to their inner critic has changed their life. I know you've heard not to listen to your inner critic, but you should, and they are going to tell you why it's important. We're also going to do environmental wellness, which is promoting healthy living space and sustainable eco-friendly practices. Sorta, kinda. Okay, this person is an expert in this and feng shui and space and spirituality, but they're going to talk more about self-worth. They're going to talk about what it means to be worthy of yourself. Like, how do you feel about who you are and showing up? So tomorrow is definitely going to be one of those events, or one of those days for highly sensitive people. So if you feel your feelings, if you deeply feel your feelings, you don't want to miss this. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, we start, and we'll see you then. If you haven't scanned the QR code up here, go ahead and scan that for the grand prize raffle. We're going to do that tomorrow as well. And let me see if we can get that the bit.ly link up here too, just so in case you can't scan, maybe you want to take a screenshot of it, go ahead and take a screenshot. Make sure you go to that website. We're just going to ask you for a couple of things, and we're not going to spam you or anything like that, but we're going to make sure that we do this drawing, and it's going to happen live on the air. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll pick the winner. So hopefully you will enter and you might be the winner of the prize. Thank you again for the Love Yourself First conference, everybody who participated in it. This is day 2. We'll see you at day 3 in just a few hours. Well, tomorrow. Take care. Bye, everybody.